that you're talking about, dude, there are plenty of them. Just Google it. There are so many now that not even YouTube, and YouTube has actually become a little bit better. They don't hide as much as they did a year ago. Um, Over fences is talking about the candy here. Yeah, IKEA used to have that. They did, but to tell you the truth, as a original Swedish person, that candy wasn't the best. I was ashamed. It was like they brought in the cheapest, worst kind. And she says, even sold that nasty, salty ammonia flavored licorice. Yes, that's the one I like. You have to grow up in Sweden to like it. It's a very acquired taste. Yeah, they did have some of that, and they had to stop selling it because Americans came in and complained. Uh, so they ruined it for the rest of us. Anyway, they discontinued the pick and mix. Yep, they did. They only have like two varieties now. Thanks, COVID. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But dude, I mean, sorry, not to call you dude over fences. I know you're a lady, but if you go to Sweden, you gotta try out that pick and mix over there in any store. It is fantastic. Uh, you don't have to eat the salty ammonia flavored stuff, but there's some good candy.
I think Party City still does a pick and mix
Really,
in a store. Yeah. Have you ever gone to Party City? You ever heard of that place?
I think that's where you can buy like Halloween costumes and stuff, right?
Halloween costumes, birthday party supplies, balloons,
I
all
didn't know
kinds
they
of
had
stuff.
candy, but now I'm gonna definitely have to check it out because I've seen those stores. They're all over.
Usually in the center, but it has to be in one of the larger ones, not the smaller one.
Well, I'm gonna check it out. Triggering Triangle posted a video that looks like it's from Norrland in Sweden in the summer. Is that the 24-hour sun? Looks a little bit like that. People don't know it, but it does go up and down like that. And it goes in a circle, and you can stand there and look at it the whole night through the morning. Lasts for about a month or so, and then as days become shorter and shorter, and then eventually it's going to be completely dark for about a month. And then it becomes a little bit more light as days go by, and that's how it goes. But I can only speak to the north. I have not been to the south and seen that phenomena myself. Ciderfilla, where in Sweden are you? North or south?
Right now I'm outside Göteborg.
All right, that's exactly in the middle, basically on the west coast.
Yeah. But I'm going north pretty soon.
I was up in Gothenburg last year before I left, watching AC/DC play on what's that place called? Ullevi.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good
Very nice.
concert. Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Slept in my car on the way back for free. Didn't have to pay a dime.
Awesome.
That is the best way to do it. I took my car up there, parked in a parking lot outside of some local church that I found because there's no people there in the weekdays. This is a pro tip, by the way. If you're ever going to go traveling, you want to, stay somewhere for free, relatively safe. Just pick a local church, whatever you can find, like Pentecostals or Catholics or Mormons or whatever, Jehovah's Witnesses. They have huge parking lots. Nobody is there. Sometimes there's even like an electric outlet so you can cook some food and stuff. And even if they do come by, hey, they're church people. They're super nice to you. You're like, dude, I'm just going to watch AC/DC. Can I stay here tonight? Yeah, of course. And then I took an Uber into the concert, and I took one back 2 a.m. in the morning, and then I slept in the car. So that's a pro tip. And usually you pick a church maybe 10 minutes outside of the city, and you're good to go. This is how you stay in Stockholm for a week for free as well.
Are they in Sweden?
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Hmm.
Probably, if you can probably go to Sweden Rock, park your car in the forest outside of that place, maybe 5-6 kilometers away, and then just Uber there or bring a bike.
Yeah, I'll
Because
probably walk.
it's super expensive to stay at the camping place there.
Yeah, you can't
20
camp
cup
there.
20 cup says that tends to work out here too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can tour America. You stay in church parking lots all over the place. People are there on Sundays. The rest of the week it's like dead. And sometimes if they have if they have some members around the area, they come to the church. You can like ask, hey, can you use the bathroom? Yeah, of course. I mean, it's because they're nice people, right? And they don't care. Or you're up in Canada, yeah, you can do it anywhere. You can do it anywhere. Just pick out a good friendly congregation and go there. Tell them you might be a prospect member. They'll open up everything. Is it technically illegal? Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, these are privately owned parking lots.
It's private property. It's up to them if they want to kick you out or not.
Oh, you can't sleep in your cars. Yeah, but these are church people. They're nice. So
Tell me you're a flat earther. Done deal.
usually, if you want to get permission, you walk up to the door, check out the contact person there, call the bishop, just give him a call, and say, "Hey, dude, I'm in the area. Can I just stay overnight in your parking lot? Are you okay with that?" And 9 out of 10 times they're going to be like, "Of course. Can we give you some materials to read?" Yeah, here you go. Anyway,
You bring him back to them, and you say you're a flat earther. Can I bring you some
materials.
back to you? Yep.
I have this brochure, dude. I want to do
This
that.
T-shirt for free.
Yeah. I want to be like the flat Earth missionary. I'm gonna start knocking on doors and like, hello, have you heard the good message? Earth is flat. Here you go. Here's a brochure. Take it. And
And a free T-shirt.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not even joking about that. I might do something like that. Didn't Whitsitt do something like that? He went on tour all over America preaching to people. I thought that was awesome.
Let's print it.
We should do more of that. Yeah, we need to bring some flat Earth signs or stuff to the rock festivals.
We need much more of that here in Sweden, for
Have
sure.
a little group. Have a little group that marches around in a circle outside. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. What do you think of that? I don't know. No, I'm gonna be cool when I'm there. We'll see. I'm not gonna make any trouble. But if people want to come up to me and ask about flat Earth, I'm certainly going to tell them. Um, so you say it's illegal in Canada. Yeah, I believe you. In Sweden, however, they do have a law that's called every man's right, which means you're allowed to stay on anyone's property for 24 hours. That's the law in Sweden. So I don't know if that applies to parking lots outside of churches, but it certainly applies to, you can like put your tent up in someone's forest even if you don't own it. You are allowed to do that. You're not allowed to destroy property, so you can't like, cut down their corn in their cornfield and kind of set up camp. That's not allowed. But you're absolutely allowed to walk over anyone's land and camp. That's It's been the law for over 100 years. But only one night. Then they can ask you to move. And I don't think it applies in small yards like your backyard for your own private house. That's not how it works. But larger properties.
What kind of?
Huh?
You can still do it pretty close to our home.
You can?
Yes.
Okay.
Pretty close. And as we are pretty special with that law, I think.
Yeah. I don't know if any other country has it, but it's like freedom of the man law
Yeah.
or whatever. Yeah.
In US, you shoot them, right?
Yeah. No, you cannot stay on anyone's land here unless you have permission. So.
Yeah. I like that more.
Yeah, I think I do too. How's it going, Morgan? What's up? Somebody's kicking you over to this channel. It's funny. People are being a nuisance somewhere else. They kick them over here. But of course, I have kicked people to other people's channels from here, so I guess it's fair.
Everybody's welcome.
Yeah. It's a slow day. I've been busy most of the day, so I missed kind of most of the talk in here. Has there been any good people, good discussions, or anything fun?
I think it's mostly quiet.
Sunday is a little bit slow. Who do we have here? Jonas child. How you doing? She. Her. It's a woman. Happiness comes in waves. I need to make friends, she says. You want to be our friend, Jonas child? I can be friendly. I'm good, she says. Yes. All right. Nerd. I like that tag. I'm a nerd. Is this your first time here, Jonas friend? Or Jonas child, sorry.
No.
No. Well, then you know the drill. You got to tell us if you think you live on a space ball or if you're on a flat Earth. Can you just hang on a second?
I'm here for a minute, man. So Jonas, is the Earth flat or round?
Sorry, I got a little bit in it.
Okay, guys, Earth is round. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, I'll prove you wrong. It's super easy. Yeah, I'll prove you wrong.
Bro,
Who was it?
we spoke
Lost Warrior?
before, and you never proved it. Do you remember me from
Yeah.
fucking politics server?
Yeah, less swearing, but yeah, I remember you. Let's
You're the
prove you
guy
wrong.
from Sweden, right? Or Norway?
Yeah, I'm from Sweden.
Sweden, yeah. We spoke before.
Uh-huh.
I'm the PhD guy in physics. You remember when we were talking about that?
Yeah. And I'm the PhD guy in epidemiology. Anyway, dude.
Yeah, you told me that. Yeah.
Yeah, listen, I'm gonna prove it again to you because there's one thing that happens to you guys. You reset. I don't know why, but do you have
How do
any
we reset?
ability to? You're a
You
PhD guy,
respawn,
right?
man. Like everything you were taught goes right out the fucking other ear, then you respawn with the same shit.
Yeah.
That's what he meant.
Let's be nice to him. We'll see if he can retain information. He's a PhD. Do you happen to know? You know that
Wait,
the radius,
hold on.
dude. Do you know the radius of
I'm gonna
Earth?
sneeze. Hold on 1 second. I'm sneezing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh fuck. Okay.
First time. Go. Sneeze.
Thank you. I did.
Usually people go
So
twice. Do you know I
so
have the ability to sneeze on command?
on command? No.
Yeah, there's
I
like a
can,
nerve. There's a nerve in my head. I can pinch it and I sneeze.
really?
Yeah, it's up at the top of my right eye.
Maybe
Look at
if I'm like touching my nose, I can sneeze.
I'm going to prove it to you. There we go.
So how? Wait. Okay, go sneeze. I want to. Actually, I'm curious.
Wait, I have to do it now. Fuck.
Hold on.
Okay, just because I was going to demonstrate, I can't. Listen, we'll do this now. So we're going to. The Earth's radius is 3,959 miles. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
10, 9, 8, 7,
What?
6,
But what am I
5,
supposed to do?
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. What's the Earth's radius?
Wait. I mean, you did you just say it? Like, what am I supposed to do?
I said it 10 seconds ago. I want to see if you have the ability to
But
retain
I know it
information.
myself. I know it's 3959. I know it myself. Like even
All right.
without you saying it.
All right. Okay, cool. I mean, because sometimes people come in here, and a sign of high IQ is if you can retain information. So we kind
Yeah,
of
yeah,
like
but
to
me and you,
read
we
out.
spoke for like 3 hours. Like, I
I know.
think you already understand that I can maintain the info.
All right, cool. So we have
Okay,
been
so then
told that
why
the Earth radius. Look, read with me in the chat now. We have been told that the
can
Earth's
I ask
radius.
him real quick, Flutter Plane?
Is,
I just gotta ask you. If you spoke for 3 hours, why do we say the Earth is flat?
I don't know why do you say it, but I know why I don't
You
say
didn't.
it.
You didn't retain nothing, man. Go ahead, dude. Go ahead, Plane there.
all right.
This is another guy that's like being rude, but that's fine. I'm not talking to him anyways.
Yeah,
But
no.
go on.
Talk to me. Talk to me.
Yeah,
So
I'm talking to him.
good. We're in the chat now. At 41 minutes after the hour, we're going to read together. You and I. It'll be fun. We have been told the Earth's radius is 3,959 miles. So far, we agree. So, because we have been told this, we can use math to figure out how much water needs to curve over distance. There's a diagram at the bottom. As a PhD, you would appreciate the little diagram. In that diagram, we can see that the math tells us that over 10 miles, there has to be 66 feet of curvature. Do you agree with the logic so far?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Now, if you want to check this for yourself, you can find yourself a friend and you can take them to a 10-mile wide lake. There you can have your friend flash a signal mirror from the other side. If you see that flash, either your friend is over 30 feet tall or water doesn't curve. Do you agree with the logic?
But we already spoke about your diagram, and I told you if you
Oh, we're
still wired
talking
there,
to more
bet.
people than you now, right? So let's just go over this and then we talk about whatever else you want.
Right. But I don't agree with 66 feet over 10 miles thing.
Okay. But you agree with the logic, right?
No, not really.
Oh, you don't? Why is
With
that?
this logic, what you just said, because
So,
as
how
I
much
said,
curvature is over 10 miles?
that part of math is roughly in the right direction, like curvature does exist, but in real world measurements, it's not that clean because you have to account for refraction,
Oh, I
observer
do.
height.
I did do that. I actually
But
get.
okay,
I,
but let's do it like this. If you did, okay,
I
let's
grant
do it
you
like this. If you did,
20%.
seeing a flash from 10 miles across a lake does not imply the water is flat. It only shows that light can travel along a curved path off visibility. And the
Yep.
several factors affect atmospheric refraction, bends
Right.
light downward slightly, effectively extended line of sight over the horizon. Do you agree with
If
that?
it's, I
Is
agree
that
that if it's
true
bent,
that you believe in flat Earth?
dude, you hang on. I need to talk. Hello. I need to talk to this guy first. Hang on. All right. So what I can agree to is that that light can bend a little bit. So I'm giving you 20%. But if you can show me an experiment where it actually follows the Earth curvature, then go right ahead and present that. However, you cannot do that. So I'm giving you 20%, which is 6/7 would be R would be 16, and that's already begging the question that Earth is actually a ball. But I'm granting you the ball shape for now, and I'm granting you your gravity that bends the water, and I'm granting you the 20% refraction. It's not going to help you. Your friend now, instead of have to be 30 feet tall, he has to be 28 feet tall. Do you understand?
No, we already spoke about this, and I explained you why does that not make sense. But
You haven't presented me any evidence that what you're claiming is true, but I, on the other hand, have presented evidence.
I told you a few, but there was this one guy that was keep saying some bullshit, and we never talked about this. But if you want, I can tell you a few well-established examples
I
of that.
will, if you let me go over the next 3 steps just for the listener's sake, and then we'll do it. for
Alright,
the
go on.
listeners, I'm presenting my evidence here, and then we're going to hear evidence from the Glober side. You can do also a laser test where you place a laser 1 foot over the water on beach A. You shoot it 10 miles over to beach B. If you are living on a globe of radius 3959 miles, the laser has to end up over 50 foot over the beach on the other side. But it will not do that. It will end up about a foot over the water on both sides because water doesn't curve, it is flat. Now we will take evidence from our Glober friend here who is going to prove to us that laser follow the curvature of the Earth perfectly in every single test we do. There's hundreds of them, different conditions, weather conditions, temperature, different ones. We do this over ice, we do this over salt flats out in Salt Lake, we've done it over warm lakes. We've done it everywhere, and he has evidence that this is because of refraction. So go ahead, my friend.
Alright. So sorry, I'm a little sick. So what I was saying, yeah. The laser thing, what you said, sounds compelling on the surface, but it also depends on an incorrect assumption about how light behaves over long distances near the Earth's surface. So the key flaw is it assumes the laser travels in a perfectly straight, unaffected line in a vacuum-like environment, which is not how light behaves in the real atmosphere. So the 50 feet high expectation is also incorrect in practice. Like your prediction is not going along with any physics laws or any math laws from applying a simple geometric curvature model without accounting for atmosphere. But over 10 miles, the surface curvature is only part of the picture. Like you must also include atmospheric refraction, which is light bending downward, temperature gradients over water or land, and also air density, which we spoke about in the VC variation. So these effects bend light slightly downward, effectively extending the visible line of sight. We spoke about this before, if you remember. So as I said, this guy is being somebody in the chat was saying something about refraction, but as I said, refraction is not a minor detail; it's a dominant factor because over long horizontal distances near the surface, like lakes, deserts, salt flats, the air is rarely uniform. Typically, air near the surface, as you guys know, is warmer or cooler than the air above it. That's true. Like this creates a refraction index gradient. Also, light bends gradually through that gradient. This is why laser appears to stay at a consistent height. Distant objects can appear higher than expected. Mirages and distortions occur over water and flat terrain. This effect is well understood in optics. So you said you have a friend that's good in optics, so he can explain you that it's routinely modeled in serving astronomy and navigation too. So you know, but the core logical issue is the laser stayed at the same height, therefore Earth is flat, right? That's what you are basically concluding, right? So
No,
how no? That's what you
I
said, no?
I granted you 7/6R, and I even added a little extra. I gave you 20% just so you can stretch out instead of
Right,
66
but
foot of
I never
curvature.
understood what even when you were saying
Now,
before.
now
Why
you
are we
made a lot of
granting stuff?
now you made a lot of claims, and we gave you a few minutes to do it. Right now, we would like you to present your evidence that these claims are correct because I presented mine. Remember?
Mhm. So your evidence is
Where is
the
your laser test where you have a test that shows the temperature of the air and the water and that the laser bends according to the Earth's curvature
hold on,
over that
but hold on, but
distance?
your evidence is the spherical trigonometry of a sphere with 39 foot. Is this picture is your evidence?
We're trying to falsify that claim and we cannot find that curvature. And I'm granting you 20% just to give you a little extra refraction. It doesn't help you. So instead of
Okay.
dealing with 66 foot, now you're dealing with 54 foot. You understand?
Okay, but I never understood why are you saying granting gravity, granting this, granting like
No,
those are
I'm
stuff that
granting it to
exist.
you, so we don't have to discuss it. I'm giving you your refraction. You know,
Right, but we
atmospheric refraction.
spoke for 3 hours. I still don't understand your point. Do you believe in gravity? Do you not? But what's your like? I have to
Why are we
understand what.
talking about gravity? You're moving away. You're supposed to
The
present
reason why no,
evidence
I'm not
that
talking about. I'm
relates.
just asking you because you said you used the
We
word
can talk about
granting.
gravity just because it's interesting, but it's not interesting at this point because now we're talking about refraction.
Right,
So
right. But I'm asking you,
now,
like, do you think gravity, like, do you think differently for gravity, like than me? Is like, I just need that answer. That's all I need.
I'm like a badger. When I bite, I will not let go. We cannot go to gravity until we have finished refraction.
Okay, so
Then
I
we
will
can go
assume
to
you do. Okay, go on. Okay, okay? So what do you say
your
about my
claim.
claims?
Your claim right now has to be backed up. You will show me evidence of a laser test where the laser is following the curvature of Earth perfectly. You will tell me what the air temperature and the water temperature is, and that's what you should do. You can't just say that that's what's happening unless you have evidence for this. You understand that
Okay,
as a PhD, right?
okay. So you want me to do the what are you asking me? You asking me to like send you like
Well, I
some
mean,
pictures
if
of people that
you
did it,
you
or
you claimed that the laser is following the curvature of the Earth. Now you have to
Hmm.
show us a test that shows that. You can't just claim it. That's not science.
No, I understand that, but I mean,
Right. Do you want
so
to
do you
want
not
to
want to
talk about
debate? Do you
Snell's
not want to
law? Do
debate
you want to
verbal claims, or you just want to jump to like a visual claims
No,
from
I
verbal?
presented an actual test that you can replicate. That's how we work in science, right? Have you published? I have published, right? So when you publish something, other scientists can then go and see if they can replicate the findings. If they cannot, we call that pseudoscience because it could not be replicated. Now, I have a test here on the table. I am telling you, you can go and replicate this. Do you see your friend 10 miles away flashing the mirror? Is the laser 50 foot up in the air or is it not? Now, you can falsify this by going and try it yourself. Now, I am asking for the same courtesy from you that you'll present me a test where you show that the laser bends according to Earth's curvature so I can go and see if I can replicate that test.
Okay, that's all great. That's all great what you're asking me. But
Good.
my thing is, I just don't understand why are you asking me for a single laser experiment that cleanly, as you said, shows curvature in isolation, because it
Only
just
because you claim that laser behaves that way. Now I need
yes, but
evidence
like
for that.
you do understand that that's not how measurements of Earth's shape are
That
actually
is
validated.
exactly how we have done
N-
measurements every time we build
Not really.
something,
Dude, flat
aqueduct,
Earth is the
bridges,
most funny
roads. This is
ever.
how we
And
measure it.
so
Hang on, dude.
I will tell you something that you can. I don't know if you agree with this, but if not, but in the real atmosphere, light propagation is always influenced by refraction.
Dude,
So
I
our
can
raw.
tell you,
We
I
already
already
agreed to
saw
that.
a
Hang on, dude.
spaceship.
Wait.
Okay, so
I
if
already,
you agree to that, who's this guy talking?
dude,
I
when
don't
I
know.
was
Wait,
a kid, I
let's see
think
what
I
he
saw a
wants. What do you
spaceship.
want, sir? What do you want, sir?
I was asking if it's really about flat Earth.
Yes,
And
bro, we're talking about flat Earth. Can you just like let us talk,
Yeah,
please? We're
I'm
talking.
talking about
just hang back.
spaceship and
I'm
money.
having a discussion here. I know you want to talk to. I'll
When I was
entertain
a
you in a
kid,
little
I
bit.
think I saw a space.
We might need Lost Warriors might need some time to go find an experiment
No, no,
that
no.
proves
I
this
just it
claim,
doesn't
right?
matter. Like I can find the experiment, but I just want you to understand.
All right.
A raw laser across water test cannot be used as a pure curvature detector without additional instrumentation. Like instead of relying on one uncontrolled setup, multiple independent methods are used together in like in fucking geodesy and surveying, as you always talk about surveying. Not you, but like your
What are
friends.
those instruments called? Let's see if you know your shit. What
I know my
name
shit
one?
because I just said
Name
where
one.
curvature is not as just assumed as measured and correct for
Right. So I'm calling you out now. Name an instrument.
of what? Name an instrument of what?
To measure
In geodesy?
surface. Yeah.
But I literally just said like
Which one?
we got the level of dumpy and we got fucking angles measurements,
Yeah, but
theodolites.
what are they called?
Theodolite.
Oh, okay. All right.
Theodolite
Good.
is
You
for
know
the
one. You
ankles
know one.
or
You know one then.
for
Good.
no,
Good.
no,
I'll
I
allow
want to name another one. I want to name another one. Let's do this. GPS.
GPS uses ECEF. That's Earth centered, Earth fixed
Yeah, but
coordinates. You
there's
can't
also
forget
GNSS
about
receiver.
GPS. We're not going to go away from this. You're going to go find me a laser test that proves that the laser is bending according to the Earth's curvature. Otherwise, you cannot claim it, and I'm going to have to throw it out.
That doesn't prove it, bro. I just told
Can
you.
you get that, or can you not? Do you have any citation?
I might have, but
All right,
that
look,
doesn't
when
help
you come
this
back, the next
topic.
time you come back, you can bring that. Okay, I'll give you a day or whatever you need. Right? Just go get some of that test so you can
But
actually
that doesn't
verify your
prove it.
claim.
I just
Now,
explained you why that doesn't prove it.
yeah, but explanations isn't good in here. You have to have a test like we do. I presented my test. You can replicate it or you cannot replicate it. That's up to you. But you have not presented a test that I can replicate. Do you want to talk about gravity now?
About gravity, yeah. Sure. I mean, that's my
Let's
topic.
do
Let's go gravity.
define it first. Which gravity do you want? There's 84 different ones. Newtonian, we have Einsteinian, we have quantum, we have string theory. Which one are you talking about? We need to, I need to know which one you want to argue for.
Hold on. If
Yeah,
he's wild with hers girl, I want to bother. So that's to answer the question. Let's talk about quantum gravity.
quantum. All right. How do you want to prove it? What's the cost for quantum gravity?
So you don't believe in quantum gravity? Is that what I said? How do you want to
It's
prove
not
it?
about beliefs in here. If you claim something, you need to
Stop
show the
avoiding.
cost
Just
of
answer
it.
the question.
Legend, shut up. I'm not talking to you. Okay. So, but like, what do you believe in? I have to know what is something
We
that
don't
you
deal
stand with.
with beliefs in here at all. We only deal in empirical evidence. If you want to claim a gravity, you got to show the cost for it, and then we can talk about it.
Okay, so if I tell you about we say quantum, right? If I tell you about it, would you tell me like what gravity do you believe in?
I say, why don't you understand when I tell you I don't believe in things? I either have proof for something or I
Yeah,
won't
I mean,
claim it.
excuse me, I forgot about that.
You can ask
Would
this:
you tell me
what
what's something that
gravity
you
do I
understand?
subscribe to? That's the question you want to ask. What
Let's
gravity
say,
do you
would you
subscribe
tell
to?
me something that you stand with in the terms of like that you have
Yeah,
knowledge of?
density.
Okay, density, right? Okay,
Yes,
okay. So
that's
gravity is
called
not.
special gravity, right? Have you heard of that?
Of course I have, but I'm asking like, is that something that you have stances on?
That
Like
is
gravity is
something that
not.
I have evidence for, and I can kind of demonstrate. I drop something that's denser than air, it's going to go down. I drop something that's not denser than air, like helium, it's going to go up. That's the kind of gravity I subscribe to.
Okay, you don't
Now, if you want
subscribe
to
to
claim something else, like
quantum
quantum,
gravity, right?
if you want to claim quantum gravity is a real thing, and or bendy space time, or if you want to maybe do mass attracting mass, you can do that. But then you're going to have to prove the cause.
The cost
I can
of
demonstrate
quantum
the
gravity.
cost of my gravity by dropping things that are denser. It's going to go through a less denser medium. That's my demonstration. You can do it in your living room right now. Take something from the floor and drop it, like the remote. Now, can you prove your quantum gravity's cause?
Yeah, of course. What like, where do you want me to start? You just want me to explain how quantum gravity works?
We don't need explanations. We want the cause for it.
So when you say the cost of
The
gravity,
cause, CAUSE.
oh, the cost.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean the cosine function, right? Is that what you're asking? COS?
No, no. The reason why things fall.
Reason why things fall.
The cause. How am I saying this wrong? Can Americans say the word?
I
Hold
mean,
The
on.
cause.
if
CAUSE. Cause.
oh,
Gravity
okay.
is the effect. When we see things fall, that's gravity. That's the effect. What's causing the gravity?
Right, right. Okay, my bad. The cause of gravity. Okay, but
Is it
that's
quantum
that's
particles or something?
but what you're asking is a classical Newtonian gravity, right?
If that's what you want, if that's the one you want to defend, go right
No, no,
ahead.
no, no,
Here's
no. I wanted to talk about quantum gravity.
yeah, do it then.
Okay.
What's the cause of quantum gravity?
Okay, but you do understand that's like not the same thing, right? That the general relativity is mass and energy curving space-time, right? But in Newtonian terms, mass creates a gravitational field, and other masses experience an attract force towards it, right? But
If that's what you want to claim, go right ahead. But you're gonna have to prove
sure,
the cause.
sure, sure. I'm claiming that. Okay, let's claim that gravity is caused by mass and energy curving space-time. Let's claim that.
That is a fucking claim. Now prove it.
Prove that mass and energy curve space time.
And you hear it when you say it because you're a smart guy. So when it comes out of your mouth, you're saying something like, "This is what causes it," and now you're just gonna have to prove it. Do you have evidence? You can't just say that that's the way it is. Not even
Right.
Newton believed in mass attracting mass. He said it was the most retarded theory he ever heard about, and he didn't want to be associated with it. I'm paraphrasing, of course.
I mean, I don't really think he said that though.
Oh, do we have the quote? Anyone? I'm looking for it in my photos now. See if I can paste it up there. He did say, "I don't want to be associated with this. It's not." He didn't say the word retarded, but he said something, and back in the day was equal to that. So someone has it. I wish Jin was here because he's the one who pastes it here all the time.
Okay.
I'm looking
Anyways,
for the Newton quote also on the gravity thing.
if we're talking about gravity,
The quote is
Uh,
there.
how do
The
I
quote is
prove?
in the chat, so there you go. Proved.
Not yet, but it's around.
Let me see. I want to
I
see the
thought you
quote.
pasted it. Yeah, I want to see it too. Damn it! Oh, there it is.
Where is this
It is.
taken from?
Yeah, it is inconceivable from his book. It's the what's it called? Or was it the letter from him to someone? Anyway, you can look it up now that you have the quote. Should be easy to Google it and fact check if
Yeah, I'll
you're
just Google it. No worries.
right.
I'll
It is
say it's right.
inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must be. Blah 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 blah. I don't want to be associated with this. Let's see. So, yeah. It's such a great of an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking. That's basically the retarded part. Like no man who's not retarded should be thinking like this ever. They shouldn't fall into this. Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws, but whether this agent be material or immaterial, I have left open to the consideration of my readers. So that's from Newton. So he didn't want to be associated with that thing. Isaac Newton, over Francis, says in a letter to Dr. Richard Bentley on February 25, 1692, the Metaphysical Foundation of Modern Science, Humanities Press, Atlantic Highlands. There you go. So that's the source and citation. He did not want to be associated with that at all. And I thought people who thought mass attracting mass, he thought that they were absurd and they were retarded.
Okay.
But anyways, that's not your theory. You like quantum gravity, so don't worry about Newton. You don't have to defend that shit.
Yeah, we're talking about quantum gravity. Okay. So, but you don't like either, right?
I don't have proof for either. I have proof for my density thing because I can replicate the experiment over and over by dropping something to
Right.
air.
Now I understand. You guys, like flat earthers, don't believe in gravity. You guys believe in.
We don't believe. We either we know or we won't speculate.
Right. Okay. Good.
But just to add to that quickly, I wouldn't say that we don't believe in the effect that we all see. We all witness the same effect of some objects going down at an average of 9.8 meters per second squared. What's in contention is the causation of that object going down. And that's still in contention in the mainstream today. Yeah. When they calculate for gravity, they're not calculating for the cause. They're calculating for what everybody sees, the effect of some objects dropping.
Great.
Yeah, and that's why there are 84 different theories. If you go to Wikipedia, you can see all of them. I haven't memorized all of them, but there are many theories about the cause of gravity, and we just don't know which one is correct. I might even be wrong. Maybe it has nothing to do with density. How the hell would I know? But I'm not going to claim that I know. That's the one I'm subscribing to because I can at least do some kind of experiments by dropping things and changing their density to make them go up or down.
Okay. Anyways, I'm sorry about that. I was listening the whole time. I just had to text my wife. So, quantum gravity is not established physical phenomenon with unknown cause. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know it's a theory, like all the other
Right.
ones.
Right. So the reason why I've chosen something that's not proven, is because, of course, the same ideology that you're going along. You're saying that you wouldn't trust anything that's not proven, correct? Like you only trust some stuff that are proven in terms of like not even
I like
gravity, because
I like science that we can replicate. That's how it
right,
works.
right. But what about science that is like a big term? Like science, we're talking about space science, like something that's like only proven via calculations plus mathematical plus physical calculations. And the reason is because to actually test it, you have to practice, like, calculations. Like to send someone to space to prove stuff, you have to understand how they're not going to die to go there, if they can come back. You know what I'm trying to say, right? So, like, you only want to find proof for stuff that are small, basically, is what you're saying. But why can't we not find proof for something by calculations these days? Why is that a big deal? That's my question for you specifically.
If you like math, you can probably create math to convince you that Superman can fly, right?
Right. Not really. Not really. That's not possible actually. You can find math that can create um usage of flying, like airplanes. But you can't like, how does that make sense? I'm just asking you this. Do you have any calculations or any physical math calculate? I mean, everything is math, right? But something that can prove that we can get to the point that Earth is flat by the calculations, not by experiments,
Did you,
by
did,
Well,
calculations,
not even by
did,
calculations, by direct measurement.
by direct measurement, right? So, because I have calculations and I have usage that I can use to determine that Earth is round, right? Not round, but like we all know that it's a geoid, right? So, I can get to that point and I can prove it by, like, I don't even have to test it. I can prove it. But you guys want me to test something. I'm just asking, why is it bad to calculate
Well,
stuff? And just
you
so I
can
can
make
tell
a
the people here,
you can
like
make a calculation.
everyone, I'm sorry to cut you off, flying. Everyone who doesn't have balls to talk with me in VC, I'm not gonna comment on your fucking messages. Okay, I'm too old for fucking talk with kids on the messages. If you guys have anything to say, you can tell me on VC. Thank you. Okay, go
okay,
on, flying.
shut up,
All right.
shut up. Did you even hear Flat? What he
Hang on.
talked to you?
Man, I talked with him for 3 hours on the other server. I know what he's saying,
Did,
and I spoke with him.
did you hear what he said to you
No, man, I'm deaf. I heard him.
recently?
Yeah. Yes, recently I spoke with him.
Yeah. Why do you ask the same fucking thing?
Okay, I'm not gonna talk to you.
He just told
Flying,
you.
Can you continue what you wanted to say?
He just told you.
Lost. Can you hear me?
Yeah, who's
Yeah.
talking? I'm sorry.
Yeah, dude. When you say, okay, can you repeat the last sentence you said regarding you have the
Yeah,
math and you can
I
prove
wanted.
the Earth is a
I,
globe with the
that's
math?
what I wanted to
I mean,
address within 20 cups. That was my question, Lost. Let's let me clarify that a little
yeah,
bit
go on,
further
flying.
as
I'm
well
sorry.
for 20 cups. Is that
Take it away.
yes, you may have a calculation where the calculation at the end of the day is correct, but a calculation isn't going to prove the shape of the Earth. Yeah, what you're doing is you're making a calculation of something and then you're reifying it into reality. That's where I said we have direct measurements, which are much more important than calculations. Yeah, a
Right?
Yeah,
calculation depends on where you start.
yeah. In essence, dude, whatever you're plugging into your calculations, those variables actually have to be representative of reality in some way, shape, or form. All right. So if you're going to plug in a variable that has no connection to reality, you can say, oh, well, if this variable was real, this is the result we would get.
Okay.
Okay. And you have leeway in that when things are uncertain, right? If you presume it's a ball and you take a measurement and it looks a little bit kind of off horizontal, so you think it's curving and you can project out, oh, maybe, if it is curving, then this would be the curvature that we would get. And therefore, from that, we would have a ball of this size. That, you can assume that. But unless you go out and verify, right? You go verify that measurement, you're left, just assuming it. So the calculations can be correct again if your assumptions are correct, but you have to ground those assumptions in something.
Great. So basically, whatever I calculate on paper is not okay until I test it, right? That's what you're saying, basically.
Until your variables are actually known to be legitimate, then you're just pie in the sky, estimating or guessing what could be if your stuff is actually correct. But you don't know them to be correct. You don't know them to be accurate at this point. Or do you?
Right. So why would something show on paper that it's right, and why would we assume that based on that it's right that it's not right yet? This is my thing, right? Because I understand what you're saying, right? I definitely understand what you're saying, and also this guy Flat, he spoke with me. I know that he's not stupid. He knows that I'm not stupid, right? I mean, like doesn't matter if he believes the Earth is flat. I believe the Earth is round, right? It doesn't matter. That doesn't determine if someone is low IQ, high IQ, whatever. It's like each other, right? But I'm saying this is the difference. This is the key difference, right? There are no mathematically consistent predictive calculations that demonstrate a flat Earth across real world data, but there are many calculations that predict observations, assuming, as you said, a curved Earth, and those predictions match measurements. So your part, yeah, but your part is not even assuming via calculations. My parts are being both assumed and those predict match measurements. I
Okay,
can even give you some.
Which measurements, sir?
All right, give me just 1 second. Hold on, 1 second. Give me just 5 minutes.
Well, we did test
Idiot.
his ability to retain information. He can actually do that, and he has the capability of reason also a little bit. So let's see what he has to bring up. It's
Yeah.
I find this funny and interesting a little bit too. So plus, I
Good.
rather listen to this than have a dead air here. So hope
Oh,
he
this
comes
is
back.
great. He ran
Yes.
away once last time, so it's interesting
Yeah,
he came back.
yeah. But you guys have at him. I got to put my kids to bed now, but I had a lot of fun, so appreciate that. Give me a little time here. Thanks.
Good shit.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
supposed to
India
be
needs to
working, but
India needs to come in here and get a bite out of a PhD. That could be fun.
I call bullshit on that.
Yeah, yeah,
Personally.
me too. But I'm feeling generous. I'm granting him
Maybe.
his PhD. It's an honorary one. The judge can grant a PhD.
Once he said, yeah, he had it, and then we pushed him back. We pushed back on that. He said, "Oh, I'm studying for one." It was mixed message
We
throughout
can
the entire
actually
conversation.
we could do something fun. We could ask him about the Poisson regression or something like that, statistics that he should know as a PhD, and see if he stumbles on that. But I don't know. I mean, the room is really about that. But
What
yeah,
did
we could talk.
what did he say he was studying?
I can't remember. But
Because
in
for all
any PhD will have to take the statistics course at least, right? So they all do
I
that.
mean,
So
it
that's
depends.
good.
I mean, if he's got like a fucking PhD in like basket weaving or some shit,
Yeah, he would still
like
he would still have to do the statistics course. But yeah,
you think?
yeah, you
Okay.
have to. That's like the
I
first year
thought
they do all those things.
Okay.
Yeah.
PhD was just poor, helpless, and desperate.
I
Yeah, no. I
love
mean
that one.
there's some ways to weed it out, but I'm granting him his PhD right now. Why not? But
Whatever.
India, if you're over on YouTube, dude, you gotta come back because if this guy comes back, that would be fun.
Yeah, let's just say his name 5 times. He'll be here. Remember it happened once, a couple weeks
Right,
back?
right. Yeah, I know him. India, he is lurking over on YouTube a lot.
Just call him an old man. He'll come in and give you shit. But it'll get him here, so it's worth it.
I was over on his YouTube looking for his observation, but I didn't see it published there. So I wonder if he put it only on X or something. I want to start using that thing because I like that the water temperature was a little bit lower than the air. DJ is missing out as well, but I know it's in the middle of the. It's like 3 a.m. over in Poland. Guy got to sleep at some point.
DJ's in another server right now, actually.
Oh, he's still up.
But, yeah,
Wow.
but did I hear that guy correctly? Did he say that unless there's a calculation for flat Earth, that we can't have flat Earth?
Yeah,
It's funny.
basically.
So we have to have a calculation for zero slope, or the Earth isn't flat?
I'm not sure if he said unless you have it, it can't be true. I think he was just arguing
No,
that.
he said there is no calculations for flat Earth.
Right. So he was arguing that his position, they've got a bunch of calculations, they're ready to argue the point, and we're not because we don't have calculations. Doesn't mean it's not true necessarily, or at least that's not what I was getting from what he was saying. But he was trying to diminish the position because we don't have, fancy math necessarily.
Well, what fancy math do you need for a plane?
I know, it's a ridiculous.
I mean, come on.
I think all math
But he also said that if the math looks good, we don't need for it to comport to reality.
Yeah, if we can use the math to accurately predict stuff, right? That's what he's trying to
It's not
go
even
about.
predictions, it's things we can't even see, right?
Yeah, I want to press him on that. What is he actually talking about? What he said, like, what is he predicting? Right.
But then he kept repeating that we don't actually have anything empirical to present, and we don't have any calculations to present, and the globe has calculations and it has the measurement. So I expect he's just going to come back with more calculations.
Yeah. So that's where he said he left off, right? I asked him what measurements, and he said, "Oh, I'll be back." So we'll see. Maybe that could be the starting point. $5 he comes back with Eratosthenes.
That's a no-brainer, that one.
You. صافي هكاك أيوب. هكا أيوب.
Hej kompis!
أو يتسبك. شارجي دابا. آسف.
Hello?
Hello, my friend.
Try again?
Hello, hello. Hello, my friend.
Hello?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm back, guys. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So, what was the last thing we spoke about? We spoke about quantum gravity.
That
No,
was
you
one.
were gonna go away and bring back some calculations for us.
Oh yeah. I remember. I said that there are many calculations that can predict observations. They can assume that the Earth is flat, but there are none that can even assume that the flat Earth, right? So I said, are there like I'm gonna go with your logic, and I'll use assume, right? Are there any calculation that can assume that the Earth is flat?
That was not exactly what happened, dude. You left saying that you'll be back with measurements.
No, I said I'll be back in a second because I had to put my kid to sleep. I didn't say I'm gonna be back with the measurements. I have the measurements right now, but that's the last thing that I remember was saying.
Okay. So what are these measurements?
So we were talking about measurements of assuming that the curved Earth, right? Those measurements.
Yeah, measurements of, say, like if you're on a ball, can you measure the rate of curvature? Can you measure the circumference? Can you measure the radius, et cetera, whatever?
I mean,
attribute.
no need about using ball. We can definitely talk about curvature. There's measurement that's explaining curvature drop over a distance. For a sphere, surface drops relative to a tangent line, right? Would you agree with
Okay.
that?
That's the generic form or the generic attribute. Yeah. So what are the measurements of the real world drop over distance?
I mean, it's
As
used in surveying, right? It's using long distance concentration. So drop
okay,
is
go for it.
right. So like we have to understand I'll use D. D is distance to horizon, and I'll use R. R is Earth's radius, right? So to get to the drop of over distance, we have to do D, which is, as I said, distance to horizon squared underscore, which means divided, with 2 points Earth's radius, right? That's how we get drop curvature over radius, right?
Perfect.
That's
So
how we
where
get
did
it.
that? Perfect. Okay, so let's scrutinize this. Where'd you get the R from?
R is Earth's radius.
Okay, where did that come from, sir?
Like, what do you mean? That's just the generic Earth's
Where
radius.
where was that derived? How do they know what the radius is, or even rather, if there even is one, or are they just assuming?
How do they know what's the Earth's radius?
Yeah, where did that number come from? Did they just pull it out of their ass, or did they actually go do something and be like, "Oh shit, that means the radius is this"?
Right, but
What was the thing?
I didn't say number. I just said R is Earth's radius. I didn't say what's Earth's radius.
Do you know what the radius is?
Yeah, 6,371 kilometers.
Thank you very much. Where did that come from, sir?
Modern methods track orbits and distances using triangular
Hey,
and timing, satellite
okay,
measurements. GPS system,
Satellite
geodetic
system.
surveying, anything like that can
Okay,
measure
whoa,
that.
whoa, 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 whoa. Calm down there. One at a time. So you mean to say this R is only known with today's techniques?
Come again?
So you mean to say R is only determinable by using modern methods? Or did it come from somewhere else?
No, that's not what I said. We did not
I asked
first
you where it
science.
come. Okay, well, I asked you where it came from, and you went on to enumerate a bunch of stuff, many of
Like,
which were modern methods.
like we actually had a
What
good
is-
value for over 2,000 years ago using simple
Okay,
geometry.
fantastic.
Actually.
Fantastic. So what was that method used 2,000 years ago?
I mean, they use shadows, I guess. Basic geometry, distances between two
Okay.
locations. What can they do? I mean, um,
Someone owes me $5. Someone fucking owes me $5. God damn
Not
it.
me. I told you it was a no-brainer.
All right, did you want to walk us through this shadow thingamajig?
I mean, you asked me strictly about this. Like, you actually focused to get to the Eratosthenes, like,
Exactly.
calculated, right?
So you remember before, right, when we were talking about, if we're going to do some calculations, we have to ensure that all our variables are legitimate, right? Or else they don't mean anything, or at best they're theoretical in some hypothetical context, right? So here you have a supposed radius. We want to know how that was determined. And you're going to give us some dude with some shadows and shit thousands of years ago. How do we know that, that's the actual value? What was his method? Can we determine if his method was actually efficacious?
Just because, I mean, are you trying to talk about a fact because it happened 2 years ago, 2,000 years ago, or?
No. No. It's not the fact that it was 2,000 years ago. It could have been done yesterday.
Okay.
We want to know what the actual method is and if it's efficacious or not.
So I guess they were just like, if Earth is curved, the sun would hit different location at slightly different angles at the same time. So the guy literally picked two locations roughly north south of each other. He measured the angle of the sun at the same time, noon, and in one place, sun almost directly overhead with no shadow, and other it stacks cost a shadow, which gives an angle like zero. So he
Okay,
used
so
fact
fantastic.
that angle, and he used like actual facts, which are like actually would like doesn't need to have any numbers. He literally
Okay.
just did angle underscore 360 degrees is equal to distance between cities underscore Earth circumference, right? So R is equal to distance underscore 0 times 180, which is the angle underscore P. So why is that valid?
Okay.
Strictly because it follows straight line geometry, parallel rays from the sun, valid because the sun is very far away, and angle measurement, which we can verify today.
Okay. So let's scrutinize some of these assumptions. Okay. So you're talking about parallel light rays from the sun. How far is the sun to actually generate parallel light rays
From where?
from the sun?
How far is the distance from the sun from where?
Yeah, because that calculation implies that the sun must be far away enough and big enough so as to cast parallel light rays, right? So how is that known to be the case? How far is the sun? How big is it? Yada yada yada. Otherwise, you just have to pull, that assumption out of your ass that it's far enough away so as to create parallel light rays.
We know the average sun is like about 1 astronomical unit. That's about 150 million kilometers from Earth.
Did he know that at the time?
How did he know that 2,000 years ago?
Did he know the Earth was about 150 kilometers away?
You're not tracking, bro. You're really not. Put the bong down, man. Come on.
No, I have to, man. I'm a stoner.
Yeah. Put it down.
Why? It helps me. It helps me think.
It's not doing a great job.
It is actually, because I'm giving you numbers, so you can't probably do these numbers to yourself.
You're talking shit. And you're
Not
too
talking
high to
shit.
recognize it. Yeah, you are. I asked you how did he know the distance to the sun at the time that he was performing these calculations? Or did he just assume the distance? Did he assume that the parallel light rays were
He
coming in parallel?
assumed something that's not very hard to assume. He just assumed the sun is very far away
Okay.
compared
So
to.
thank you. So if it's
Why
not
would
hard
he
to
assume that?
so then, yeah. So if
Why
it's
would
not
he
hard to
assume that another
Tony,
planet is far
listen to me.
away?
Listen, bro. Listen. If it's not hard to assume, that must mean that it's easy to confirm after the fact, right?
Okay, do you want me to explain you why? I can tell you why.
Yes
It's
or
pretty
no?
simple, man. Because you're
Yes
saying
or
that I'm
no? Yes or
yes
no?
or no what? Yes or no what?
If it's easy to assume, that would imply that it's easy to verify after the fact, right?
Not really, because you can assume something, and if you can say you're assuming that because you're doing a calculation, and they're
You
doing
can assume. Well,
calculation of
yeah,
that just because so they don't assume and they fuck up their lives without like for sending someone to visit other planet or something like that.
verify it,
But
right? Yeah.
anyways, listen.
You can assume.
Either way,
Minute,
even if even if I'm a
bro.
stoner, right? I can just tell
Bro,
you right now
just
something that's
tell you.
pretty simple to understand, okay?
Yeah,
Because I
dude.
listen
Of
to
course,
you. Let me just tell you this,
now listen,
okay?
man. It's okay. Look, you can assume shit, okay? But if you
Mhm.
acknowledge it's an assumption, then that's fine. But if you assert it to be a fact, right, without verification, then that's going to rub people the wrong way. So I ask you, how was that confirmed to be the case that it's far enough so as to generate parallel light rays?
Okay, so
Basically,
as
to
I said,
retroactively confirm what Eratosthenes did. Go ahead.
he did not need to know the sun's distance for his method to work.
Okay,
So
thank you. So he assumed it.
he
Thank you.
assumed that the sun is very far away compared to the distance of Earth, so its rays are approximately parallel. He did not need the exact number. It's pretty
Thank you very
simple.
much.
Why,
Thank you very
what
much.
if the
So
sun was
therefore,
closer?
Any
What if the
other
sun was
planet.
closer?
therefore, his method is inconclusive
Hold on, guys.
because
Hold
he
on one
doesn't
second.
know everything.
When we
Go
see
ahead.
a tall building in far distance away, we assume that it's a few hundred, maybe a few tens of kilometers away. When we see another planet like Moon, we can just assume that it's very far away. It's pretty simple. Like you can explain this to a kid. So why
Bro,
did
you're
that is
allowed to assume all these
right?
things. You're
Yeah,
allowed to
but I
assume
mean,
all these
come
things.
on,
It's
man.
fine.
You don't need to like say, "Oh, you're allowed to assume it." That doesn't mean that
Well,
it's
you
true.
are,
What do you
right?
think?
But
Like,
you're trying to look, dude. You're trying to defend assuming something. Everyone makes assumptions all the time. But if you're going to come in
are you trying to say
and
that?
tell me
So you think the
to
sun
my face
you
that you
think the sun
hang
is
on,
very
bro.
close?
Listen, hang on. If you're going to tell me to my face that you know this to be the case, and I ask you how you know, and you tell me, oh, I'm just going to assume it, like, okay, you're pulling back. That's fine.
But we're
But you
talking about
understand the
sun, bro. We're
difference,
not
right?
talking about like some stuff that you're related about. We're talking about sun being far away from the Earth's.
Right. So I ask you, how far is it? And you just say, I assume it's X distance. Okay. But that
In
means
modern
everything else that
technology,
you
we can
build
know how
upon
far
that
is it.
assumption, then that just means that everything else that you build upon that assumption is on shaky grounds until otherwise validated. So I ask you, how is that validated? How is it
All right.
confirmed? How is the distance confirmed?
Okay. So if the sun was close, then different cities
How
would see the sun
was
at very different angles, right?
the distance confirmed? You don't have to ask me a follow-up question, dude. You can say, I don't know. You're allowed to say that too.
What was
Okay.
your question?
How was it confirmed that the light rays are the sun is far enough to create parallel light rays? How is the
As I said,
distance confirmed?
as soon as you know that the sun is very far away compared to the distance of Earth,
Okay,
you can already say that its rays are approximately parallel. You can already
perfect.
say that just because you
Perfect.
know
So
that.
how big? Perfect. So how big is the sun, and how far away is it? How many times do I have to ask you?
And I told you right now of this modern technology, we can say that's 150 million kilometers. I told you that.
Okay. So how is that determined, sir?
Right now, with with technology that we have, it's not assumed.
Fantastic.
It's actually proven.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Run us through those methods, please.
But we still didn't talk about the stuff that I had before. I mean, he still didn't need any numbers to say that. He just had to know that the sun is far away, because I mean, we already can determine that, because if the sun was if the sun was close, the sun would appear in different sizes in different places. Day night patterns will break down. As I said, different cities would see the sun at very different angles, but in reality, the sun looks the same size everywhere on Earth.
So I take off my
Sun angles
underwear.
change
Okay.
smoothly and predictably, and time zones and daylight time behave consistently. That already implies the sun must be very far away relative to Earth's size. So whoever is saying that somebody will say anything on YouTube, they must be stupid, because I mean, we don't need modern technology to assume the sun is far away. It is far away and is the same size. Whoever thinks something else, they're just low IQ, because all of that is pretty proven. In modern technology, we can get numbers, but we don't need shit to prove something is far away as planets. Whoever has any evidence of what I'm just saying, he can jump into a conversation with me, but I will use numbers.
Dude, these numbers are coming out of your ass, right?
150 million kilometers away. That's coming out of my ass.
It's coming out of your ass 3
Why
times
would it,
over.
okay? Why would we need one? Why would we need a number again? Do we need a number to determine something?
Yeah, because you need to justify the light rays coming in at parallel, right?
Wrong.
It needs to be far
Wrong.
enough for the light rays to come in parallel.
Knowing the sun is very far away compared to the distance of Earth, we already know the rays are approximately
You have
parallel.
to presume that. You have to presume that, and then basically retroactively justify it. The assumption that it's 100 and something million miles away or whatever. By the way, Flyer, my thing you're coming in really low. Anyway, this is what's happening, dude. You haven't been able to show us was determined.
We don't need a number again, as I said.
Okay, so you don't have anything then. How do you know it's far enough away? What does enough mean?
It's far away.
How far, and how far is enough to justify parallel light rays? And you're forgetting also that there needs to be a size element to that too, right? So how big is it also? Like, see, this is the thing. You can assume all this shit. Here's the thing, right? You can assume all this stuff, right? And suspend it in midair as uncertain, but your best guess if all these things add up or are true. And that's fine.
You know, I really would want to talk with someone that thinks the Earth is flat and actually prove something, because like every time I speak with someone from like servers like this and like channels like this, all I'm getting is you just jump from one point to one point, like asking me questions. How about I ask you?
We're not jumping.
Why?
Dude, we've been on the same point for the last 10, 15 minutes.
Right.
even
And you're
before
still
you left.
asking me stuff like, oh,
Yeah,
why?
because
How do we know the? Hold on. Let me
because
just tell you let me just tell you what's happening so you can understand. So what's happening is you keep asking me what's the distance of like Earth between Sun and Earth, which we learn in elementary school. I prove you that because I've been to elementary school.
Hang on. Stop, dude.
Hold on.
Stop.
Hold on.
Hang on.
Hold
the
on.
fuck
Hold
on.
on. Hold the
fuck
fuck on.
I'm literally not talking.
Go Cyber.
Hold on. Flat. Tyst Hera. Flat told you for half an hour the evidence. He shut your fucking mouth up. You run away.
Can we talk without using? I didn't run away. I went to put my kids to sleep, man. I have a life.
I don't care.
You know?
I don't care.
But I don't
Now
care
you're
either,
acting
man.
like-
You're gonna talk to me
Now-
normal.
now-
I'll mute you, bro. I don't give a fuck about you. I'll just mute you. Just talk to me normal, or I'll fucking mute you, bro. Like I don't care. You're like 15.
No, you won't mute him, dude. You'll unmute him because if you're muting people, we'll kick you.
You don't
They
mute
can hear
me.
me. I'm not gonna talk to a 15-year-old saying shit
You don't
like
mute
this.
me.
Unmute him right now. Unmute him.
You don't go in here with
I'll ban you.
disrespect. This is respect.
But you're disrespecting me, bro. Like what do you
This
think
is
you are?
respect.
Just duke it out.
How is disrespect? I didn't use F words. You're the one that uses F
Hey,
words.
Lost Warriors, you want proof that the sun shrinks when it moves across the sky?
The
Flat told
the
you
sun
for
shrinks?
30 minutes.
Yeah, the sun shrinks.
The
You said the sun
evidence.
stays the same
You
size. It
can't
doesn't.
come back here and ask for evidence when Flat told you for 30 minutes the evidence.
But you said 1 hour. Now you're saying for 30 minutes. Okay. Anyways, Swole Dog, you're saying the sun shrinks, right?
Yes, the sun shrinks.
Fuck
Yeah.
you.
Wait, he's saying fuck you to me, and he's talking about
I
disrespect.
don't care. You
Where
can
is
fuck
the
me too,
respect,
man.
bro?
You, man. Fuck you. Let's all fuck each other.
Where is
I'm
the
not gay.
respect? You're
Where's
not
your
here for.
respect, you fucking idiot? You said fuck you to me. Where's your respect, you fucking asshole?
So anyway,
Anyways,
in the
Swole
side
Dog,
chat,
how's
in
it
the side
shrinking?
chat,
Can you tell me
in the
how
side
does
chat,
that work?
in the side chat, there's the sun shrinking right here. You can
Oh,
think Wolfie, he's an anti-flat earther.
clown.
He used a solar filter to prove that the sun does not shrink when it moves across the sky. So I paused it at the beginning of the video and at the end of the video where he was doing his little solar filter video, and I took screenshots and then I overlaid them side by side, and it shows the sun shrinking as it moves down in the sky.
Great, and that's perfectly fine. And can you
No, it's
also like
not.
it
You
is
said the
like
sun can't shrink.
yeah, but listen, for me, I also had calculation that assumed that, and I can probably also experimentally prove it. But your thing is
So you
just
got
assuming it via
calculations
video.
that prove that when the sun moves 4,000 miles across the sky, that
Yeah, I want any
that
calculation that can prove that the sun is
it
shrinking. Yeah.
shrinks almost a half a degree.
Yes, because that's by physics and by math, by anything, it's impossible to happen. I want to see how you can
Well, the
get to it.
sun's supposed to be huge.
Because it is, right? I mean, compared to
No,
the
it's
Earth,
not.
right? Because we know what's huge in
How
the
big is
terms of Earth, right? We can just
it?
assume the like how
How big
big
is
it
it?
is. We
How
can
big
just
is it?
assume.
How did you measure the size of the sun?
I just flew there, bro. Can you just fucking focus on what we're talking? I don't know how
I
big is
am
it. I was not
focusing
in
what you're
elementary
talking about.
school. I was
Here's the
not
thing.
in elementary school. I don't know how big sun is.
Listen. You're assuming the sun is a certain size and a certain distance, and that the light rays are parallel because it's fucking huge.
Okay,
Those are the
and
three assumptions that you're
you're
making.
assuming the sun is shrinking because you watched a
No,
video.
I'm not assuming it's shrinking. It's evident.
Yeah, evidence is on a video on YouTube, but I also can assume it
As
based
you know
on
what
the
you know what
calculation. Because guess what?
diminution is,
Guess
right?
what? Guess
You know what
what? Earth,
diminution is,
guess what? Flat Earth mods.
bro. You
We
know what
cannot just
diminution is?
assume stuff. We cannot
You know
just
what
assume
diminution
stuff.
is?
We can.
I'm not assuming nothing. I'm going
You
by the
are, bro.
evidence.
You're
You're
going by YouTube video. You're going by
no,
YouTube
here's the
video,
thing.
right?
Lost. You're actually
That's a
very
flat
right about
earther.
that. You're actually very right about that. This assumption bullshit. Okay, it's your arguments are laden with it. Right? I've been asking you for the last 10, 15 minutes, right? Before you left and after you left, give us the validation of all these assumptions. And you're basically saying we don't have to validate it. The assumptions are are reasonable because of
All right.
XYZ reason.
All right, you call
So which
something
is
that
it?
happened 2,000 years ago stupid
Right?
because
No. It's not that, dude. Here's the
See,
thing.
there you go, ad homing.
It's
Stupid.
not that. Yeah, bro. Hold on. It's not that what Eratosthenes did was stupid. Okay. What he did, if the assumptions are correct, then his math works out.
right,
Okay.
right. But listen,
The
cups,
framework keeps
20
that out.
cups, 20 cups.
Listen.
He didn't need
No,
to
let me
know any
finish.
number, right? You do
Let me
understand
finish.
that.
Let me fucking finish. Okay. His framework works out if the assumptions are accurate. Okay. We're just asking where were the assumptions confirmed to actually be the case, so as to legitimize his entire approach. That's all we're doing.
Okay. So, do you agree? He didn't need any
Wait, that's
numbers,
funny?
right?
Is
I
that
agree. He
funny?
didn't need any numbers to assume the Earth was a ball.
No, I said he didn't need sorry. He didn't need any numbers to
He did
get the
not
calculation.
need any numbers to assume the Earth was a ball. He assumed the Earth was a ball. He assumed the sun was an infinite distance away, and he assumed that all the light rays that were coming from the sun were parallel. And then he got two angles from
Yeah.
Syene and Alexandria, and he took the two angles. He divided that number. He took 360 divided by the angle that he got, and then he multiplied it by the distance from those two places, and it gave him the circumference of the Earth. You could do the
Exactly.
same thing with your living room.
Exactly.
You could literally measure the circumference of your living room right now, all you need to do is have one light bulb on in the ceiling, and then you put one soda can underneath that light bulb. You put another soda can 3 feet away. You measure the angle distance between the two fucking soda cans, and then you take 360, divide it by that angled number, and then you multiply it by 3 feet, and you get the total circumference of your living room. It's not hard to do, dude.
Right. So, what was
So
I
it's not
saying?
exclusive, right? Just the fact that you have an angle, you have one shadow from an object off center from a light source compared to the one that's directly under it. Right? That phenomena is not exclusive to objects on a
No,
curved surface.
no, but I just want to like tell him, the guy who was just talking about this, that actually can do it like in your room, right? Because you do understand how math and physics work, right? Because like if the light bulb is close, light rays diverge, they spread out, so the angle,
Oh,
there's an equidistant
really?
distance from the source, yeah,
Really? No
curvature.
shit.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
shit. You're stupid.
Yeah.
You can't do it like that. You're stupid asshole, bro. You have to understand. He did it in two cities, not in his living room. You stupid idiot. You guys have to wake up. Nobody believes in flat Earth besides you dumb assholes, bro.
Relax. Calm the
Nobody.
fuck down. Calm the fuck down, right? So you have this is the problem, right? You don't know
You
that the
guys
light
are
rays
just a
are not
community based on unemployed
You're
assholes that
crying,
work in
bro. You're
factories
crying,
with no
man.
community. That's what
Why
you guys
are you
are. None
crying?
of you guys have
That's
any
not
fucking
true, dude.
shitty.
All right, stop crying, you little baby.
Dude,
Okay,
you're
this is the
becoming a little
problem.
bit
You're
aggressive
assuming the
now
light
because
rays.
of the bong.
You're assuming the light rays are not diverging. You're assuming that the sun is far enough so as to create parallel light rays. This is where your assumption comes in. Now, if you can show that it's actually far enough to create parallel light rays, then you actually have an argument. Okay? Go ahead.
You guys are just a community based with memes about.
All right.
You grew up in school on memes, bro. What do you think those images in your textbook with the little writing underneath it was? That was a meme.
Yeah, this guy took like one too many bong hits. I can unmute him if you want, but he's not
He
gonna.
shouldn't procreate.
Yeah, I feel bad for his kids.
I missed half the conversation. I got tied up on a phone call for work, something that apparently birthers don't do. And according
You want
to
to try it, AJ? Go ahead. We were just
Man,
on
you
the
shouldn't
parallel
feel
light
bad
rays.
about my kids, and you
Parallel light
shouldn't talk
rays
about
versus
my kids
divergent
better
light
right now.
rays. He doesn't seem to acknowledge that he's assuming that the light is actually coming in parallel, right? He doesn't want to the fact that he is assuming that.
Cubs, don't talk about my family, about my kids, please. Thank you.
No, I'm not talking about
You are.
you.
You said you're sorry about my kids. My kids are very
Yeah, I
happy,
do, because
and
it's
my
about
kids
you.
have everything they want because their dad has
All right,
money
relax.
and can buy them stuff.
Yeah, but you're high as fuck.
So what? I'm high as fuck in my free time. I can do whatever I want in my free
obviously
time.
manifesting in problematic situations such as this one, where you can't actually think straight.
Like I can think straight, and I can tell
You're
you. I
not
told you
thinking
all of
straight,
this.
dude. You're not
Hi.
acknowledging your underlying assumptions. Now, if you can prove that this is not an assumption, then that's fine, and we're pressing you for that so you can get yourself out of this tangle.
But look, man, look, friend. Listen, let me tell you something, friend. You are saying that I'm assuming stuff, whatever. Let's do with experimental stuff, right? You said that I can't think straight, and you said my kids are sad because I'm high as fuck. I can't think straight. Give me any, like, as I said, anything to measure, anything to like anything in physics, like anything to use, like anything. I'll turn on my camera. I'll do it on a paper, and I will show you that I can think straight because I can, I can calculate stuff. Like I can use math, I can use physics. Because I'm a big guy with PhD. Being a PhD, it's such a big thing. And you
Measure
guys
the
are trying
circumference of your living room.
Quit
You can't do it
bloviating.
like that. You're stupid. That's too close. You
Quit
can't do that.
fucking
That's not how physics work.
Dude, quit bloviating
Physics
and get
scales.
the measurement.
Not really. Okay, just because.
Okay, let me ask a question that might get us further.
Please.
What was look, I don't even know about Eratosthenes because at the end of the day there is no primary documentation of Eratosthenes, and it didn't start being taught till the 1980s. So that makes me question to begin with. But my question to you is, What was Eratosthenes trying to achieve when he took these angle measurements? Was he trying to measure the Earth as a globe, or was he trying to gain a circumference or radius? What was the purpose of the measurements?
What was the purpose of what he was doing, right?
Correct.
I mean, I guess you weren't here when we were talking, but I try to explain because the main question was to get me to the question, when was it firstly measured, or whatever, right? So I said Eratosthenes did it like 2,000 years ago, and I said you can do it like right now, and like you don't need the numbers, right? The main thing was you don't need the numbers to prove like assumption, right? You don't need no numbers for that. You can just, like, we know that sun is big, sun is far away from us. We know that. Based on that, you can also assume the race. Based on that, you can assume other stuff. It doesn't matter. So this guy said, "Oh, but you can do it in your living room," which proves that he's uneducated. And I understand that. I'm happy with that, right? I'm happy with everyone here. Whatever, that's fine with me. I know the half of flat earthers. I'm not saying you, man. Like, you sound older than me. That's fine. I'm 38, hitting 40s. Doesn't matter how old you are. That's your thing. But I'm saying half of these people are in 20s, 25, whatever. Half of them are either working in factories or not working anywhere, and they have just community with memes, sending stuff
All
in
right, dude.
chat because hold on, I can't
Yeah,
even talk. Hold on, I'm
bro,
talking
get
now.
to the
Hold on,
chase.
hold on, cups.
You have
I'm
no
talking now. Hold
fucking
on, I
idea
let
who
you
any
talk.
of
Hold
us.
on, let me talk.
No,
Let me talk.
just shut the fuck up.
Okay, I'm
Okay,
gonna
if you're
mute you. You
start
shut the fuck up. I'm
no,
gonna.
if you're gonna start talking about us, okay, we're gonna boot you. Okay, you have no idea who the fuck we are. Okay, shut up about that and get on with the point, please. Now, if you muted
Don't
me,
mute him, man.
right? If you
I'll fucking
muted
ban
me,
you.
you're not coming off mute. Okay, acknowledge what I just said. Go ahead, and I'll take you off mute.
But bro, you're so high with that, like with those.
All right, it's over. Unless someone else wants to take it. But this guy's
No, it's
Well,
a
I
good
was going
call.
to.
Yeah,
I
get
was
rid of
going to
this fool.
address him.
Maybe he can go buy himself a personality with all that money he's bragging about. Get the fuck out of here, bud.
No, it's okay.
I was going to just address him as he was answering me, but he wanted to get back to everybody else and what everybody else was saying. But I wanted to say to him, yeah, I missed all of that conversation. That's not what I'm asking. I'm actually asking what the purpose was to begin with. I don't know if we can answer that.
Want to continue?
I wasn't going to go. Yeah, I wasn't going to go down that other path.
Have another stab at it.
Yeah, we'll see.
He had no purpose at all.
I mean, I did explain it, but I guess
But
you guys are
yeah,
just gonna keep
No,
muting me or
sorry,
whatever.
sorry,
So.
dude. No. I was asking you the question.
good
I
try,
wasn't.
20 cups. Absolutely,
I
good try.
Hold on, Cider.
Yeah,
I wasn't
Go ahead,
actually
guys.
here for your conversation because I'm at work. Yeah, and I had to take a phone call. So I understand the conversation you've had with 20 cups, sort of, from what you've just said. But my question to you was completely separate, which was, again, what was he trying to achieve in the first place? What was the point of what he was doing?
So as I said, I mean, his goal was to measure the size of the Earth. That was his goal.
If the Earth was a sphere, correct?
No. He wasn't trying to prove flat or globe Earth. He was just trying to measure. He was trying to
That's right.
measure
He
the size
wanted
of the Earth.
he wanted to measure the size, the circumference, yes,
Yeah.
based on the belief that the Earth was already a sphere.
Well, what he did was he was trying to see if the sun is it the same for both places and why is the angle different. That's all he wanted to do. Like, his reasoning was he considered two possibilities. If Earth was flat, the sun would need to be close and localized. That would cause inconsistent angles and behavior across location. But if Earth was curved, different locations would naturally have different angles to the sun, and the angles difference would match the curvature between them. So
that doesn't seem right.
Okay, so then
his objective was, if I know the angle difference and the distance between the cities, I can calculate the Earth's circumference. So this purpose was not philosophical, was not political, was not proving a model. It was a practical measurement problem using geometry. Pretty
Yeah, no,
simple.
you totally messed it up, man.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, you
didn't.
did.
I didn't mess it up.
Sorry.
But what did I mess it up with?
Okay, so what you just said originally was that Eratosthenes wasn't interested in measuring whether the Earth was flat or round or any of those things. He was just making a calculation for a circumference. I then said to you that he had a belief that the Earth was a globe, and that was why he's trying to obtain that circumference. You've now come back and said that he was now measuring angles due to the fact that if it was a specific angle, it would rule out a flat Earth. That's not what he actually did there. Have you ever actually read what Eratosthenes did and why?
Like 5 years ago, maybe I did.
Yeah, so all he was doing was he was using the angles of the shadows at noon, yeah, to make a calculation based on the belief that Earth was already a sphere. So what I want to know from Eratosthenes' side, or from this argument, yeah, is how did he know that the Earth was already a sphere, or was this just an assumption that he used in the maths, yeah, to calculate the circumference? Secondly, he also did make some other, what would you say, assumptions, yeah. So there was an assumption that rays were parallel when that's not what we see in reality. There was an assumption to an infinite distant sun, which is not a reality. Yeah, so I don't count Eratosthenes for measuring the Earth to be curving, because that's not what he did. We want a direct measurement of drop over distance. Just like I said to you in the beginning of this conversation, we can give you direct measurements of the Earth being flat, not calculations. So if Eratosthenes believed the Earth was a globe to begin with prior to making these calculations, whoever proved it to be so prior? So we're
Right.
not working with assumptions.
Right. No, that's a fair question. Actually, that was a really good question about that. But so, yeah, he actually firstly did have idea that the Earth was spherical before he already did this. So the idea already existed among Greek scholars before him, like as you said, Aristotle. So his goal was not, as I said before, not to test if the Earth was flat or round. His goal was, given that the Earth is spherical, what is its size? So you're correct. He started with the belief model, the Earth is globe. So why is a good question, but we have to go back because we're talking about 2,000 years ago, right? We didn't have technology to prove or to make any assumption about flat Earths. So Aristotle didn't come up with the idea himself, right? The spherical Earth was already argued by earlier Greek thinkers, like as you said, Aristotle. They had a few observations about ships disappearing.
What was your
First.
original request, AJ?
Can I
Well,
continue or?
Yeah, my original request, sorry, just so G-Dub can understand where we're at. My original request was, why did he originally take these measurements? Yeah, so yeah, he answered that correctly just then. He said yes.
Yeah.
We're correct.
So let me
it wasn't a request for drop over distance measurement.
Well, yes, I did ask for that afterwards. I did say that.
Oh, okay, right.
Yes, correct. But I know where he's going here. Yes, there was other Greeks that did believe this. Yeah, and this is all based on philosophy.
It's a good thing because I actually did major for 2 years in philosophy, so I know what like that they were thinking about, like Aristotle thing that ships are disappearing hull first, different stars in different places, Earth shadows during a lunar eclipse, whatever else. So that's the answer on your thing, which is a fair question, though. It's a fair question. I wouldn't say.
So I understand that philosophy. That is still philosophy, though. Yeah, I mean there is no scientific facts behind any of that, and there are other answers as well, or explanations that can be given from a flat Earth side for these observations that they were making. Ships disappearing hull first. There's many other issues that occur with the eclipses, etc., that can't be explained on a globe either. So at the end of the day, what I want to know is who has ever measured directly a drop over distance from horizontal that would be required for Earth to be a ball, because every measurement that I've taken personally, or surveyors, etc., they measure the Earth to be flat without this drop over distance that would be required. So can you maybe put forward somebody who has ever taken that measurement?
Yeah, and if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken, there, I think that was the request that was made of you before you left to put your kids to bed. So we were hoping that you would come back.
I don't remember though. But yeah, can I
Yeah.
just ask you one question before that so I don't forget about it, please? Just it's a very simple one. I bet it's the same as what you said about before. So what flat Earth model explains all those observations at the same time with consistent math?
Oh, this card.
Yeah, the
Well,
one where the
you
Earth is
understand.
flat and
You
everything above
understand
it
that.
is
Well,
over a
there
flat
is.
Earth.
Hold on, guys, that was a
Hang on.
question for AG, okay? Thank you.
Okay, so for a start, I think you have a misunderstanding of models, because you don't have a single model that explains everything, and we don't on the globe either. So we have weather models that explain the weather. We have the what other models
Right.
do we
Is there
have?
any model in
Tidal
general
models.
that explains it with consistent math? That's my question.
Well, we don't need a model for bottom up obstruction. Sorry, a model's not required for that. That's just our perspective and the way that we see. That also has to do with the conditions, the waves, etc., etc. But it is a fact that objects will disappear bottom up at a distance over a flat surface. So the argument of ships going over a physical geometric location that blocks their view, that can be explained by both sides very easily.
Right. Okay. I mean, that's a claim, but I mean, we can go back to it later. But of your question, I firstly want to say about the claim that surveyors measure a flat Earth, as I know that most of you here believe in that, is actually a misunderstanding about how it actually works. I don't know if you guys been into it, but surveying measurements are locally flat by approximation. So that's not evidence that Earth is levelly flat. It's over small distances. Curvature is extremely small, so instruments treat the surface as flat for practically, but the curvature still exists and it's accounted for in long range geodesy. So, but anyways, talking about line measurements and leveling, the drop curve. Like, what was your main question? Was what exactly was your main question about the direct measurements of Earth's curvature? If you can
Yes.
just remind me. Okay, so there's long distance surveying. That's geodetic networks. National mapping agency like Modern Geodesy, if I remember it right. They're using that same triangulation across large baselines. When you extend straight lines over a long distances, you must apply curvature corrections to keep coordinates consistent. Without those corrections, large scale maps would not align.
Yeah, no, that's actually incorrect. Yeah.
So you're
So
saying that long distance surveying is incorrect. Can I know why?
no, I'm saying that the way that you're explaining it is incorrect. So in long distance or geodetic surveying, right, they take the same measurements that they do in planar surveying, just over a larger area, where they transfer the line essentially. Now, what they do is they take these horizontal and linear angles, they create plane triangles, just like they do in your plane surveying. Once they've got those triangles, they then make a primary calculation, just like Eratosthenes did, where they compare these triangles back to a presupposed ball or model, which is the WGS 86 model, I believe. And then when those triangles don't fit the way that they should on that curved surface, that model, they then adjust. So the first measurements that are always taken in geodetic surveying are linear and angular observations, right? They then make a calculation And these angles of the curved lines of that, they're then treated as curved lines and treated as spherical angles, basically. And then they use spherical trigonometry. So this is a calculation, again, made after the initial measurement measures it flat. So the way that they do this, they use triangulation, they use reciprocal leveling, they use and photographic surveying as well. I can cite everything that I've got here from a surveying. I'll cite it for you.
Hello?
Yeah, man.
AJ, I appreciate the explanation, but I would say that mixes a correct description of how measurements are taken locally with an incorrect conclusion about how Earth's shape is determined. So I wanted to separate the pieces cleanly. You're right about initial measurements are local and flats, like flat is being quoted. You're correct that in surveying, angles are measured with the assumption of local horizontal planes. Triangulars are formed using plane geometry. Instruments, theodolized total stations, operate in a local tangent frame. This is true, but it's only the measurement stage, right? Not the final interpretation of the Earth.
Well, over planar surveying, which is over 16 kilometre square sides, there's over 20 meters of missing curvature. Now that's always treated as flat. Now, if we have a look again from geodetic surveying, a surveying where the curvature of Earth is taken into account at a higher degree and a linear and angular observation is achieved. Geodetic surveys extend out to large areas, lines connecting any 2 points on the surface. So they transfer the line of the Earth are treated as arcs for calculating their projected distances on the planes or maps. The correction for the Earth's curvature is applied to the measured distances, right? Again, their first point of call is to take linear and angular measurements. They're measuring flat over that distance. They're measuring plane triangles, and then they make a calculation for a presupposed model, just the way Eratosthenes did. I'm interested in the direct measurements right now. You say that it's because the Earth is so big. What's the radius of the Earth?
Right, but also as I'm saying, like plane surveying assumes a local tangent plane. They use when areas are small, often up to 10 to 20 kilometers. The curvature exists physically, but it's affected small.
It's 260 kilometers squared, right?
What is 260 kilometers?
For plane surveying is 260 kilometers square, which is 20.3 meters of missing curvature at sea level. So that is not insignificant. That is based off the radius that we are given.
Right, but you have to understand, it does not mean Earth becomes flat up to that distance or that anything beyond that suddenly requires a different truth model. It's about acceptable air tolerance, right? Because a plane actually assumes the surface is locally approximate as a plane tangent to the Earth. Distances and angles are treated using, I don't know how it's called, but I know it's flat geometry. So this approximation is valid when curvature introduces error smaller than that require precision. So the limit is not physical, it's accuracy driven. So why is it limiting to 2 or 300, as you said? Over larger areas, Earth's curvature starting introducing noticeable
because they then transfer that out. They transfer the line. They create triangles, and then after they've done that and they've taken those flat measurements, again, they make a calculation to a presupposed model that no one's ever measured with any drop over distance, just the way the
Right,
Eratosthenes
but
did it.
but
So
what you're
again,
saying 260
it's an
squared,
assumption.
that's a threshold where the approximation is no longer sufficient accurate for engineering great work. Well, what you're saying 260 kilometers
No,
squared.
so
That's
what actually usually happens is most projects are done with planar surveying, yeah, bridges, suburbs, buildings, etc. Yeah. Now, when they use geodetic surveying over larger areas, when it comes to building, etc., those measurements are usually wrong, and they come back to plane surveying, yeah, and they work off local heights, etc. So again, at the end of the day, all I'm interested in is the initial measurements of geodetic surveying, measuring plane triangles, yeah, and then making a calculation to a presupposed model that no one's ever proven. Because when these measurements are all taken initially, and not just these, there's many, many more. There's laser tests, there's long distance photography, there's many other things. Yeah. It always shows the Earth to be flat,
right.
including
But
the measurements that they've taken.
some like your observations are correct about workflow with an incorrect conclusion, right? Because like most projects use plane surveying, right? That part is really true. Buildings, bridges, whatever you said, they use local plane coordinates. The reason is within small areas, curvature effects are negligible relative to contrition tolerances, right? But this does not mean geodesy is ignored. It means local work is done in a local approximation of a global model. Like geodetic measurements are wrong and they revert to plane surveying. This is not accurate to what you said because geodetic surveying
Correct.
provides global reference coordinates, latitude, longitude, um, heights, anything like that. Local projects then transform those coordinates into a local system. They work in tangent plane for convenience, but remain tied to the global datum. Nothing is discarded or corrected because it's wrong. It's just changing coordinates representations. The key of misunderstandings here
Have
is
you ever worked in any construction projects? Because you're going to find in reality the claim you're making is incorrect.
Yeah, if I can
but
get
I
in
mean
here.
this is but what I'm saying is actually
Wait, hold on a
from
second. Dude, hold on. I need to inquire further on this. What is this global datum that you're talking about? Is it the same as what AJ pointed out about the WGS84 model that is presumed that they basically map their
global datum.
surveys out onto? Yeah, where is that? What is that, and where does it come from?
The global datum, right?
Yep.
I mean, I think somebody said something in the chat about the WGS something 80. Right. Well, I mean,
Where does it come from?
it's not something servers invent a map onto after the fact, right?
Well, let me help you out. It is the WGS84 that's compared in surveying.
Yeah, that's a reference frame. That's a reference frame. It defines the shape, the center, and stuff like that. Yeah.
But it's a reference system, again, that's hasn't ever been proven because every measurement that's taken doesn't show the curvature in this model. This is just a reification, yeah? You're reifying a model into some sort of reality. There is no measurements for it.
And that's why I'm asking where it came from, right? Because it might inspire investigation into the origins of that, from which you can realize that it was actually not derived from anything tangible, just theoretical. If of course you're interested in doing that, which it doesn't sound like you are.
Right, but you don't understand how they use it right in practice.
That's not the point. Whatever it is that they use or don't use in practice or not, if it's purely theoretical, it's purely theoretical. We're asking, does it have real world tangible origins, or is it just theoretical? Do you or do you not know?
WGS84 is not theoretical though.
Okay, thank you. So where does it come from? What did they do to derive it, please?
I mean, I just answered him. I just try to make a question. That never came from
answer. You did not actually answer that question because it was not really answered up until now.
It never
Excuse
came
me, it
from a
was not actually
single.
asked. My apologies. It was not actually asked up until recently.
Okay. Well, as I said, it never came from a single experiment or one historical calculation. It's just
Okay.
a result of
Doesn't
combining
necessarily
many.
have to be just. Okay, so wherever it came from, if
Can
it
I
came
just
from
say
a
what? Can I
series,
just answer the
if it,
question, please? Can I just say it?
you had a period in your sentence there, right? So it doesn't have
No,
to
that's a
have
comma. It
come
was
from
not a period. It
one.
was a comma.
Didn't sound like one, but go ahead.
Okay, so as I said, it just came out of combination of many independent measurements over time. It's
Okay.
into one consistent global reference frame. So, if you want, I can explain you how it works in practical terms because I know how does it work and
Okay.
everything.
You check this
So,
out, right? Fantastic. So if it came from a series of measurements, what was being measured?
what do you mean? What was being measured? I mean, if it came from a multiple one in the development, they were specific physical quantities measured using
Oh,
different instruments and
thank
Of
you.
methods.
what? Of
Thank you.
what?
So what of what exactly?
Of
What were
what?
these
Of
things
what?
that were
Of
measured?
distances,
What were these things that
ranges,
were measured?
of
Hang
single
on, dude.
travel
Let me.
times.
Let me finish. What were these
I'm trying
things
to tell you.
being measured over a series of different measurements, all collated into one singular model? Go ahead.
So as I said, um, they use distances, ranges, signal travel times, angles, directions,
All right. So any of that
cuttlets.
was surface curvature measured?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about this? What
There
did they
was.
do to account? Watch this, guys. What did they do to account for refraction in any of these singular or individual measurements?
For W,
Yeah,
I mean, I guess it
because
will be
here's
the
the
same.
problem, right? If they didn't account for refraction, right, what they could be assuming as just the ground curving away could just be light, optical phenomena, giving them the impression that the ground is curving away, right? What did
But
they
I
do to
mean,
account for that?
I just think you don't understand how refraction works. You do understand
Oh,
that.
really?
Yeah, because you don't understand
Did
that.
About
they?
that?
Did they
The
Are you sure
understand it?
about that? Right?
do
Does
you
light go up?
understand that?
Does light bend up? Hang on, watch it. Watch this, dude. Does light bend up or down depending on the conditions of the air, humidity, temperature, and air
I'm just gonna go
and
back to
variations
what I
thereof?
wanted to say because you cutting me off and you
Answer
wanted
my
me to answer
question, please.
another thing.
No,
No,
because we need
no,
to
no, no.
address this. We
I will
need
firstly address
to
this
address
the
it.
one before it, and then
We
I would
need to
answer the one
address this.
before.
Instead of saying that I don't
No.
understand, right? Help me understand by clarifying or confirming
What's your
my
question?
understanding. Right? Does light bend up or down depending on the conditions of the air, i.e., humidity, temperature, and air pressure gradients?
So, what do you think?
Of course,
I'll tell you what I know, but what do you
damn right
think
it
or
does.
no?
Yeah, you're damn right it does. Right? So I'm asking you, in these individual measurements that they did, which they then collated into a giant model, unified model, what did they do in each one of these measurements to account for this potential phenomena so as to not misconstrue what they think as being ground curving away from them as just being the light that's bending in a fashion that gives them the impression that the ground is curving away from them? What
So
did they do?
you do understand the light bends in the atmosphere, right?
That's what I'm asking, sir. What did they do to account for that?
What do you mean? What did they do to account for that? You're asking me how's light bending in the atmosphere? Like because of what?
No, I'm asking you, in their measurements, what did they do to make sure that what they perceive in their measurements as being, to their perspective, what seems to be ground curving away is not just light optical phenomena giving them the impression that the ground is curving away from them?
Now you have to understand that, like as I said before, English is not my first language. So, as for light bending
Okay.
itself, uh, they did separate geometric measurements. I mean, from optical distortion.
Okay, so what did they do to actually perform that differentiation?
I mean, they use methods that don't depend on visual perception alone.
Thank you. Okay, so are you able to elaborate on these so we have a better understanding as to how
Yeah, I
accurate they
mean,
actually possibly be?
WG itself is based geodesy and modern surveying, like GNSS's like
Thank you.
satellites or GPS's position is computed from single travel times.
No,
like
this would be
radio
all after
signals.
the fact.
Huh?
Yeah, dude. Didn't you say
This
that
would
they
be all
took
after the
surveys?
fact. We're
Yeah,
talking
hang on.
about
Didn't you?
before they even realized the geometric form of the Earth. You know, when you said that they were actually out in the field measuring it, so they didn't
Yeah.
know yet. They were getting they were gathering the information required in order for them to come to a conclusion about the geometric form of the Earth. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
You can't
That's
go
what.
to
Yeah.
afterwards.
But who's
Yeah.
who's
That's why I'm
they? Can you
asking.
just tell me
Hang on.
who's
That's why.
they? Are you talking about servers?
Bro. Yeah, exactly. Just to be clear, right?
Whoever the
This is
fuck
why
you
I'm
were talking
asking this
about, that you
question.
said measured it in a
Yeah.
conglomeration of
Yeah.
information that resulted in the Earth being a ball.
Yeah. That's why I'm asking these questions. What's your name? Fuck. Warriors.
But
That's why I'm asking these questions, right? Because these guys, they would have gone out in the field with, like, I don't know, theodolites or total stations or what have you, whatever they had back then, took angular measurements to distances, to things they see out in the distance, right? Got angle measurements and then kind of, pieced it all together somehow, right? And then somehow interpreted that as being, oh, there's a curve there, right? What did they do to actually piece that all together and determine it's a
right.
curve?
Well, my premise, I mean, your premise actually, because you claimed it, is
I
not
have no
really.
premise. I'm asking you a question.
I mean, you said they didn't know yet, and we're just
I
collecting
have
raw.
no premise. I am asking you what they did. I don't know. This is the
I mean,
problem. Why a lot
as I
of us are
said,
here, because we don't actually know these
historically, and in
details.
modern geodesy, it's a feedback loop between hypothesis and measurements, not a one-way
I
path
know.
to ignorance to conclusion,
That's
right?
fine. That's fine. So the initial start at the initial point when they first started doing all this stuff,
So I mean,
right? At first,
even in early scholars, as I said in Greek, like
I'm not
Aristotle,
asking about
they.
that. I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about the dudes who went out there, took a bunch of measurements, right? Interpreted these measurements as the ground actually curving away, right? Maybe they had some preconceived bias that led them to believe or to reason that the ground is actually curving away, so they would have discounted any potential optical phenomena that could have been giving them that perception. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you, because it sounds like you know for sure what they did and that everything that they arrived at is
I
absolutely
mean,
accurate. What did
we
they
can
do
just know
to
by
differentiate between?
the book, right? Because something that happens that long ago, we can just learn about it, right? But
Very
I
good.
mean,
So if
yeah,
you're arguing,
I
that's
do
the whole
have
point.
I
So if
do have
you're,
an answer.
dude,
I mean, of
if you're
course,
very good. If you're going to argue this point, you're the one that has to know all this. We're here to learn from you if you have anything to provide. That's why I'm
right, right,
asking
right.
stuff.
So as I
What
said,
did they
early
do? Again,
scholars.
just to reiterate, what did they do to differentiate between the ground curving away, or what they perceive the ground to be curving away, between that and potential optical phenomena, giving them the impression that the ground is curving away?
Okay, so as I said, early scholars already proposed a spherical Earth based on multiple observations, like ship hole
Yeah,
disappearance,
yeah.
lunar eclipse shadow, changing stars with latitude, stuff like that. Aristotelians then used that model to estimate Earth's circumference, right? So the idea wasn't we don't know anything about it. It was more like multiple observations are best explained by a spherical model. So let's quantify it. That's how it all began with, right? But
Is that where the
modern
WGS
geodesy is,
84 came from, sir?
huh?
I don't care, dude. We
Same.
understand. Listen, we
Yeah.
know, we understand the ideas that these Greek guys had. Who gives a fuck at this point? I am asking you about the WGS 84. Right? Actually, you know what? Repeat back to me my question. I probably asked you about 3 or 4 times now.
I mean, you asked me about when did it all begin. I'm pretty sure that's why I said
No,
early scholars.
no. The last question I asked you,
Your
repeated 3 or
question,
4
I
times.
mean, the only thing I remember
What was
about
it?
WG was how was WG derived.
Thank you. You're on it. Where was it? How was it derived? What did they do? Right? And then what did they do to differentiate between what they thought was Earth curvature with actual Earth curvature, if it exists, compared to just perceived optical phenomena that could have been giving them that impression that was curving away? How did they parse all of that out? 5th time now.
Right, and I think I did say it though,
No, you
but
didn't.
You said they
anyways,
Not
used other
one. Not
methods
even close.
besides visual
I said multiple
references.
ones. But
Okay. Can you enumerate one, please?
anyways, about
Can you enumerate or elaborate on one, please?
on one
I'm not going to
method.
sidesweep this. One instance of them taking a measurement, getting a measurement or an observation or whatever that gives them the impression that the ground is curving, and then them putting that through their calculations to parse out what was optical phenomena creating the impression that it was curving away versus the ground actually curving away. Just one, dude. For the love
I
of
mean,
God.
I did said I can say 4 if you want, but I think I'm pretty sure I said
Go
at
with
least
one.
one.
You didn't say shit. Go with one, please.
EDM, use electronic distance measurement, time of flight of electromagnetic signals.
Was this in the
VLBY.
was this did this aid them in the production of the WGS?
In production, yeah.
Really?
Okay, elaborate, please.
Yeah, in production. What do you mean elaborate? I mean, you told me to give you one.
Elaborate. You're just saying words like headline type, sentences and shit. Get into detail. What they
So
did. How they did
I
it.
think you don't understand that none of people
Don't
from
tell me what I
geodesy.
understand or don't understand, dude. Okay.
Okay, well,
Just
why are you
get
so
into it,
mad,
please.
bro? Hold on, who's holding your
Because
horses? You're a
dude,
mod. Look,
are
your
you
life
really?
is great.
Are
You're a
you really?
mod on
Hang on, bro.
24/7
Are
Earth
you
Discord,
really
bro.
surprised? Are you really surprised that I'm getting frustrated with you right now? Are you serious?
Yeah, because I mean, you have everything in life. You're a mod on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Well, come on, man. Why are you
Shut
mad?
the fuck up about me. Answer the question, please. What did they do? Please,
All
go
right, man.
ahead.
All right. So as I said, the key point is that geodesy does not rely on a single type of observation that could be confused with optical effects. Instead, it separates geometry from atmospheric distortion by using independent measurements methods, explicit atmospheric modeling, and redundancy across data sets. Like they don't rely on a visual horizon curvature alone. Perception based observations like seeing horizon are not used as a primary evidence for Earth's shape in modern geodesy. Instead, shape is derived from satellite measurements, radio signal timing, laser ranging, because you like lasers so much, intercontinental baselines. Like these are not optical line of sight judgments, so they're not subject to the same visual illusions. They also use There's also use of measurement systems that bypass optical distortions, like GNSS, as I said, GPS, etc., like that. Radio signal travel time, not visible light beyond bending in air, right? There's also VLBI, which is radio because it uses radio observations of distant quasars, which is effectively at infinity, right? So those methods are by
What?
fundamentation time distance based. They're not
Hold on, repeat
subjective.
that. Dude, hang on. Sorry, can you repeat that last one? Something about quasars?
Yeah, like uses radio observation of distant quasars.
Okay, so they're not. So they're taking observations or angle measurements to shit in the sky. Once more.
Well, I really didn't understand. What does that mean? They're taking it to shit in the sky. What does that mean?
Do you know what a quasar is allegedly?
Of course, if I use it in a word, I would know what it is. But I'm asking you, what is it you're saying? They're using shit to shit.
What I'm
What does that
asking
mean?
What
about
is it?
because when we're
I
doing
don't think he
planar
knows.
surveying and what we're
He's
doing when we're doing
Googling it
planar
right
surveying,
now. He's Googling everything and he's using Gemini or
yeah,
ChatGPT.
it's pathetic,
Yes,
dude.
I'm googling
Bro,
it right now. I don't know
bro.
what
Okay, yeah,
quasar is.
exactly, right? So that's why, of course, it doesn't. You don't know what I'm asking you, right? If they're going to take an angle measurement to a thing in the sky, such as quasars, right? They're moving away from shit on the ground, which they should be measuring, which they were doing with almost everything else that we were talking about, right? Planar surveying and shit. Now all of a sudden they're going to corroborate those things with things in the sky. Come
I
on,
mean,
bro.
I didn't ask you about. I just asked you what did you say. If you can repeat it, because I didn't understand because you said shit.
I'm asking you.
But-
I'm asking you to confirm what you said. If I understood or
You don't
heard
know what a
what you said.
quasar is.
He's
What's a
gonna. Yeah, he's
quasar,
buying,
dude?
he's buying time so he can Google
You
it
got 3
quickly.
seconds. 1,
Yes, guys.
2,
3.
Yes, you don't know.
Yes, I don't know. I'm sorry, guys.
You're
My
full
Chat
of
GPT
shit.
Plus is
Yeah, you're
gone,
full
guys.
of shit,
I
and you
can't
know it.
argue with you guys. Womp
Absolutely full
womp.
of shit. Of course,
Yeah,
it's full of shit, dude.
yes, womp
It goes
womp.
back to earlier. Same thing with Eratosthenes earlier. You're pulling shit out of your ass.
Imagine if I
You didn't
actually
want
use
to
ChatGPT.
concede. You
You
didn't
guys
want to
actually would argue
concede.
2 hours with ChatGPT.
Yeah, you think we don't know that? Like, it's pathetic.
It's
Like,
better
it
to
gave us
not think that I
airtime.
use
It gave us.
that I use ChatGPT because you guys would
It's
have been talking
It's
with
just
ChatGPT.
No,
circular
no,
reasoning
it's
for
okay,
you,
dude.
dude.
It gave us
Actually,
content,
was
right? It's fine.
just so you know, after about a very short period of time, you can tell whether it's ChatGPT, Gemini, or any of those. We've done it so often. You get to
Actually,
know
I didn't use
it's
anything. I was just joking.
spectacular.
Horse shit.
I
Bullshit.
We would have
I
picked
can't
up on it.
I can't use. How can I use ChatGPT if I'm talking with you guys on my
Hey,
phone?
what do you do for a living?
Yeah.
Are you a drywaller or are you a roofer? What do you do?
Oh no,
I'm
he's a
working. I'm working
PhD,
in a
bro.
factory like you guys. Don't worry
No,
about
he's a
it.
PhD. Yeah, dude, I work
He
at a
ain't no
bank. Shut the
PhD.
Yeah,
fuck up.
I mean, PhD is not a work. That's just what I am. My background is. That's
Yeah,
not what
you're
I do
working
for a living.
towards setting. You're working towards
My
achieving
work has
PhD.
nothing to do with my PhD or any of my majors because
Yeah,
I did a
bullshit.
major in
What's your
physics.
Bullshit.
PhD in?
Hey,
Bullshit.
what's your
Physics.
thesis?
All
What
your
was your
time in
thesis?
academia.
What
Come
was your
on, bro.
thesis?
You
What was
can
your
check it
thesis?
online on my
Yeah.
thesis.
What's your thesis?
My thesis was flat Earth is a joke.
Fucking
Yeah,
thesis.
Yeah, this guy's a moron.
guys, you guys can just cry about it. You have a job to do tomorrow at like 6 a.m. in a factory.
Yeah, you're retarded, bro.
Yeah, I'm retarded.
You took like one or two too many bong hits. You know, like you're gone.
Orion, I robbed the sperm bank so I can get you kids, bro. That's why I robbed you.
You're actually gone. Like, you have no mind anymore, bro. It's
No,
evident.
I do. It's just that
You're
you're a joke,
outsourcing your
man.
thinking.
You can't hold a conversation
You're
with me.
outsourcing. Yeah, I can't hold a conversation. Here you are ducking out and resorting to Chat GPT to fill in your replies.
Bro, I didn't use ChatGPT. That was a
Yeah,
joke. Are you
horse shit.
stupid? I don't even
Bull
have
fucking
ChatGPT
shit.
fucking plus, bro.
Bullshit.
Yo, Lost Wars,
Bullshit.
this is pretty fucking tiring. Like, everybody in this channel graduated past 14-year-old stoner level discussions a long time ago.
Great. And I'm hitting 40, some PhD in physics, and you guys can suck my cock.
And you still haven't grown up.
Right.
Oh, is that
Yeah,
why
right.
But I doubt they do. That's why you're in here.
he left?
ducked
He
out.
left. He fucking dipped out.
There we go. Got him.
Matter of fact, you know what? I'm gonna put him on a 2-day ban.
It's pathetic.
He can cool off for 2 days. Go find one of his.
When he thinks walking out with a, claim that he's going for a poor, hopeless, and desperate is like a mic drop. Like, come on, man.
Did he say he had a PhD in physics and none of you's thought to ask him if he had any hands? I'm ashamed of you all.
Damn. Got too caught up in it, man. Completely forgot.
I could tell he was a PhD. He was one of those dudes that was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. His parents made all the money, and he's taking over the family business.
I'd just love to know how they managed to account for refraction before knowing how much to account for. Because it's all dependent on the size and shape of the Earth, right? In their eyes. As well as, the differing density layers, blah, 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 blah. But that K factor, how do you get one without knowing what value to give it?
Yeah, that's a really good point. Models that I have seen, none of them don't have an R in them. None of them are just independent. They're not. None of the ones that I've seen are models that are independent of that and only factor in air temperature, humidity, and air pressure.
So out of that temperature, humidity, and air pressure, one of those three is Earth curve? Because that's what they were claiming.
According
it's a
to
paradox.
them, it's a chicken and egg thing. Yeah.
No, you broke it down neatly for him. We know temperature causes optical effects. We know air pressure can do it. We know humidity can do it. None of those three things are Earth curve. They are three individual things from the shape of the ground.
Yeah, so how do they separate them out? Like, if they know that, humidity of this kind of gradient can have this effect, this percentage of an effect of the deviation of light, and then, percentage to the other ones and all this shit, right? If they could break it down like that and show us the calculations and then say, this remainder here, well, it's unspecified, it must be Earth curve. Yeah, you could probably dig into that some more, but at least that would be a start. But these guys can't articulate to that level because they don't know. It's probably not even published. Probably not even something worked on, for all we know.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
It was the same argument with Callan. Remember a few weeks back there when he was talking about the India, triangulation thingamajiggy? Matrix, you were there for that, like almost every time.
Yeah.
Same fucking thing. But apparently, it's different for the WGS84. It's like, no, it's, unless they approached it differently, which it didn't sound like they did, that same line of questioning applies to it. So, hey, what can you do?
Well, he said that they were using methods beyond, like visual references, right? But really, that's not that's not how they did it. They didn't account for refraction using anything like that.
No, see what he was doing though. He was asking you. He was making you ask a question, and then he'd make you repeat it 5 or 6 times, so he could put it in a chat GPT. That's literally what.
Rob Utah used to that when he first started with us.
The buying time technique.
Yep. All right, check this out. I've just typed into our good old Google contributing factors for refraction. Number 1, refractive index, also known as optical density, of incident, wavelength / color of light, dispersion, temperature variations, atmospheric refraction, and physical structure, whether it's a prism, angle/lens surface. None of those things say Earth curvature. Next time somebody comes in here and says, "Crap," you can tell them, "Sorry, son, go and Google what refraction is, get back to us."
Well, you know what? You know, with their theodolites, right? The lenses, like, I don't know what type of lenses they're using, but how much does that distort what you're seeing? Because I've heard, and I haven't confirmed it, right? But I've heard that if you just use a tube with some crosshairs in it, right, on one end, right, with no lenses, you don't get that effect using, or looking at the same thing. Apparently this has been tested. Now, it may be why the Romans had no problem whatsoever, because they didn't use lenses, right? Their construction of aqueducts and other things, over tens of miles, 50 plus miles, right? So are these lenses really, like, is that taken into account? Distortion that the lenses on the theodolites can cause? I'd love to try it out. Like, I want to get some tubing and test that out for myself. See if it's actually true. Like these, when you're looking through a theodolite, something in the distance.
It's nothing to do with the lens.
Yeah, it may appear lower or higher, right?
Because you yourself have seen out looking across large spanses, you still get atmospheric conditions, and you're not looking through anything. You don't need to be looking through a lens to see miraging effects.
Right. Yeah, of course. But I'm talking about, like, when they look at a mountain through a theodolite and say, "Oh, it's like 2 degrees below the horizontal in my crosshairs." That means it's like dipping down. It's like physically dipping down, right? Like,
well, let's break this down.
That doesn't happen through
say you and me go out
without lenses.
Let's say me and you go out with a theodolite and we look up to a mountain and we go, this point here up to the mountain is supposed to be 5 degrees. I'm just picking random numbers. And we get it at 5.2. Have we leveled our equipment properly? Was it originally measured properly? There's a whole heap of questions you should be asking. Like, you get clowns like Rugev that'll go out there and go, look, I've set it up as whatever, and this is what it should be. The Earth was flat, but I've measured this, but therefore it's a boltard. It's like, hang on a minute. How do you even know it's measured correctly in the first place? Maybe you are measuring it correctly, and the original one was just up for whatever reasons. So many questions to be asked with this stuff. It's this never-ending loop. You've got all these clowns that'll just come in here and squawk refraction. Excellent. So you've just thrown any physical claims out the window. A nice day. And that's my rant for the day.
It's funny. I think this was probably the first time that the guy didn't actually invoke refraction. I did. Right? Because supposedly you have to account for that. So I was asking him if he did.
That was one of the first things he mentioned when he came in the room was refraction.
Oh, he did? Okay, I missed that part. But this part of the argument...
Yeah, he said that's why we can't measure a flat Earth is because we don't understand refraction.
Okay. At this part of the argument, he wasn't invoking that. But you would think that he would have if he was thinking clearly. Or, if he actually knew the argument or whatever. And so I had to remind him of what he needs to consider. Funny that, eh?
Look, when he was, invoking, the bottom-up obstruction of boats over distance, over water, with his whole Aristotle thing, right? He didn't bother to mention refraction then. But I bet you if we showed him a laser test, he'd be squawking it too soon. You know.
But his thing is this is what he was saying. He said we know there's refraction. This is what I remember him saying too. You can go back and listen to it. We know there's refraction on Earth because the Earth is curving, and the air at the surface is generally warmer than the air above it, and so that's why light bends around the Earth. And there was so much loaded right there I wanted to go into, but I was in such a noisy place, and it just like I knew I wasn't arguing with an intelligent person. My thing was like, okay, if the air is generally warmer at the surface and then colder higher up, what were the measurements? What was the temperature? Give me some numbers. Of course, you guys can see how quickly that would change the conversation, right? We would go from talking about a hypothetical, like, oh, well, we know this because, and that's what they teach, right? When they're trying to teach us something, we know these things to be true because if we assume that the air is warmer at the surface and colder higher up, that means as it gets a little bit further away, 5, 10, 15 feet, then that air would be more dense than the air that's directly at the surface. And so light will bend around the surface of the Earth. Okay, well, what's the temperature then? Where's the location? Where's the temperature? What day of the week is it? I want to verify it. He would have been completely out. He would have been like, okay, well, then where's yours? Okay, we'll give you one.
When he said that flat earthers don't account for refraction, that's why they mix up their measurements and whatnot. You should have nailed him on that and just went, right, what is the correct formula so we can apply it? And then let him dance around like an idiot for the next hour. Sit back, grab your popcorn and enjoy the show.
It did sound like at some point he was going to go into some of the formulae around it, right? I forget exactly how he worded it, but he started to, break down something, and then he invoked R. I think. No, I forget.
It's just R. There's no number. It's just R.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was good.
Wait, where's the R button on the calculator? Hang on, let me find it.
That was literally the answer. Point Cups was like, dude, what's the R value? What do you mean what's the R value? It's just R.
This guy's retarded, man. He can't be going for a fucking PhD in physics if he doesn't know how to, substitute in for a variable. I'm sorry, I don't buy it. I don't care what he says.
No, it's the I'm smarter than a flat earther syndrome. That's all that was.
What a dumb fuck.
Do you remember he said that he took 2 years of philosophy and that's where he learned boats go over the curve?
Listen up, you 20-year-old unemployed flat earthers. I got plenty of money and my kids are happy, okay? The earth is round.
He might have been telling the truth about that part because the globe is philosophical. So philosophically, the boats could go over the curve, or someone could believe that philosophically.
Well, he definitely got it wrong. I'm 46 and employed, and a flat earther.
Shit, I'm a half worn out leather boot and I own my own company.
Yeah, tell me about it. Oh no, but you guys, you have to work at a factory. must be a factory.
Oh, damn.
So I'm on the calculator. I've got 1.225 times square root symbol, and I'm hitting rad, but nothing's coming up.
Maybe he was just.
No, it's because you got an extra A and a D in there. You got to take the A and the D out.
Yeah, dude. You got a bad calculator if you don't have the R value.
Oh wait, no, that's the wrong equation. Hang on, what's an equation with the radius in it?
What's an equation with the radius in it?
Assumption times, and that's where you insert your R. Over assumption.
C equals 2 pi R.
Wait, wouldn't it be
Equals globe.
7 divided by 6 times radius value, right? Is that what the rad button stands for? Radius?
No, rad is for. Oh, come on, dude.
I don't
Radian.
know. I'm not very good at math.
No, it's radians.
Oh, it's radians.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, an alternative to degrees.
There's no R button. There's no radius button.
Yeah, well.
Damn it.
Call up Borders. He might be able to help you out. You would think you would, right?
Yeah.
I'll tell y'all a thing I learned interesting about vision recently. And I'm sure y'all probably knew this, but I'll say it for the listening audience. Like when they say the sun takes up 0.5 degrees of the sky, it doesn't take up 0.5 degrees of the sky. It takes up 0.5 degrees of your vision. Kind of weird, don't you think? Because if something was effectively 360 degrees of vision, it would be everywhere. So if the sun's a half a degree of your vision, it's just a half a degree in the sky, right? If it was 180 degrees, it would take up, half of your vision. When they talk about what's the angular size is just based off of your vision. It's not physical. Anyway, that was something I learned recently that kind of put a nail in the coffin for some of these arguments. What's up, Orion? How you been, man?
You know, same as always for the most part. I'm alright. How you been?
I'm married now.
Oh,
Got
you
a
weren't
great woman.
before?
No, I wasn't. The last time I saw you, I wasn't.
Hey, I just assumed you were. I didn't know. Didn't know they were bastards.
I know, right?
But hey, no, it's good you are, man. Good you are.
No, I'm still a father to my children.
Yeah, you always were.
Yeah. Met a woman, and oddly enough, she only spoke Spanish when I met her. So I had to like go back to my high school Spanish to talk to her. And then since then, my Spanish has gotten a whole lot better. So that's kind of cool.
That's kind of a trip.
Do what?
I was just saying that's kind of a trip. Like, you know, I've tried hitting on a couple different women that you know, only speak Spanish where I live, but I don't know enough Spanish to really keep the conversation going. So
Get the translator out, man. Use Google AI Translate.
yeah, all the chicks I can think of that I remember, they seemed rather preoccupied anyway.
Just tell any Spanish speaking girl, you are the light in my eyes. Apparently, that's like the ultimate one liner.
One of my brothers taught me when I was a little kid something kind of similar to that. I think it's the best pickup line I've ever heard because I even told it to some friends back in like way back in middle school or whatever, and one of them pointed out to me like that's actually a really underrated thing. This is what you do. You just you know, when you're in the vicinity of some girl you like or whatever, you just you go up to her and be like, "Oh hey, what's that? What's that? Is there something in your eye? What is that? Oh wait, it's just a sparkle."
Yeah. But you'd be surprised. A lot of the conversations are the same. A lot of people. I try to stay away from politics. That was the thing that attracted me to my wife. Was that we weren't talking politics. We were just trying to figure out life.
That's good. I think even if people have a lot of difference in their like whatever political views or religious views, I think they can get along with each other well. It's all about being mild mannered and tolerant.
To an extent. I'm not gonna lie. I think like I don't know what my wife sees in me, but she finds me physically attractive. But and I adore the hell out of her, and I think that's like 90% of it. And I know that's what relationships shouldn't be based on, but I think that's because of that we can get beyond our differences. Our differences aren't intolerable, and the fact that we both move in the same direction when it comes to like how we raise our children, how we attack life, understanding, what we need to do together in order to make the home work, right? And then what role does she have to play versus what role I have to play. Because we can agree on those things, I think all the other things, like, we don't have to agree on music. She don't have to like sports. She don't, I don't have to watch the movies that she wants to watch. There's a lot that we can disagree on because the main core is we agree on.
Hey, did you end up saying to her, "El mundo es plano y stacionón"?
Yeah, I tell her all the time. La tierra es plana y estacionado.
So she's flat. She's plano.
Yeah, plano is like the masculine version, but when you say la tierra is the earth.
Actually, Orion, don't say she's plano, because you're saying she's flat and you might get smacked. She's from Venezuela, and if you tell her she's flat, she's not gonna like it though.
Oh,
no, he's asking if I've told my wife if the world is flat.
No, he said if she plano, that's what he said. Is she plano?
Oh, but wait a second. Just to clarify though, if I am referring to someone who's feminine, wouldn't that be plana instead of plano, or is it plano? Did I get it right the first time?
Yeah, it's plana.
It's
all right. Glad I remember that part of the language. Thanks.
You don't say plana.
La tierra es plana. What?
Yeah, in a female sense, not necessarily. Oh my God.
You there, Jimsy? I think you're cutting it out.
Go ahead.
Or maybe it's me. Excuse me.
Damn, politics was empty today. Try to get the room started, but nobody's coming in.
Hell?
So I think I might have figured out like another way to ease the conversation in with someone, to talk to them about the Earth being flat without saying words "flat Earth" towards the beginnings, that running the risk of them thinking you're crazy or something. So like, I in the last few months or whatever, I've been taking some dancing classes. This dance studio that I just live nearby, and it came up like 3 years ago. I've been looking at it for a while, but finally got around to going. Anyway, one of the dance instructors, I was dancing with her, and she had like some tattoo on her arm about like that was in Hebrew or whatever. So I was like, "Oh, what's that?" Blah blah blah. And I was like, "Oh, what are you, Jewish or something?" She's like, "No, I'm not Jewish, but I am Christian." And so then I was saying to her like, "Oh, hey, you should do you read the Bible?" And she's like, "Yeah, I read the Bible." I was like, "Well, you should look at the 20 verses in the Bible that have the word firmament in them, and just read those and tell me what you think about them later." She's like, "Yeah, all right." So I haven't that was just like yesterday or the day before that or something. All right, and so I haven't seen her response yet or her reaction, but like it just dawned on me that that's a pathway to talking to them about the subject without again saying the Earth is flat. right at the beginning, so that they look at you like whatever, like they're. Yeah.
I do the same thing as you, but I'll take it like this. I'll say, "Oh, you're Christian, so do you think the every word in the Bible is true?" And they'll say, "Oh yeah, yeah, okay." So have you read Genesis 1? Yeah, okay. So in Genesis 1, what day was the earth created? Most people, believe it or not, when they'll look at you like, it was created on day 1. In fact, it was uh, that's what God was hovering over when he was when he came about it all, right? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and he was hovering over the face of the deep, and it was formless and void, or void and without form, I think is what it said. And then he said, "Let there be light." Oh. So where do you think that light came from? What do you mean? Well, the sun wasn't created. So where do you think the light came from? Then you get into that conversation and everything, and then then you can eventually, once that part of the conversation dies down, you can say, okay, so what day were the sun, moon, and stars created, and the planets? And then they'll say, I don't know, and you say, oh, day 4. So if the sun, moon, stars, and planets were created on day 4, and the Earth was created on day 1, what was the Earth going around for 3 days? And then you can get into that philosophical conversation where they're like, it's just a metaphor. Science tells us differently now. I'm like, right, but science is telling you the opposite of what the Bible is telling you. So either you believe in every word of what that Bible says, or you don't believe in what the Bible.
For that matter, why doesn't the Bible matter? Why doesn't the Bible mention the other billions of galaxies and all of the billions of solar systems that reside in our galaxy? Why didn't the Bible mention those things? It's also that question as well. I want to ask Matthew Learns that. Where's Matthew Learns when you need him? I want to ask him that right now. He's not in here.
He doesn't need. It doesn't even mention. I don't even think it mentions the stars by name. It only mentions. It mentions them as a blanket called the Mazareth. Right. He calls it the Mazareth, which is like a blanket. So.
Yeah, I was
Anyway,
thinking,
I like to have that conversation, and believe it or not, I've had that conversation a little bit with Matthew Learns. So yeah, you should definitely have that conversation.
I mean, I know it'd just be excuses, but it'd at least tickle his brain a little bit or something. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to put words.
He told me it was a metaphor. That's what he says. Oh, it's just a metaphor. I'm like, oh, so God would tell his prophet to write this down in a book because this is the story of creation, and then what? Lie to him? God's deceiving humanity because they wouldn't understand.
Hey, I think you're right. I've actually heard him say that, and I just realized now when he's misusing the word metaphor. Like that doesn't fit. Like a metaphor has to logically fit, be logically comparable. Like it's out of order. So as you said, the Earth was created, and then the light was created afterwards. What was the Earth orbiting for 3 days or whatever? It's logically out of order, so it doesn't function out of. So, since it's out of order, it doesn't function as a metaphor. I just realized that now. Like I've heard Matthew say that. I just realized that doesn't make any damn sense for that reason and that reason alone. Like if it was the light that came first, if it was the light that came first, or I mean the way that it's really described is that the sun and the planets formed simultaneously. Is what the actual heliocentric bullshit pseudoscience story goes. So if there was a metaphor or something, if the Bible said it was all created at once, then he could logically say, "Oh, it's just a metaphor." But those are separate things out of order, so that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. As far as excuses go, I mean, it's just excuses.
even if it was a parable, right? Like I don't know if you like. There's books out there that they tell you stories, but there's lessons in the story to help you understand how you're supposed to flow with life, right? Even those stories, those parables, they're told in an order. They're not out of order, like you said. So metaphor, parable, doesn't matter how you word it, it's not out of order.
Yeah, I'm just saying it doesn't fit the order of the events happening in the heliocentric model Genesis religion thing.
Oh, you missed a couple of conversations I had with Matthew Learns. One of them, I got him on audio saying, I said, Matthew, if the Earth measures flat, do you agree that whatever's happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth? And he said, yeah. I literally got that in the recording, and then he repeats it back, says it word for word. So, and then another one, I was in a conversation with him.
Anyone need a video editor? Anyone needed a video editor? Hello.
Anyway, I said to him, I said something about measuring the surface of the Earth, and he brought up Eratosthenes. I said, "Oh yeah, how far away did Eratosthenes assume the sun to be?" And he said, "Infinite." And I said, "Okay, how big is the sun if it's an infinite distance away?" And he goes, "It would be invisible." And I died laughing. I got that all in writing too.
It's of infinite size. It's of infinite size and infinite distance. I guess this would be a good point for the audience to point out that infinity is a concept that cannot be demonstrated physically. No one can demonstrate an infinite number of buckets of dirt or an infinite number of this or that.
And that's also why it's invisible, because it's infinite far and infinite size.
There you go,
No
Orion.
one has ever demonstrated infinity.
There you go. I'll put it in the side chat for you.
Yeah, Matthew Learns is like the real life, like flesh and blood Glober chat GBT. Like he's like the Energizer Bunny. He just keeps going and keeps going. I don't know how he keeps going, but he just keeps going.
Hey, Orion, you want me to start a an event for you?
Don't bother. I don't know how long I'm gonna be here. I'm kind of trying to figure out what to do with the rest of my evening. Just halfway fixated on fasting because I need to fast for 48 hours, like every once in a while, due to this weird medical problem I have, and I'm almost halfway through, and I'm just like, I don't know, trying to
No,
not give
for sure.
myself a headache. With the
You think about like a little bit of salt water, like sprinkle, like a little bit of salt in some water.
I mean, normally I drink tea, but at least so far this time around, I'm just trying to stick to just water. Just trying to keep calories out of my stomach as long as I can. It's my jaw is what it is. Like I got this I think I mentioned it before. I got like ligament disorder with my ligaments. Like I can't eat sugar and all that shit. Just makes my ligaments all fucked up. Like the worst arthritis you can imagine. But I got the TMJ problem, which is a weird part of the body. Is like the part of your body in your jaw that holds your jaw like in place with the ligaments, the ligament structure. It's called TMJ, like that part of your body is called TMJ. But then also the medical problem that is involved with it falling apart, that medical problem is also called TMJ. So I have TMJ and my TMJ on the right side of my jaw. Like, I just know that if I stop eating for 2 days straight, it'll feel like 50% better. Not 100%, but significantly better. Doesn't like completely cure it or whatever, but it like heals it.
Yeah, I actually had. I know what that feels like because I had it in an injury with jiu-jitsu. The guy that had me in a crossface hold, I didn't tap, and I still got out of it. But a day later, when I would open my jaw, it would lock out because he stretched the ligament in the TMJ, temporal mandibular joint. So I know what that feels like. I know it sucks. Sorry you're going through that, man. There's nothing you can do to strengthen that area.
Yeah, or at least either nothing or almost nothing. Just I don't know. I've wondered if like singing, like actually singing would help it. I just have a hunch for that just because of this old movie I saw once with I think it was Robert De Niro, and like he's like playing like a cop or something. Like he plays a cop like in every movie. And I don't remember what the movie was called, but he gets injured at the beginning of the movie. His jaw gets all fucked up. Basically, the main plot point is him having to pay his neighbor to give him singing lessons because the doctor said that his speech will return faster if he learns to sing and he takes singing lessons. He needs to get his ability to speak back. So I've wondered if I should, I don't know, sing more. I don't know. I used to do like little karaoke, but never really got into that.
Do you have health insurance?
Oh yeah, I do, but there's only so many things they can do to fix this. Like I've been
No. I'm not talking about surgery. Ask your doctor to refer you to a speech therapist.
Yeah, physical therapist. Yeah, I've gotten physical therapy for this, but like there's only things they can do.
Like a PT is different than a speech therapist, right? Like I was just wondering, maybe you could just try a speech therapist and see if they have any special program that they're trying to do a study on.
Oh yeah, it's an idea. Yeah, most of the time I just go to chiropractors, but now you're kind of putting the idea in my mind. Maybe I should just like look other direction. But after the fast, though, once I get started, yeah, I think I fasted for like the longest time a few months ago. I think I got to like, I don't know, 68 hours or something. It was almost 3 days, I think. Like just minus like 4 hours from 3 days.
They say that you won't break your fast if you eat less than 100 calories in 24 hours.
Maybe it just depends on person to person or what you're fasting for. I think when it comes to the particular reason I'm fasting, there's a reason why I'm not even drinking tea right now. Like, I want to have truly as little in my stomach as possible. No supplements, no tea, no coffee or anything. I'm still smoking things, green things. But
You know, they say people who, like, in survival, right? Like, you're out in the wilderness, and let's say you're out in the desert or something like that, and you couldn't find water, and you're starting to dry out. Like sucking on a button, right? As stupid as that sounds, sticking a button in your mouth, it'll create saliva. But and then if you swallow the saliva, then you're essentially not eating, but it fulfills the role. Does that make sense? You just
yeah,
leave
I
it in for
saw
like
movie once that
15,
had
20
that in it.
minutes.
Have you ever seen the original Cube movie?
Seen what?
There's like a series of movies. First one was made in like 1997, and I think it was only a couple years ago that I saw that one for the first time. It's called Cube. Like the first one's Cube, and then the second one's like Cube 2, and I think they made
Oh,
the
I
Cube.
think I have seen, yeah, where they're like inside this cube that changes position or something like that, like in a group of cubes. They have to go from room to room.
Like, at least I don't even. It's been a long time since I've seen them, but like at least in the first one they changed position. But it's a bunch of random strangers from just random corners of America that wake up after being knocked out, and they're like in a cube. And this cube, and then it goes to other cubes, and goes to other cubes, and they're just all identical, and they're trying to find their way out of this, terrible maze that they found themselves in. Just an odd science fiction genre. And but anyway, in the first one, there's this older guy that does exactly what you just described as they're going along for the first half hour or so in the plot, and they're like, "Damn, we don't have any water. I'm thirsty." And then the old guy is like, pointing out to them, like, rip this button off your shirt and put it in your mouth. For the reason you just described. But I'm wondering though, does it actually help you stay hydrated, like in the long term? Because it's hard for me to imagine that.
No, so when your mouth is dry, it's very uncomfortable. Like if you did a water fast for 2 days, you would understand. Like when your mouth is dry, you're just uncomfortable all the time. You're like, I'm thirsty, I'm thirsty, I'm thirsty. And then so if you stick a button in your mouth, something that won't dissolve, you suck on it, your mouth will create enzymes to try to eat it, right? To dissolve it. And in that process, you get more fluid, and then you just recycle it back into your body.
Yeah, I'm guessing out in the desert, like in a survival scenario. I'm guessing it wouldn't, I just try to breathe through my nose or whatever. Something funny about surviving in the desert when you're stuck in the desert is that you wouldn't expect it, but the truth is, a fully hydrated man can walk further in the desert without. A man can go further than a horse without rehydrating. A horse can go faster because it has 4 legs, but also because it has 4 legs, it will get dehydrated over distance faster. than a two-leg creature. Human beings are slow, but we're efficient.
Yeah, worst case scenario, take a melatonin and go to bed. Sleeping is the easiest way to get through a fast.
Oh yeah, you're definitely right about that. That's the easiest part.
Like I tell anybody, if you want the best way to get through a fast, right? Best way to get through a fast, eat breakfast, right? Early in the day, 8, 9 a.m., and then don't eat the rest of the day. And then at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night, when you're tired, take a melatonin, go to sleep for 6, 7 hours, 8 hours, wake up, and then you've already fasted 24 hours. That's it. That's the secret. Or inversely, the other way to do it, if you want to begin a fast, make your last meal before you go to bed. And then when you wake up in the morning, most people don't even think about eating breakfast right away. I know I don't. The first thing I want to do is exercise. You're in your most primal state at that point. But good job, man. You're halfway there. That's awesome. Keep it up.
The cooler parts of my day. I pulled my electric longboard out for a ride today. I rode it from my apartment to Home Depot. The Home Depot. You know, I get like cleaning stuff. But yeah.
That's the real man strip club.
It's funny, I was in one of those today too, but only because I was delivering food. I'm actually going to those places.
That always works.
You have a longboard?
No, I was just never a skateboarding person. I tried to do it, I just never found any joy in it. I've done scooters before. I like scooters.
Yeah, I'm into more of the powered ones these days. Like, I mean, I still have my regular longboard, and I've been thinking
Talking about the ones that you lean side to side. I know what you're talking about.
But like, I got like, you know, one of those super boards. But they
Oh,
actually
you're talking
don't.
about the powered ones, like the actual powered ones.
Yeah, like they don't make the model that I have anymore. They haven't made them for a while. They don't even make the remote that goes with it anymore either, as far as I know. So I gotta be careful with these remotes. 2 of them, but I'm not sure where I put the second one. Somewhere
They're
around.
like they're powered like those. What are those things called? Segway, like a Segway, motor powered.
Yeah, it goes probably as fast as a Segway too. If you want to take it like the top speed's like 38 miles per hour. It's got 2 electric motors for the rear drive on both wheels, and all-terrain wheels. You know, like there's actual air in the tires and stuff.
Right. I know what you're talking about. And you can trade them out. You don't have to have the standard plastic fucking tires or wood tires. wheels, whatever.
Oh well, I mean, with this one, I kind of have to because, like, as part of the kit when I bought like all this stuff years ago, they gave me the like regular skateboard or longboard wheels, without air in them. But I never put them on, and the reason why is because I knew that the moment I did, like the very moment I came to a bumpy, rough surface, it would just make my feet hurt like shit because it'd be all the vibrations with the weight body on top of my feet, like that just yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. You had to switch them. Like, I'm just saying, I know it comes standard. You don't have to keep it that way. You can get kits and change it out.
Yeah.
They don't even have to be small tires. They can be big fucking tires, like bigger than the size of training wheels on fucking bike.
But I need one with smaller batteries because this one it's like it weighs about half as much as I do.
The battery does, damn.
Yeah, so it's like it's roughly about 70 pounds, 75 pounds.
That was another reason why I never got into a motor scooter because, I had a friend that he would take it with him everywhere and he'd load it in his truck. And the thing weighs like 80 pounds, dude. I'm just like this is pointless, man. Like it's a pain in the ass just to move it in and out. Yeah.
Honestly, to think of it, it's more like 60 pounds, but still, it's really heavy. Like I can pick it up with one hand, but like only barely pick it up with one hand.
Right. Now I got one of them little kick scooters. Got one for everybody in the family. We go out and ride those once in a while together. And then we all got bikes.
I was laughing yesterday. I was in downtown Portland. Like I saw this guy on a scooter that had a seat. So it was like just a really skinny. It looked like a scooter you'd stand on, but it had a seat sticking up for him to sit on. But it's just the guy. The guy was leaning over and he was going through an intersection, and he was fat. He was really, really fat, and he was just shaped in just the right way that I just laughed out loud right when he was coming past me. He was making that scooter work. Something else I laughed at when I was driving downtown Portland a few weeks ago is that, like, I've been seeing on, these news reports being like, how there's so much chaos and riots and stuff to protests and whatever ICE office in downtown Portland. And I was wondering, I wonder how long it's going to be until I finally drive my car in front of there. And then I finally had a reason to. When I was going somewhere. I was just delivering food or whatever, and I went past it, but I laughed immediately after I passed it about 100 feet because I realized that I can't remember if it's one building separating the two, or maybe it's just some train tracks and grass, but there's either one building or 0 buildings that are separating the ICE office from a Tesla dealership. And that's why I laughed, because it was like, oh, wow, these people hate this street.
Right. Because why not? Because of Elon and Trump.
It's uncanny. It is absolutely uncanny. The number of Teslas that I walk past through parking lots on a daily basis that have "fuck Elon" bumper stickers on, or "no Elon" is the most common. Where it's just Elon's name with a red circle and a slash through it. But I mean, like, it's uncanny Like I can walk through. I go to this place like pretty much every day to go to the butcher shop. You know, I get some fresh meat or whatever. And it's called New Season, and it's a big, store or whatever in there. And it's like I'll walk past maybe like on an average day, I'll walk past 6 Teslas on my way to go into the place, and like straight up, I don't know, 3.5, I would say, more than half of them have no Elon bumper stickers on. Like it's basically universal, and like it's just crazy, dude. Community I live in is just nuts. I mean, crime rate's still low, at least on the half the mountains I live on. You know, over in Portland, maybe it's different, but I don't live in Portland. I live just next to Portland.
I'll say this much, dude. If I had a Tesla, I would get one of those no Elon stickers and put it on there. I don't do bumper stickers, but that would be definitely one I'd put on there.
Actually, I was thinking about getting a custom bumper sticker. I might still do this, but I kind of don't want to do this just because I don't want to get my car keyed. I know someone's probably going to key my car if I do this. But I already have a vanity that's a lie on it, and it would go well with that. But I was going to have a custom bumper sticker put on my car. I was thinking about this, saying, I hated Elon before it was cool for reasons that are more well thought through than yours.
Right. Where you at, Lats? Lats.
Yo, what's up, dude? I'm about
What's
to
up,
hop in the
man?
shower. What's up, man?
Bro, I had the worst week with allergies, man. I got 1 day at the gym and that was it.
Oh, damn, rip.
Yeah. It was a day after the day I had a fever. So I decided to go to the gym. I'm like, okay, well, I'm like a little bit sick. I'll just work it out of me real fast, beat the weakness out of me. So I did something I don't normally do. I did 45 minutes of cardio nonstop.
What's that?
I at least got that.
So long.
I know. It's painful doing cardio for that long. Boring.
Did it make you feel better, though, after?
Yeah, I felt like my airways were all cleared up. I was still kind of dizzy a little bit from just being sick.
Oh, good.
I said I was going to do it the night before, and then when I went into the gym, I didn't even want to do it. I got up there and just started doing it. And just decided that this was all I was going to do. And so I went at 45 minutes. I probably could have gone for an hour, but I was already starting to feel kind of weak or whatever. So 45 is good.
I wish you did something. That's good, man.
I'm going to go back to the gym tomorrow, but I don't know if I should lift it. I'm still sick. I still have these little lightheaded rushes. I'm not happy
So,
about.
yeah, I'll take it easy if I was you, man. Just do lightweight,
Cardio.
more reps or something. If you wanted to do weights.
Yeah, I got to lift. You're right.
Personally, that's what I would do. If I don't feel too great, I'll just use lighter weight, just more reps or something.
You're like my workout buddy, like in that movie, Pain and Gain.
I don't think I've seen that movie.
Oh my God, you have to see that movie, dude.
The Pain and Gain.
Pain and Gain. It's about Mark Wahlberg and has these friends in the movie. One of them is The Rock. But apparently, Mark Wahlberg has these aspirations of being a gym owner because he's like, super into fitness and everything. You got to see what he does. I'm not going to break the whole movie to you, but he ends up becoming gym owner, and like he's at the top of his game. Personal trainer sales are through the roof because of the way he markets. And so one of his exercises, he's doing on a rooftop. He's doing inverted sit-ups from a pull-up bar.
Oh, damn.
Instead of counting his reps, he's like, "I'm big, I'm hot, I'm sexy, I'm a bad motherfucker."
Oh yeah, dude.
They're like you're that guy for me.
Looking hilarious. I need to watch this movie. I'm trying to see where it's streaming so I can go watch it. If it's not streaming, I'm gonna go pirate this thing somewhere.
That's probably they probably stream it on YouTube. Not gonna lie.
Oh, it is. So it's on YouTube. Amazon Prime Video. Let me see. Oh yeah, it's showing on YouTube for free. What the heck?
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah, dude.
You gotta watch it, man. Oddly enough, you gotta watch it through the end credits too because it was actually based on a true story. That's what makes it even better.
That's freaking awesome. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
And
Sir?
anybody who's into fitness, that they experience the same pain, like just life in general and trying to stay in shape. So that's why it's just hilarious the way it goes down. It's like that meme that says like every bodybuilder's worst case scenario, and then it shows the protein powder containers spilt all over the floor.
Oh, oh, it's freaking funny, dude.
And for me, it's not because I lost all that protein. It's because cleaning it up is going to be a fucking bitch.
Yeah, dude, it's like the
Be all
freaking last
sticky.
little bits. Yeah. Like it's not even like the main bulk of it. It's like the last like 2% of protein per 100 grams, like the most irritating to get.
So yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. Thanks though. I appreciate you, man. You just reminded me to take my creatine tonight. Almost forgot.
I'm big. I'm bad. I'm hot.
I'm gonna start doing that for all my reps. I don't even count no more. Yeah, I'm gonna go hop in the shower real quick. I'll be back on in a little bit.
You're good, man. No, go watch that movie, dude. I mean, if you want
Yeah,
to
for
stay on
sure.
it, I wonder if are you a mod over in DJ server?
You know what? I have no idea.
Let's see. Is there a room server?
But yeah, I'll be back though.
If you want, we could do it chill chat over in the home server. I haven't seen it in a while. The movie's hilarious, dude.
Oh, I don't have that much time left because I'm literally gonna go hop in the shower right now and then probably gonna go head to bed pretty soon. So
All right. I'm heading off to bed here pretty soon too. I'm just finishing up laundry. I'm just gonna.
for
I
sure.
usually lay down and watch a movie before I go to bed. So
Oh, all right then.
that's how I wind
All right,
down.
well, I'll catch y'all in a little bit. I'm gonna hop back on a little bit.
Right on, dude. Take it easy.
You too, guys.
What is going on here?
Yo, what's up, dude? You got a mic? Oh, you don't want to wake your dad up? I got you, dude. No worries. Oh, sorry to hear that. Don't want to wake your mom up, I guess. Yeah, I get that, man. It's all good. Looks like you already know the Earth is flat, or what? No debating. Self-debating. What are you having trouble with? Majority says. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, if the majority of people thought that you were a girl, then that mean that it's true, right? I was just saying, like, let's say you're the only person on the entire Earth that says or that knows that you're a boy, but everybody else thinks you're a girl. Would they be right? All right, then. I know that appealing to a consensus or majority doesn't really work. Scientists say they didn't reach near advanced technology, so we really can't be sure. Well, they're the ones telling us that the Earth is a ball. They're saying it with certainty, like they've determined it already. They're neutral. Okay, well, in this self debate, you should go look to see how the Earth is measured. Because the shape form of the geometry, so we're requiring measurements. Right? We're not going to be conducting science, cause and effect relationships. We're replacing measurements. Really good gas. Fuck. You don't know why people would lie. What's wrong with Earth being flat? Nothing? People could lie for like any reason. They could lie for fun. They could lie for monetary gain. They could lie just because they feel like it. It doesn't really matter if the Earth is round or flat. Well, I guess it just depends how important truth is to you. Because, I mean, granted, like your day to day life isn't going to change if you know the Earth is a sphere or flat. But there's lots of things that you would hold that are important to you that don't necessarily change your day to day life, but would matter greatly. Kind of like if you caught your girlfriend cheating, right? Knowing that she's cheating on you is not going to change your day to day life. You still have to wake up, go to work. Everything's still going to be the same. Yeah, so it's more so on the individual. Oh, you gotta come in hot with the memes. You know, I will say Flat Earth does have better memes. Globe Earth only has straw man, pizza planet, asteroids and dinosaurs, and a donut. Weak. Look at all these original memes. Beautiful. Welcome. If you have any questions about the topic in the room, you're more than welcome to ask. If you need something to work with, let's say the Earth is flat because it measures flat, and outer space is fake. Outer fake, outer fake, holy. Outer space is more fake than when your mother tells you that you drew a masterpiece in kindergarten. What do I mean by outer space being fake? Yeah, you can't actually leave the Earth according to the globe paradigm. If I ask you the
Like,
question, what is
oh, sorry.
contained in Earth? Oh no, you're good, you're good.
I was just going to add for you that what he's saying is that Hollywood fakes space better than NASA does. Continue.
Yeah, that's true. You guys see that new article, by the way? We're supposed to be going to the moon April 1st now. They changed the date again.
Of course, April 1st. I'm all in. I'm banking on that one.
Dude, I cannot wait. I'm so excited. We're gonna have somebody. I really hope it happens, man. Our engagement is gonna be insane. Okay. Let me call you Junior. Okay. Why do you think we have gas on the surface of the Earth, according to the globe paradigm? Oh no, not gaps. Gas. GAS. Why do you think we have that? You can look it up too if you want. Like, it's not like a closed book test or anything. You're more than welcome to use whatever resource you like. No, you're good, dude. No worries. Take your time. Oh, you know what? That's a chevron. Let me go over there. Oh no, I can't even turn in there. Never mind. Or you know what? I'll go to the shell. Just kidding. Can you tap here? Oh yes. Dope. Bro, what do you mean you're stuck? Oh, yo, you good? Holy. Keep disconnecting and reconnecting. I was gonna say, like, if you want to go and use mobile Discord or whatever, you're more than welcome to. Also. That's what I'm using right now. Yes. So why do we have gas on Earth according to the globe paradigm right now? Yeah, go ahead, Junior. Take your time with that question, dude. Get to it whenever you can. Oh, why do we have gas on Earth? Yes, gas. Because in the globe paradigm, we exist in outer space, an area of lower pressure. We know that, I'm so sorry, that's kind of noisy, by the way, probably. But we know that gas fills areas of lower pressure. So if the Earth actually existed in outer space, uncontained, then all the gas would leave. We would all be dead. Oh, we don't know what's up there. We can't go up there to go check. We don't know what the lights are that are in the sky. We don't know what that darkness is when it gets dark. Oh yeah, so supposedly we're going to be going back to the moon. They're going to be sending up a rocket to outer space. The reason that I'm excited about that, right? Because I already know it's going to be fake. So the reason that I like when they do stuff in outer space is because a lot of people are going to be coming in here. I get to tell them that outer space is fake. And yeah, of course it's going to be fake because their claim for why we have gas on Earth is with gravity. And to this day, there has not been a single scientific experiment demonstrating gravity's capability of pressurizing gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure. There's only one independent variable capable of pressurizing gas or gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure, and that would be a solid state of matter as a physical container or barrier.
And I'm excited because screw the homeless. Well, they're going to spend 3-point-something billion on a nuclear-powered drone they're sending to the moon of Jupiter or some bullshit like this. I'm so excited for that too, because screw the homeless. Like,
Yeah, that's
why
true.
fix problems here? Let's go explore a moon of a planet up there for 3-point-something billion. Let's do that instead.
Yeah, there's these really deep potholes. I wish that, we can get extra money for our city to fix, but you know what? Guess we're gonna go fake outer space instead, you know?
Holy shit! Yeah, I'm trying to fix homeless. Yeah, potholes should be a non-argument. That everyone drives on them, even the people that work for the city. Don't they hate
Yeah,
them?
that's what I'm saying.
I called to report one day, and I'm like, "What is with the city workers? They don't see them." Oh well, people have to call them in to report them. I'm like, "What? They license the blind? Like the city worker doesn't see it there? Like what the hell?"
Let's
I
see what
mean,
green.
if I worked
Oh,
for
sorry,
the
go ahead.
city, if I worked for the city, my coworkers would be hating me because I'd be calling in potholes on my lunch break.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Tunnels are so freaking irritating, bro. Think about it. If we had extra money from all these nonsense rockets, dude, we could just be fixing potholes, fixing sidewalks, and maybe no more homeless
Oh,
people.
lowering the price of gas, no needless
Oh
wars.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Remember, everybody, we're warring down here, and we got to go someplace up there because we won't have homelessness or war up there on whatever planet we're going to colonize. So just hold on. We're working on it.
Dude, it's like imagine they get like $70 million a day. Just like divvy those up like $1 million per state, you know?
Yep, I've said that a few times in here. $1 million plus a day per
Like,
state.
oh dude. That's what I'm saying. Dude, it'd be insane.
Focus it on one problem at a time till it's solved. The worst problem first, that money goes there. Whether it's homeless or
Yep.
infrastructure, the bridges are falling or whatever, right? Fix that first, and then the next problem, and then the next problem.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. Let's see. Have you seen the eclipse from the moon? I guess they didn't realize the Earth would be far bigger than the sun when viewed from the Earth. That's actually pretty funny. What happened to Junior? He's still here? Oh yeah, he's still there. All right, cool. Oh, nothing. I was just gonna see if you had any other questions. Just thinking. All right, man. For sure, dude. Well, if anybody else has any other questions, you guys are more than welcome to ask. If you guys want to make statements, if you guys want to say flat Earth is dumb, you're more than welcome to. Just please say why. We can go through it together.
I flat smacked my husband yesterday pretty well
Oh,
on the flat Earth.
nice.
Yeah.
That's what I like to hear.
Yeah, we don't talk about it much because he reckons I've lost all credibility being on the flat Earth side, but he brought up that he could see when we were on a boat where he could see a vehicle, like, one of those massive boats that transports vehicles around. And he was like, "Oh, look, I can see that. I can see that boat, and you can only see the top section of the boat." And then I plotted it out on the, marine traffic, looked to see how many miles away it was. And it was 18 kilometers away. And I looked up the curve
Wow.
calculator, and it was about 30 to 40 meters. It should have been 30 to 40 meters below the curve of the Earth, right? And
Wow, nice.
then
Nice.
he had to admit, "Oh yeah, 50 meters height. Most of that would be mast." And I was like, "Yeah."
Wow.
So 30 meters of it is hidden by the curve, and you can still see the majority of the boat. So that debunks your globe Earth right there.
Wow, very
And then
good.
what I just posted on the chat, and then I said, "Look, you realize you're on the side of the people that have just produced an eclipse photo from the moon, and it is showing a corona like it would if we were viewing the sun with the moon blocking it from the Earth." And he was like, "Yeah, what's wrong
Yeah.
with that?" And I was like, "Hello."
Yeah, like,
You
bro, the
realize
Earth
that
is like
you
way
wouldn't
bigger.
get a corona.
Yeah.
The moon is a lot smaller than the Earth. Hello. And he has to admit it. He's the engineer and I'm the architect. It's
Oh,
crazy.
good job. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, I
Very
think I
good.
flat smacked him well because he just smiled and then he just looked away. So
Hell yeah.
yeah, that's my flat smacking story for today.
Yeah, very good. Can't wait to hear all the other ones.
Yeah. What about how did you come around to the flat Earth?
Oh, well, for me, I was like a huge globetard back in the day. I'm
Yeah,
fairly new.
space
I've only
nerd,
been in this. Yeah,
sci-fi
exactly.
guy, sci-fi. Yeah, me too, totally.
Yeah, I used to
Yeah.
listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson Star Talk almost every day religiously. I even had his books and stuff. And yeah, it was pretty bad.
I
But there was,
subscribed to New Scientists and everything. I was looking at every development and black holes and,
yeah,
universal theories and dark matter and
exactly. Yeah,
all
I
of it.
remember
I was massively into it.
I was even looking up time dilation. I remember that was the last thing that was like quote unquote studying before it came to flat Earth. But It was funny because there was an interview that Neil deGrasse Tyson did with Ben Shapiro. And this is when the whole gender thing was still pretty prevalent in society. So Ben Shapiro asked Neil, can men become women and women become men? And I was like, oh, yeah, dude. Neil, you got this, bro. You're a scientist, man. Just answer him. Just be like, no. You know what I mean? But I was like so shocked he couldn't answer him. I was like,
Yeah.
Neil, bro, come on, man. You're like my astrophysicist, science, like my dude. You're my boy. And yeah, that like broke my heart. I was like, ugh, you bastard.
And when did you figure out that the whole Lorentz contraction and Einstein and the whole relativity theory was all just a big cope?
Oh, that was probably like a year after that, I would say.
Yeah, takes a while, eh? You do. I mean, my flat Earth hairdresser tried to tell me it was a flat Earth. Like, I'd like to say my children were 5, so it's good 13 years ago. She tried to tell me, and I just wasn't having it. And I mean, I still enjoyed listening to her talking about it. I didn't have that kind of anti-flat earther reaction that some people have where they can't even listen. I actually really enjoyed hearing from her. And I tell you what, like I almost will say it, but I had the reason that her credibility was low wasn't flat earth, it was actually QAnon. And I knew that QAnon was just bullshit. And I just was like, oh, well, if you believe that, then obviously you're susceptible. Do you know what I mean? So I just wasn't
Yeah,
open to
yeah.
it at the time. But I at least listened to her. I let her tell me it all, and I was very interested. And especially as being a space nerd, I was kind of intrigued by this whole idea. But yeah, I remember just disregarding it altogether because she'd lost credibility because of QAnon. So sadly, I didn't take it on until COVID years, really.
Man, so we've been a flat earther for a while now then, huh?
Yeah, a
That was
little
like what,
while.
7 years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
pretty
guess
good.
I haven't really come out with it very much, though, as much as other people have.
Yeah, I'm still relatively new.
Yeah,
I'm
how
only
many years?
only 2, a
Oh,
little over
yeah.
2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Baby flurfer.
I got into it probably through the Tartaria ancient architecture stuff because I'm an architect, so I'm kind of intrigued as to
Oh,
how there's
of
these
course, yeah.
ancient civilizations all around the world with the same polygonal stones and the same, construction techniques which you can see are different eras, but you can see there's these eras of global architecture. And that's what got me into it, the pyramids and all that side of things, I think.
Well, that's really cool.
It's my gateway.
No, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but I'm sad I didn't listen to my hairdresser more because I would have liked to have been onto this 10 years ago because as far as I'm concerned, this new opinion that I have on the world and reality around me, it has made me really a lot more positive on a whole bunch of issues, like not only realizing the whole thing is like a bit of a puppet show when it comes to voting and how many psyops there are out there, but then you begin to realize how many things are fake as well, like the nukes and evolution and all the other side things. I think it makes you
Oh,
have
yeah.
a different positive outlook on life and news and social media and all those other things that can be quite black pilling, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hear that? You hear that, Junior? Look at all these positives that happened to Greenleaf. If you did the Earth was
Yeah.
flat. Look at
Yeah,
that. A beautiful
definitely.
story.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of more things to be realizing how lucky we are actually and how much it's all a puppet show and how much of the stuff is fake that we see on the news. There's a lot of things not to be fearful about anymore.
Yeah, you
I
don't have
think
to
so
worry about asteroids hitting your head anymore.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And then you start to be open to things like natural law and, different ways of building, different ways of medicating, all those things, You start to change your whole outlook.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Well, let's see. What is this? He posted in the side chat here. The first photograph of the Earth from space. Why was it a 1950 prediction? So, what's that word? Prescient? The hell? Oh, the famous Earthrise. That's one where they depict the Earth so tiny, like it's the same size as the moon as viewed from Earth to the moon. Beautiful. Yeah, Junior, you know that when you look at the Earth from the moon, it's supposed to be 4 times bigger. Oh yeah, I know you're not saying it's
Yeah,
real. Yeah.
that's where my husband started smiling because I just pointed out he was on the side of the people that were giving us a picture of an eclipse from the moon that
Mhm.
showed it as a diamond corona. And I'm like,
Exactly.
hello, what is wrong with this picture? Something majorly wrong with the scales here. Think.
Yeah.
And as soon as
Yeah,
I
it's the
said
exact
that,
same thing. Yep.
he was like, he just started grinning, and I think he's the puppy dog rainbow type. Like he just cannot. Like he's an engineer that doesn't accept the Building 7 just came down at free fall. He's still in the 9/11 narrative, and I'm like an architect who signed the 9/11 engineers and architects of 9/11 truth. So we couldn't be more opposite in our attitudes to information. But I noticed the smile on him when I said about the eclipse from the moon and the fact that the boat that he was pointing out was 18 kilometers away and therefore should be well below the curve of the Earth. And he just had no retort. And as an engineer, that I can't see how he can still justify Building 7 coming down at free fall. I'm still like it's at a loss. But I've come to the conclusion that for some people, it's just necessary for them to hold on to the past and not believe that stuff in a puppy dog rainbow world way.
Yeah.
I can only assume that's it, and it's for his health or whatever. So I've just left it now. So I only ever bring it up now if it's prompted. When I
No,
do,
yeah, for
I
sure.
keep on flat smacking every time. I swear. So,
No, yeah, I'm the same.
and
Yeah,
yeah, I
I'll bring
think
it
the
up once.
9/11 stuff will come eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, I do the same thing. I'll bring it up once, and then if you want to talk about it after that, then you can bring it up to me after.
Yeah.
Let's see. Junior's asking, why does the moon look so weird in the first picture? Which picture are you talking about? You're talking about the one, like, right when you open up that link? The blue? Oh, Earthrise. Okay. Let me
Hey
go
guys,
look it
how
up
you guys
here.
doing? Yeah, hey guys, how
What's
you
up?
guys doing? Yeah, nothing, man. I'm just hanging out. What's going on with you guys?
Oh, nothing. Just hanging out, shooting shit.
Cool, cool, cool. All right, so are you taking any questions right now or what?
Oh, of course. Questions are
Oh,
always welcome.
okay, sweet, sweet, sweet. Okay, so like if the Earth is flat, like don't you think that everybody would see this the sunrise at the same time?
Why is that?
Yeah, because like the Earth is flat, right?
Well, I mean, you can only see so far. If the sun's moving it away from you, it's going to be rising at different times for everybody.
Yeah, but like because like the Earth is round, we got like different time zones, right? But like if you're gonna make the claim that like the Earth is flat and like the sun is
Yeah.
rising, it should be rising
Yeah.
for everybody at the same time.
Well, we don't think that the sun is like going around like a flat disk or anything, right? The sun is always above the Earth, and it's definitely not as big or as far away as they say.
All right, so like would you say like the Earth is like flat on the bottom and then it has like an oval shape, like half an egg?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. If anybody wants to claim that there is an underside of the Earth, then they would have to verify that, right?
Yeah, I know, but like, if all right, so like, yeah, if I were to go listen to like the flat earthers, and then I would go listen to like the ball earthers, and then I would say, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna believe both. You know, like it's flat underneath, and then it's like half a ball. Is that
Wait, what?
yeah, like I
Well, I
wouldn't be
think,
considered a flat earther, like if I believe like the Earth is like half a ball, right?
well, it could be that, but if you were to say that it's half a ball, then you would have to verify how it's half a ball.
Yeah, well, I told you, yeah, because like, yeah, the sun doesn't rise for everyone at the same time. But you're a flat
Yeah,
earther,
that's
so
correct. Yeah, because the sun is moving. Like if you take a light bulb and you hold it above your, your floor and you move it across the floor, you notice how the light bulb is only gonna light like a certain part of your floor at a certain time. The light's gonna diminish with distance.
okay, all right. So like, yeah, like if I live on one side of Canada, and then I
Right.
see like the sun is setting for me, and then I call my brother, and he's like on the other side of Canada, and he's
Yeah.
telling me that the sun is not really setting for him, like it's like above.
Yeah, it's above
And
him. Yeah, that's correct.
yeah, well, yeah, because like of the 3 hour difference, like yeah, it's still like early in the day for him, and then for me it's the end of the day. But like, but like, the only way for it to make sense, like if there's a curve between us.
Well, if you want to say that it's because then we need to verify that there's a curve there because I'm saying that the sun does this over a flat plane, and you're saying that the sun does this over a curved plane or curved Earth. Then we have to measure the surface to see which one it is, right?
Well, it's not possible for for the sun to do that like on a flat Earth. Yeah, I don't think
Well, it
so.
has to. You understand that it has to, right? Because the Earth measures flat.
Well, apparently not. Yeah, because like
Well,
on
apparently, yes, it does.
one side of
If you
Canada and on the other side of Canada, like it doesn't really measure flat because like the sun is in different areas depending on
Yeah,
where
correct.
you. Okay.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. So when the sun moves above your head, it's 12 o'clock noon, right? So then when the sun moves away from you in another direction, it's going to be, light for somebody else, like above their head. It just keeps going across the flat plane of the earth.
All
Just
right,
like
but
with your light bulb on the floor, right? If you move it across your floor, you're going to notice that it's going to light up that space directly underneath the light bulb, the
yeah, but like
brightest.
but like I was gonna say, like even if you were to say that the Earth is flat, I'm pretty sure
Well,
you.
it's measured that way.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't say that it's completely flat. You know, like.
Well, you know what's cool? Actually, the Earth is actually flatter than a sheet of paper. If you were to scale it down.
Oh, then yeah, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, I know. Super crazy. Like if you were to zoom in on a sheet of paper, you can see all these fibers maybe sticking out taller than the tallest mountain that we have on Earth. So Earth is actually flatter than a sheet of paper.
Oh, yeah, I don't know about that, man.
Yeah, I know. Crazy, isn't it?
You know how you see fish that have got lights on their heads because they're so low down under the sea that they can't even get any natural light from the sun? That's because sunlight attenuates through the sea and it becomes darker and darker until it's pitch black under the sea. And the same thing happens in the atmosphere. You're imagining the sun to be this massive ball that everyone can see from everywhere on the earth. But the fact is that light attenuates and the atmosphere is just like the water in that it has a lot of water in it. And as the sun disappears off into the distance, it attenuates and it excites the noble gases in the sky and makes these beautiful sunset colors that you see in the noble gases in the sky. And then it disappears away in perspective, but it's disappearing through the atmospheric deck of opacity that some people call it. I don't know what you call it, but it's basically like looking through a massive amount of water. So just like under 20, 30, 50 meters of water, you start to be really dark. It's the same in the atmosphere. Yeah, that's what the sun is doing. It's disappearing off into perspective and becoming very small on the horizon. But if you had a P1000 camera and you zoomed in on it, it would zoom back up into the sky as though it was still up in the sky, just like anywhere else. So
Yeah,
what
listen.
we're seeing is
Did you
just a
not?
perspective effect.
Yeah, did you not know that gas can occlude light? Like, have you ever seen the sun go behind a cloud?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, so we obviously know that gas can occlude light. So if you just took the density of that cloud and extended it over the distance of, let's say, like 1,000 miles, that would be capable of blocking the light from the sun.
Yeah, so like everybody in here is like a hardcore like flat Earth believer, like nobody's skeptical.
No, it's not a belief. I already told you the Earth is measured flat for everybody, including you. Globe Earthers measure the Earth as flat. The curvature of the Earth only exists on paper or on a computer through calculations and corrections. After they measure it flat, of course. There is no direct physical measurements of curvature. They do not exist, even in 2026. Yeah, I'll let you take over, Greenweaver. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I gotta head out right now, so you guys have a great night. Take care, everybody.
You too.
Nice talking to you.
Yeah, nice talking to you too. Have a good night, guys.
Sound like you're a musician, eh?
Me?
Yeah.
It's my son playing piano in the background, but yeah, I'm a violinist.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Can we hear a little bit of it or what?
What, me playing violin?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I have a whole bunch of like Free Assange tunes out there in the ether.
Okay.
And then a lot of gypsy, and yeah, I've done a bit of activist violining, and then I've done a bit of, I guess, gypsy
Yeah.
violin.
Okay. All right. Sure. And then, can you sing
Yeah,
with it too, or just you just play?
I do sing harmonies and stuff, like backing stuff. I'm not really like I'm a bit of a smoker, so probably not great singer.
Yeah,
It's
it's
got a
all
good
good. Yeah.
pitch.
Yeah, I like the natural voice. Yeah. So yeah, why not? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, I've probably smoked too long to have a great singing voice, but I've got good pitch. So, do you have any more questions?
No, not really. I'm
On
just.
the
And that's why I'm asking if you can play. But like, if you don't want to do it right now,
Oh,
it's
I'll
fine.
have to go and get my violin out. I can send you a link. I can put in the chat a link of my crazy violining, if you
Okay.
like.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I got nothing better to do. Why not?
yeah. But this is a flat Earth channel, so I'm here maybe to answer questions on flat Earth.
Yeah, but like to be honest, like I don't really care if the Earth is flat or a ball or like a piece of slice. Who cares?
So if someone was pissing down your back and calling it rain, you would be okay with it just because you think it isn't rain. It is rain, and so you can just get away with it, or you're just gonna put up with being lied to.
Well, everybody has like their own opinion. All right, so who cares?
Yeah, but there's opinion, and then there's like empirically testing things and knowing.
Oh well, I think it's more like for me to save on my mental health, right? Because usually, like the flat earther, he would come out and he'd be like, "Oh my god, like we've been lied to our whole lives," But
Yeah, but I tell you what, it's really it can be a bit black pill when you first get into that area and it's still in the cognitive dissonance phase. It can feel black pilled, but once you actually wake up to a lot of the lies and the puppetry that is going on around the world, whether you believe in nukes or not, or evolution, or that we're a spinning ball going through the vacuum and we're insignificant and godless, and whatever you want to believe, but that belief has been based on a kind of pseudoscience, fake science cult, like Pythagorean sun cult, if you want to dive into it. But yeah, you've been lied to, but you can get out of the black pill phase and start to come to a whole new appreciation of the world around you. And you just go, oh my God, like you suddenly see the beauty of the planet and the creation, and you start to think of things. I mean, I was deeply atheist before I woke up to some of the shit. So, yeah, and it's been quite nice to wake up to that, because you come through the black pill and you go into a kind of quite a white pill zone. Because I mean, for instance, I don't even believe that voting is worthwhile, or like I've lost faith in education, physics. I used to teach in university, and I was a lecturer, and I now have zero faith in academia because I now know about the peer review process and what went on there. And so now I know how much it's been subverted for many, many decades. And once you realize that, you realize the foundations upon which a lot of people, the assumptions upon which a lot of people are basing all their science on, and all their education and all their music, even all sorts of topics, medicine. It's been based on foundations of complete ticky-tacky.
yeah, I guess. But like a buddy of mine, he became a flat earther, right? And this guy's obsessed. Like if you hear him, yeah, he sent me like a 5-hour video. Bro, he sent me
Because
like
you become fascinated with learning. Learning almost becomes an addiction, because you realize how much you've been lied to. Therefore, you then begin to start to tease out, okay, let's go empirically look back through what I learned, and let's see and test it and see if there's evidence for it. And
Yeah,
once
I
you
know.
do that, no matter what topic, you get completely fascinated, because you suddenly learn that you've been made out to be a fool. You've been fooled into believing that you're not clever enough to be able to go back through papers, say, to look at contagion, or, virus, or any of these topics, and you're not clever enough to know. But when you actually go and look at it, if you look at Einstein's relativity, or if you go back to any of these things and you look at the justification behind it, you suddenly realize the laughable science, the lack of science that's going on, pseudoscience. And you realize how much of our stuff is based on that stuff. You've got to start taking things only on empirical evidence.
All right, but like I want to tell you about like how much of a weirdo like he became after he became a flat earther. I'm not
Yeah,
saying
but
like
that's your definition of weirdos. I suspect that's a definition of weirdo.
I'm not putting that definition on all the flat earthers, but like this is my
No.
experience. Like a buddy of
So
mine.
why does
Yeah,
it matter?
Huh?
So why does it matter?
Okay, all right. So like like I was cool with this guy. Like we were friends and all that, and then he became a flat earther, and then like like every time we talk about history or like science or anything, like it's all lies. Everything is bullshit. It's not
See,
true.
that's what's
Yeah,
interesting. See, what happens
and
is
then
you'll look something up, and as Greenweaver just said, you'll find out that some of the stuff is not truths. Maybe you want to call them lies, whatever. And there's one question that drives a lot of people, and it's a very simple question. If I've been lied to about one thing, what else have I been lied to about? And you start digging, and you start looking, and all of a sudden, you realize how interconnected this whole show is. not just FE, but a lot of other stuff. And it's quite scary when you actually comprehend how interconnected it all is.
Okay,
and you
but
realise
like,
how
I'm not.
manipulated and controlled. So he will sit back and he's probably already looked into a lot of stuff. That's why, that's lies, that's bullshit. And that's why he says that, because he's probably had a quick look into it. He's taken a step back, had a little chew on it and went, you know what, this is bullshit. I'm out.
Okay, all right, but like, I just want to say, I'm just talking about mental health, right? The guy, like, instead of like thinking about the best of people, like he starts thinking about the worst, like even me,
How do you know?
I'm saying, like, even for me, like he's always assuming I'm lying or like I'm doing something and all that. Like he's not able to keep a girlfriend because he's always assuming that she's out there like cheating on him and all that. Like, that's how he is. And then like the tiniest thing, like he would make a big deal out of it. The guy, like, he's nuts, man.
Is he nuts?
So then,
has he got a high IQ? Has he got a high IQ? Because something that's very interesting, all the people I know that are really smart, that are like super high IQ, are all single. They are all OCD about something. Very interesting. Everything you've just described there is someone that's high IQ.
Yeah, I guess, but I'm just trying to tell the guy. I'm like, yo, bro, just chill out, man. Like, it's not that big, man. Yeah, and that's why, like, I was like, you know what, like, I'm not even gonna get into it. Like, if the Earth's flat, if the Earth is round, I gotta save my mental health because, like, instead of like going around and assuming that everybody's out here trying to manipulate me and everybody's trying to lie to me.
Well, you don't have to. Don't think of it along those lines. There's not a lineup of people all rubbing their fingers together going, oh, Musa's coming in, we've got to tell him lies. Most of the stuff we get taught is just misinformation. Yeah, he'd have a laugh. Most of the stuff we get taught is just misinformation passed on through the generations. And because people are either too lazy to look it up, it just gets passed on. As within Greenweaver's case, because she was a school teacher, they get handed a curriculum. You must push this information. If they choose not to do that because they believe in something else or they know something else, if they look at the curriculum and go, this is bullshit, it doesn't matter. If they choose not to pass it on, they choose not to have jobs. So you get a choice. Do you feed your family or not?
Embarrassingly, Matrix, it wasn't school kids, it was university students, and I was teaching them sustainable architecture. And at the time, I believed all the climate stuff, and I couldn't figure out why everything that I suggested in terms of healthy, green, natural ways of building was completely discarded, and everything was about, Internet of Things and everything connectable and everything fully high-tech green. And I had my doubts, but I still believed in the climate narrative. And unfortunately, I was one of those tutors who taught first and second year university students about sustainability because I didn't know.
Oh, awesome.
I didn't know how it was being manipulated at the time.
Question for you, though. For university, you got given a curriculum to teach for whatever particular classes it was.
Well, what I'm saying is I came with a real green, natural sense above my head. Like I had already done a lot of work into how to do things really, passive solar, low-tech green stuff, straw bale, all that sort of hemp, all that sort of stuff. And so I had come from a completely different schooling. And when I started teaching, what I noticed was this greenwashing. It wasn't necessarily that anyone told me to teach a certain thing. I had already bought the climate change narrative. So I was already teaching that unaware. But at the same time, I had a sense about what I believed was green and what I believed was greenwashing and bullshit and about control. And I was already a bit of a conspiracy theorist, I would say, about other things. And so I was a bit skeptical. And basically I just started noticing that there was this real push for the UN style green, the kind of really high tech stuff. And it wasn't coming from me. It was coming from the professors I was a lecturer, right? It was coming from the professors that were getting funding for doing certain types of research. And it would always
fancy that.
it would always be stuff that was along the lines of the UN style of green, not what I would call natural and healthy and breathable and good for people, you know? Yeah. And it just came from the funding mechanism of the university. And see, if you don't get enough points in that you've done enough articles, or you haven't had enough published research, then you start losing points and you don't get to be the professor. You don't get to progress in university life because you're not getting the PVRF points, is what they call them here. And it's basically just a system which protects old knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Interesting. It was a Kiwi mate of mine years ago. Sorry, yeah, it was a Kiwi mate of mine years ago. He said, if you're ever unsure about something, just follow the money.
Exactly.
That was it.
Yeah.
Super simple, super fast. If you're ever unsure about any subject, just follow the money.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like, these people weren't bad people. The other, my COVID and other, there were conspiracy theorists. Basically, I've, unfriended all my old.
You just sound like you switched to your car or something.
Oh, really? Oh, sorry. Oh, really? Is that better?
Yeah, you're good now. I just sort of switched to a different microphone or something. That was, yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I just turned around. Maybe water. Yeah. Got what I'm saying now.
Gives a whole new meaning to pillow talk.
Don't scare him away, 20.
I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, God damn it. You scared me away.
Yeah, but it was very much anyway that kind of UN green. It was all about that stuff. Internet of Things and resources being all monitored, and it was more about control than it ever was about green or healthy building materials. I knew something was up, and it only took COVID for me to start to wake up to the rest of the bullshit. But that was a long time after I'd already quit. Yeah.
Yeah, it shook a few windows, that one.
Totally.
So have we had much entertainment this afternoon, or? Oh, I see. It's JJ in the side chat. Who let him in here? Ask for entertainment. Globey leaves. Globey leaves. Oh, that's cruel.
Did you hear I flat smacked my husband, Matrix?
No, what'd you do with him? What, you whacked him on the head with a frying pan? And then
He thinks that, I've lost all credibility just being a flat earther. So, he doesn't believe anything I say anymore. And he probably didn't anyway. He was pretty blue pill. But anyway, he was the one who brought it up. We were trying to fish, and we were out on a little boat on the harbour in Wellington. And he goes, "Oh, look, there's that container ship of cars over there. Look at it. You can only see the top of the ship. It must be over the cliff." I got out my old marine traffic Google Maps and the rest, and worked out how far away it was, went to my trusty curve calculator, was like, oh, I should be under about 30 meters of curves. Let's see how cool it is. And they were like, I said, oh, it is 32 meters wide, but it's 50 meters tall. So, yeah, so you still should be able to see the top. And he was like, oh, no, to be fair, that's mostly mast. That's what I had to admit. And then I was like, look, darling, do you realize you're on the side of the people who've just produced a photo of an eclipse from the moon, of the Earth blocking the sun with a corona around it, like a diamond ring, like it's the perfect size to fit? And he was like, what's wrong with that? And I just went, darling. Think about it. Think about it. Just for a second. You're on their side. I'm just telling you, and you're on their goofery. Like, if you believe that, that's up to you. And he just smiled and he just shut up. So
He
I think I did
realised.
well.
He realised he's
Yeah,
cooking
stop
dinner tonight.
engaging.
Very good. Nice one. And that's all it takes
Yeah.
is something practical. So a lot of people, it's like when you hypnotise people, you need multiple things to happen at the same time. And you need the story reinforced. You got to keep reinforcing. Global news, global logistics, global this, global that. That's how it keeps getting reinforced. Every day, constantly, every day. And you need to isolate them from the reinforcement and have two things happen. So number one, he saw it with his own eyes. Number two, he heard it coming from you. Number three, he heard it coming from himself. And that's probably all it'll take. And funny part is, one of my friends, her and her husband, exactly the same. She is a hardcore flat earther, and I'd love to bring her in here one episode so she can sit and listen to stupid globers come in. And her husband was just blue pill central, had to get home to watch the 7 o'clock news, all that kind of shit. He was a shocker. Anyways, very similar thing. They went out fishing one day and it was blah, blah, blah. Oh, I can see this from here. Where's your flat earth now? And she went, well, actually, you shouldn't be able to see that from there. That's how far away it is. We know that.
Yeah.
And he was just like, and had to, mumbled under his breath. And then about 2 weeks later, I don't know whether she hit him over there with a frying pan and reset him or what, but all of a sudden, he's more hardcore FE than all of us. Do you know about this? Do you know about that? And he's bringing it to us, and we're all sitting back going, yeah, mate. Yeah, we know that one. Yeah, we know that. Yep, we know all about that. You know, when someone just starts into conspiracy stuff and all of a sudden they know more about it than everyone? He's one of them.
We're all on a journey. We all have blind spots. I'm sure everyone we love, that we love to listen to and believe everything, probably has their own blind spots. You know, we all have to realise that. But, you know, I've always had a trouble because, you know, Ian being an engineer and I'm an architect, it's quite challenging that I've been a 9/11 architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, and he's always denied the 9/11 free fall thing. And I'm just like,
really?
I can't.
Oh wow, that's interesting that he's an engineer and he's and that blue pill.
Honestly, my mate has tried. Like, he's a real Ocker Aussie and real major activist around here. He does a lot of you know, freedom activism, and he helped me with the Assange stuff. And he came around here and tried, because he's the head of the New Zealand 9/11 Truth movement, really.
Yep.
And so he came around to try and talk to Ian man to man. It was hopeless, and it still is.
Have you showed him?
I think that comes down to the whole puppy dog rainbow thing. It's like, you just can't believe that the world is that fucked.
Yeah, that's a lot of people just don't want to accept it. Have you showed him JFK to 9/11, that documentary?
Oh, I've showed him a lot of stuff, and I mean a lot of stuff. Like, he's come around to the fluoride, he's come around to the children's, you know, with the jibby jab. He's come to a whole lot. Like, he realised the stuff that I was saying in May 2020 was quite,
and it's starting to sink in now.
It definitely all came to pass. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, so there's no way he can deny that. He believes, like, my latest flurry into flat Earth has lost all my credibility, apparently.
It's because of all the stuff on the internet. Flat earthers are stupid. Flat earthers don't have jobs, and a lot of our problems exist because of all of the stupid shit that's on the internet. And it's like, listen, mate, I'm sorry, we're not the Flat Earth Society. They're a different group. If you want to go over to them and call them clowns, please do so.
Are the most intelligent people that I know. They're like, you know, and I really enjoy listening to even Alan and Shane and people doing load busters and stuff. I love, you know, as much as it can be not tested and blah blah blah. You know, they're off into the speculation realm.
At least they're in there having a go. They're not just parroting shit off Wikipedia.
And I relish those type of people. Like, if it wasn't for you guys, me hanging around listening to 24/7 and me dipping into those kind of things, I would have no faith in the world of science or medicine or anything. Like, at least this feels like where people are that are dissidents, you know?
Yeah.
And they're twisting things. I like it. It feels more science than anything that I've ever been presented as science previously.
Well, if you want to do a cheap test, something simple that you can do with your husband in your own backyard, grab yourself a light meter. They only cost about $60. Like, I know money's not exactly growing on trees at the moment for everyone, but grab a light intensity meter so it reads in lumens or lux. And throughout the day, at given intervals, say every half an hour or every hour, take a reading of the sun for a full day, dawn till dusk. All right? So every half hour, take a reading and graph all these out and graph the shape that it makes.
Yeah.
That is what happens out in reality. Now make yourself up a mock-up model. So basically draw yourself a great big circle on a piece of paper and mark out half-hour increments around that, which represents what the ball Earth would do. Set yourself a light over on another table and then get your light meter as where you've marked around these circle on these increments, take light meter readings. So pin your bit of paper down a given distance from the light, say 2 meters, whatever the number is, it doesn't matter, and take light meter readings around that circle, which would represent the Earth rotating. So if it was a ball, every hour these increments would represent where the light would be at that given time. And then graph that. And then the third one you do, get yourself along a wall, a straight line, and mark out increments evenly along that, and set a light source central, and then take light meter readings every increment all the way along, representing your 1 hour or half hour, whatever it was, and graph that. And then compare the two mock-up ones to what you get outside. So one of those mock-up ones,
There's all
so
those
this is what...
amazing shadow sets where you can see that, like, as the sun sets in the distance, the shadows never get higher, do they?
This has
Like
got nothing to do with that. This is something different again. This is to do with the inverse square law. But what will happen is, you've tested reality, so you know what shape that will graph out, and when you've two mock-up ones, so now you get 3 options. Option 1, the circle one matches reality. Option 2, the straight line one matches reality. Option 3, none of them match reality, and we go back to the whiteboard and start again.
Yeah.
What's interesting about it is one of them doesn't match reality. I'm not going to tell you which one because you can go and do it yourself. And that is something you can show him and go, look, if the sun was in one position and we're rotating in front of it, that's what the ball would represent. That's what the circle on the paper represents. So every hour is one notch.
Always use the refraction, get out clause, whatever happens.
That's the problem with it. It's just a get out of jail free card. They just go, refraction, and half of them don't even know what it is. So the next one that comes in here and says it...
about having a travelling away white screen on a boat and have it travel away and literally disappear off in a straight line, which you've pre-decided with buoys or whatever on an ice lake or water lake or whatever it is.
Did you watch the Nat Geo?
Continual description of the laser light not bending.
Did you watch the Nat Geo one where they had Hawking in it and they had the stripy flag and they were watching that? And they sat at the stripy flag out in the lake and it looked like the bottom was missing, but lo and behold, what could you see behind the stripy flag? The horizon.
The horizon.
Behind it. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, refraction. But the horizon's still behind it. Dumbass.
Well, and is that when they came up with the helicopter one? When they did their the helicopter going behind the curve?
Yeah, that was another stupid one. Same thing. That was a fail.
So ridiculous.
But yeah, that's another easy test you can do to show, which would be a fun one too because you could both get hands-on. And it's pretty cheap as far as some of the tests go. Not buying over-the-top fancy equipment. So just a lux meter. So mine one over here, what it cost, $87 I think it was. So they do range up to quite a few hundred if you really want to get ultra crazy. But
well, one day I want to get a P1000 and do it properly. Totally. You've got some infrared set up, I hear.
I'm in the process of, actually, this Thursday is when I order it. So I've been
Ah.
saving me money up. I haven't been strapped for cash, so yeah, I've been saving up, and this Thursday is when I order it. I get paid, and I've got enough just to order all my shit now, so I'll be good. And then I've still got to buy lenses after that, so yeah, it's been slow and painful, but once I get it all sorted out, it's going to be kick-ass. Because what I will have is 2 cameras, both identical, except for the fact one of them will be IR converted, and the other one will not be. And I'll be able to set them side by side and film. The only other IR and full color test are 2 different cameras. They're both, one's a P900 and one's a P1000. And the P900 has been IR converted. But I want 2 identical so I can put 2 identical lenses on, go out and film stuff, and basically it's going to shut people up.
Matrix. You're isolating the variable.
Yeah. So it's just eliminating variables. Yep, that's all it's about.
Yeah.
So someone comes in and they go, Picard, refraction. I can go, Picard, infrared. So we can do some long-range shots and eliminate all the bullshit.
That long one from Wales. Have you seen the long shot? I don't think it's infrared, but it's incredible. And you can see the Swiss Alps from Wales. I think it's 715 kilometers.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of those. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
Like the J. Tolan media stuff, he's I think he's up to about 12 or 1400 kilometers. That's insane.
Yeah. But because you can see the exact profile of the Swiss Alps, and you can even see Mountbatten, you can see all the different shapes of white peaks, and you can quite clearly make it out in the haze in the horizon. So it's it's pretty hard to refute. There's nothing else that would make those shapes.
Yeah.
And then people were trying to say it was clouds and whatnot. But I think the person that took it wasn't a flat earther even.
Yeah, I like when that happens, when someone does something cool by mistake and we just borrow it.
Yeah, even yesterday on the boat, the lighthouse that I was pointing to after the whole shit fiasco with my husband, I was pointing to the lighthouse, and it's right on the beach. Like, it's a few meters up, and then it's probably a few meters tall. But from where we were, the lighthouse shouldn't even have been visible. It's the same situation. Like, everything you look at, once you realize, it's like amazing how many things are actually falling out of that whole paradigm of the curve calculator. It's like once you start to think about it, you see it everywhere.
Yeah, it's amazing how that works. You just, one episode, you're not thinking about it, and then as soon as you learn something, that shit is just popping up all over the place, and you can't even hide from it.
Yeah, you saw my one down Hokitika Beach on the west coast of the South Island? I'm pretty convinced that was like 117 kilometers or something like that, and a 70-meter high lighthouse. It was just impossible. There's just no way.
That is a long shot. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe the base of the lighthouse is 70 meters, but all you could see was the island anyway. You couldn't even see the lighthouse in my photo because I only have a normal phone camera, so I wasn't.
You've seen the South Australian one that I chuck up every now and then.
No, what's that one?
Oh, I'll show you that. This is just scraped off of Facebook of all places, and I jumped onto what was it, Google Maps, and when you click on the it's in side chat now. When you click on the tourist spots, you can see the little roundabout down the bottom with all the cars parked there, left hand side, third of the way up. That is a lookout zone, lookout 1, I think it's called. And you've got that excellent view. Now, the horizon should be 28 kilometres. The problem is, when you click to expand it, or click on it and make it bigger and click to expand, that peninsula that's right up the end, that's slightly fogged out, is somewhere between 79 and 124 miles.
Oh, wow.
So that is a long-range shot, and I'd love to go back and redo that myself and confirm those
It is
distances.
quite a high shot. Like, it looks like a drone shot, right? From
It is.
What would you say the
300
height?
foot. Yep, 300
yeah.
foot. Now, what really throws that out is a lot of people don't know how tall those cliffs are. So they're 60 meters high.
Yeah.
So that's 170, 180 feet high. So then you've got the drone on top of that. So the drone from the ground, all of a sudden, is not looking that high when you realise how high that is.
Yeah.
And so it sort of puts it more into perspective when you're looking there going, holy shit, that's 180 feet, and we can see that beyond 20 mile.
Yeah. I mean, I have one from a similar height in Pikecock Reiki, which is near Wellington, but on the other side of the mountain. So it's in the foothills going down to the coast on the other side of Wellington. And you can see Mount Taranaki, our Mount Fuji. You can see that volcano quite clearly. And you don't have to be very high up the hill. Like, it's in the very bottom of the just where you get a bit more distant view over the trees. And then you see all the way to 217 kilometers, I think it was. Like, it should be 3,000 meters underneath. Something ridiculous, actually. Yeah, I think the whole mountain is 2,700, or, it's a very
come on, Greenweaver. Don't you know? It's so big that it looks flat. What are you guys talking about?
Well, actually, I was also thinking of a way that maybe, how Alan and Shane they're doing their celestial satellite business.
Yep.
And they keep on falling a cropper with the whole the usual excuses and stuff. But they're always looking at things that are very close to the horizon. But I was suddenly wondering whether it would be worth cross-checking at the same time as they do the observation of the star occluding behind a mountain, that they at the same time observe a star somewhere else in the sky and take an angle from the same point. Do you know what I mean? And triangulate where this other well-known star is in the constellation.
Or better still, have someone on the opposite side of the mountain that they're aiming at and hitting a close star. So it's getting not only their low angle triangulation, but a steeper angle. So someone who's closer to the mountain and a higher up elevated star or some kind of celestial
my
body.
idea was the stellar sphere is quite fixed, and any actions of refraction must be local at the horizon where there's this temperature supposed gradient or whatever it is that causes this refraction. And that happens at the horizon only when you're looking at very low angle things. But if you cross-check the angle difference between somewhere in the fixed stellar sky and, you get another star, then immediately you can cross-locate that other star that's occluding behind the mountain with another thing in the same, stellar sphere, and therefore confirm or deny the refraction. Like, that would tell you what kind of refraction you're dealing with, because the angle would change between the other star, right? Because it's fixed. As we know, there's no parallax. So, do you know what I mean? Like, if they could cross-check it with another thing that wasn't low in the sky and triangulate.
Well, what's interesting is what you're saying. That's the reason why when you're doing cell nav, you don't do extremely low stars on the horizon. Once you get below a certain degree, they don't use them because of all the optical abnormalities that they get. So it messes up their readings. So they'll aim for something a bit higher.
But then you'd be able to confirm or deny the refraction. Like, in a way, it would give you an amount of refraction to be expecting. Because, even top physicists or whatever are saying that the most refraction you can argue for is 10%, maybe 15 tops.
The issue with it is, all they can argue for is there is refraction. They can't give you an amount unless they've got exact temperature readings, exact air pressure readings, exact humidity readings, and there's a great big pole that goes up bloody 20 miles up in the sky, and every single meter up it, there's some kind of sensor that takes those three, they're never going to ever work it out. All they're going to do is refraction. How much is there? Oh, I don't know. I just slide the slider on in Bisland's calculator, and there you go. That's what it looks like, and that's all we're ever going to get.
That's why I think the refraction argument is the one worth attacking at the moment with the most gusto. Do you know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying, but the hard part
is the one that we need to like somehow debunk the hardest.
The hard part is the amount of variables there are that all attribute to I'm going to say atmospheric refraction. As much as I hate the term, there's air pressure can modify it. Temperature is the big one. Humidity is another big one. So with temperature being the main one. Now, unless you know what the temperatures are between given points, you're never ever going to be able to predict how much or how little it's going to happen. So unless you've got some kind of crazy grid array set up between you and where you're looking at, say over a 10-mile distance, every so many 100 yards you've got a sensor, and that's horizontally, and then vertically every so many yards we've got a sensor, so it makes this kick-ass great big grid, and then we sit and make observations through this grid whilst we've got all these sensors running to confirm or deny what these pressure, temperature and humidity readings are, and then we compare those to see what the light's doing. We're just guessing. Seriously. That's what annoys me.
They would still cope. Even after all those measurements were given, they'd probably still cope massively. But I'm just thinking, something like my suggestion, not that I have the money to do it, but like that if you had a white screen and some temperature sensors that did do that sort of thing vertically and horizontally as it moved, and the laser stayed on and focused on that white screen, then you had it go.
But you need the readings between you and it.
Yeah, but that's what, if you have the readings being taken on the very thing that is moving the sensor and the screen away.
Yeah, FE Core did that.
Yeah. Did they?
FE Core in their big test where they did the 5, they actually took readings at the laser and then readings at the target.
I guess what I'm saying is if you have a transition between very close laser on a white screen and then you have that thing with its sensors go on a flat plane along some ice or water in a boat or whatever it is, but you travel in a prescribed straight line from that point and you have those sensors on board, you're actually telling the whole story of the refraction. So all this bullshit about refraction cannot, because what it's actually saying is it doesn't.
The reason for it, no, it doesn't. The reason for it, air is just a soup of randomness. That's the best way to describe it. So if you have, say, over a 10-mile distance, if you have 5 sensors evenly spaced out, and on top of those sensors, 5 sensors stacked vertically, thanks, Mohammed, 5 sensors stacked vertically, they will still complain that there's not enough sensors in between. That's the problem. It doesn't matter what you do. You could have 50 of them stacked evenly, and they'll still complain that it's what about the bit in between?
Yeah, but
air
the people complaining, to be fair, the people complaining are, to be fair, probably the anti-flat earthers, and they're not going to be budged anyway, because I think either they are going to be paid or they are so passionate about their space boy, NASA boy, fan shell, soy boy thing that they're never going to get over it. But what the thing you're not accounting for is all the other people that see that. You see all the other more reasonable-minded people. I'm not talking about the anti. Those people are lost. Like they're in the source. I get it. Totally. But I mean, the act of it it cleans up all the possible arguments for anyone rational. I'm not saying it's going to clean it up for the people that are really anti.
Well, I understand what you're saying. If we can nail that to the ground, it's going to get rid of a lot of problems. Like, if we had some way of just snapping my fingers and turning the refraction off. So next time someone does a long range shot, excuse me for a second, now do your photo, do your laser, whatever, and we could shut it off completely, or find some way of removing from the argument. And I guess what I fully get why other people used to question people's definitions of refraction, because it was just a word that was thrown. Oh, I'm going to use this word and get myself out of trouble because I know nothing. That's why there was a lot of definition arguments of the last couple of years. And I fully understand why that was done, was to get rid of the bullshit. So whenever kids come in and just blurt it out, yep, we're going to shut this down, define it, here's the definition, go away. I get that, and some people hate it. I get that too. I'm not going to stick my flag in the ground and go, hey, either way. Like, I understand what both sides are saying, and I understand why it was done. And it's because it's so hard. There's no formula, official way of predicting how much refraction there's going to be. That's the issue. If we had a perfect way of predicting it flawlessly every time, the first question would be, what was your air temperature? What was your air pressure? What was the humidity readings? Anytime anyone does a long-range shot with a laser or a long-range observation, you'd hit them up with those three things straight away. Okay, so once you've got that, if we had a way of predicting it truthfully and correctly, you'd have that information, then you'd go, right, we would be expecting this much. When you've taken your photo, yes, we've got that much, so our predictions match what you've taken. But this doesn't happen. We don't have that capability.
But there's a silver lining to this, though. In the end, right, it's their responsibility when it comes to the refraction thing. Because they're the ones that have the so-called science behind them. They're the ones that have the quasi-official modelings of how this is supposed to work, right? So even when we use their standards, it doesn't add up. And then when you press them and you say, okay, if this is not enough, what do you need? Oh, you do need the air pressure, humidity, and temperature. Okay, how do we configure that? They don't know, right? So their current standards is flawed, but our stuff is still beating them. And if they want more, then
anybody can hear me?
Yeah, dude, but I'm talking. Hold on. Right? Their standards flawed. It still beats them. Okay, so what do you want? Okay, we'll come up with a new model. We'll test it against that. But as you said, having a data set, right, where you have like this array, horizontally and vertically along the line of sight every X interval, like that's a lot of work, right? Over miles. They're not going to do that. So they kind of shot themselves in the foot in a way.
Anybody can hear me?
Yeah,
yes,
dude.
bro, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks.
But so yeah, you know what I mean? Like they're kind of
keep going, bro. Keep going.
Into a corner. Dude, do you really have something to say? Go ahead, fuck.
Muhammad, please speak up. What's on your mind today?
You mean me?
Yes, you.
Yeah. Well, what?
That's what we're asking you. You've interrupted
No,
3 times now.
Muhammad. I can't hear you good.
What do you want?
You can tell us.
I don't want anything.
Okay, why are you interrupting then? Fuck.
You بتشتم me.
Yeah, you.
Okay, thanks. Keep going.
I mean, I was kind of done, but Anyway, back to you.
Keep going. Just keep going. Why you make big things from small things?
Okay, silence.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Go ahead, Matrix. You follow what I'm saying?
Oh, I get what you're saying. Like, that's why the other side of it too, when they do come in and do their refraction, as soon as they do squawk that, you know damn well they've thrown any physical claims clean out the window. So their claim is not that it's a curved surface, that it's a curved light. And that has nothing to do with the surface. So Yeah, if they want to spark refraction, as far as I'm concerned, you're talking about curved light, not about curved ground. Please go right ahead. Tell us about your curved light, and then I'm going to ask you how you measured the ground afterwards.
Yeah, they go hand in hand, eh?
No, they don't. They're two separate functions. Curved light is one thing, curved ground is something else.
No,
You can have curved ground and the light can do whatever it friggin' wants above, and you can have curved light and the ground can do whatever it wants below. They are both separate entities, not related.
They are separate, right? But their argument tries to entangle both of them at the same time. They're trying to get a two birds with one stone type of argument out.
Good luck. Yeah, because I'm over it, and yeah, I'm probably just gonna be not too nice to people when they just come and squawk refraction, because that just to me is, I don't know, I'm backed into a corner, so I'm just gonna try to play my get out of jail free card, and your get out of jail free card is burying yourself with more shit. So, pro tip for young globers: don't come in here squawking refraction. It's not going to get you out of jail. It's going to bury you.
Yeah, I've found that this argument has kind of been slowly being refined, especially with DJ's work.
Yeah,
right? He's been doing a lot of that as of late. I kickstarted something maybe about a year ago with the Walter Bislin calculator and the Black Swan, right? Just using their calculator and shit. And I don't know, like that kind of sparked some thought. The more and more we talked about it and brought up these finer details, the more, at least for me, I could see how they just couldn't answer. Right.
They don't know. And that's what they're using it as a get out of jail free card. To them, they've got this mindset that if I throw the word refraction out there, they're going to talk about refraction for the next half an hour, and I'm going to be able to sneak out the back door because I really don't know what I'm talking about. But hey, this is a great way of getting out of it. No, it's not. You've just buried yourself with more shit. You've just admitted you know absolutely nothing, and you've got no proof of physical curvature, so now you want to talk about light curvature, which you don't even know in the first place.
It's just the perfect expose, right? Over the last few weeks with Talon, when he was talking about the India surveying and shit like that, we dug into that, right? Several times over and over again. Like, the guy's fucking retarded, man. Kept coming back and answer the question. It's simple parsing out this difference that they expect from what they expect versus what they actually get. Parsing out how much of this difference is caused by X, Y, and Z. How do you do that? You don't know. Okay, you're just guessing. That's fine.
Well, hang on a minute. What did you just say? The difference between what and what they expect. What are they measuring that difference off? So that's how quick we could have shut that down. They are measuring that difference, guessing off of a model. Right, so they've already created a model, so they already had an idea of what they would expect. So how did they get the model in the first place?
Exactly. That's a whole other point, right? But supposedly, according to him, if I remember correctly, there was a way, at least the way he framed it, that basically they can average out some shit and infer what the ground actually is curving, or the rate at which the ground is curving from that, right? So it's like this is the clean slate from which the entire modeling arises, allegedly, right? So even with that in mind, how do you break apart all the components to isolate out the ground component, the ground curvature rate, all that stuff, from the light bending? How do you do that? And they can't, or at least it has not been expressed to us how that's done. And the same thing happened earlier with the Warriors guy. I mean, that guy was just high as fuck. He couldn't answer a fucking question. Anyway, but that detail arose also somewhere in the conversation.
Now,
it's pretty
across India.
Just good.
Across India, isn't that known for being very humid and somewhat warm across very particular parts of it?
I know it's hot, but humid wise, I don't know.
So maybe if it's always hot, their averages that they did they would have had to average out over multiple months, not just over days or overnight, because it would have been a case of those great big, or what are they, great theodolites or whatever he calls them, those things are supposed to have weighed like a ton. They were huge devices that would have taken 20 men to move them.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, okay, granted, a piece of machinery that size would have been lethally accurate, but that's not something you're going to move every 5 minutes. You would have to park it and take readings over multiple months to ensure that you have averaged everything out. Whereas these guys would have been dropping the piece of machinery, leveling the thing off to the best of their ability. So whatever they use to level it, and then take their reading, and then it would have been a case of, yep, how many readings are they going to do each day? When you're doing a survey across an entire country, you're not going to want to frig around for multiple days in one spot. You're going to want to do your readings and be on your merry way. So him claiming that they averaged out readings is horseshit. I don't know one survey person that wants to spend 9 hours in one spot just to average everything out and get it perfect. They take a reading, they get on their way. If the numbers are out, they look at their existing models and go, oh, look, I'm out by 0.2. I'll just fudge it back one.
Yeah, apparently they did do something like that, where they did actually take readings during the morning and at night or in the afternoon or whatever to get that variance, right? The high and low, and then they just pick at the middle part or something.
Is there
I don't
any
know how
indication of how long this clown show went for? I mean, survey went for?
Apparently, it took a long ass fucking time, man. They did the entire country, you know. But then there's a problem in there too, right? So they start the survey at one part of the year, right? They do a couple points in that area. You know, it takes a couple of days, a couple of weeks, whatever. Then they move along, right? They're further into the year where the weather changes, so that entire range that they would find all these different points in shifts because the temperatures and all these other variables shift overall also.
Yep.
Right? So the lowest temperature and the highest temperature that they might read at any given point, even at the same point, right, can shift over the year. So as they move along, it's shifting over time, right? So they would have to kind of find a way to smooth that out, which I have no fucking idea, even if they did. The point was, I think in that discussion was he was very shallow in the expose. He didn't give all these details, whether they did or did not do all these fundamental things that are absolutely necessary, right? And then, of course, the differentiating between the ground curvature versus the light bending stuff. I mean, that was the critical thing. The whole thing it's arguably, at the very least, inconclusive.
And you know, and they also said they built. So it took like 6 or 7 years, I think. They built.
Wow.
It was like a minimum of 100 towers. These towers were 75 to 100 feet tall, and they had to make them by brick each and every time, move everything, and then hoist this 1-ton theodolite to the top of it. And a lot of these towers are still around, and they're looking like this so-called Tartaria type stuff. So all kinds of funny business with that
Okay.
India thing.
Damn. Yeah, it's a total mess, man. So the whole refraction argument, I think, it's probably not starting, but it's definitely at this point in time kind of turned around and bit them in the ass. That's for sure.
Well, that's the whole purpose of me doing this camera thing. So I can just eliminate the bullshit. So when some of them just goes, that happened because of refraction. You can see around the curve because of refraction. And then when we drop the black and white on them, here you go, sunshine. Have a nice day. Thank you very much. Kick rocks.
One thing I wonder about is at what point will the terminology also start to shift? Because as Yoder's pointed this out incessantly, right? To call it refraction is kind of a misnomer. Because if it was really refraction in the sense that we understand it, at a, in a laboratory setting, with a fucking prism and a laser, shit like that, right?
Yep.
You would expect to see everything kind of all like almost looking like you're on like an acid trip or something, because the light is refracting through different, pockets of air at different angles, and the light's splitting off, and you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like,
the reason for it, and a lot of the guys, the likes of Ice JJ, and that's a classic example, they just use the blanket term refraction. So it doesn't matter where the conversation pulls, they can still jump around. That's why they use such a blanket term. Whereas if they come in and said refraction under Snell's law of refraction, all of a sudden we'd rip them a new one because they'd have nothing to stand on. It's just like, and or if they go for, it's atmospheric refraction. Okay, so now you've got to prove this exists, but they just go refraction. And there's quite a few of the anti-FEs that do that. And that is why I believe that QE used to rail them back to that one definition, so he wouldn't have to put up with the bullshit. And because he knew that they knew nothing about it, I think that's why he used to do it, was just to save a lot of headaches for himself. Not that he was trying to be evil or anything. It was just to basically cut down the bullshit.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm just saying, like, even in academic sense, right? The likes of who is it? Andrew Thomas Young or whatever.
Yep.
He'll use that word in like official like publications and shit like that, or that term, right?
Yeah,
so I'm
it's a
wondering
blanket
if
term. Like Yoda
Yeah.
saying his thing, to me, the word refraction is a blanket term. And that's why these clowns use it, not Yoda. That's why the globe clowns use it, is because they can, it's a get out of jail free card, because there's so many paths off of that they can slime out of, and you can't nail them to the floor. So you'll be talking about one thing, and then it'll be, oh, no, I'm talking about this. And then you'll go, okay, that falls under this. Oh, no, I'm talking about this. And they can just slide around all over the floor, and you can't pin them down. That's why they do it.
Perhaps someday when like the term or the terminology shifts over to something a little bit more absolute,
specific,
then that conversation will kind of settle a little bit, or at least have a common ground to operate in. I'm not praying for it. I'm not hoping for it, but
it'll settle when there's a few more IR shots out there, especially when we've got a comparative of this is normal, this is IR. In the normal one, you did your normal Bakak refraction. Here's the IR version, and it's showing a clear image. You're now screwed. There's nothing they can do about it. Well, I can't wait to get all these camera shit sorted, mate.
especially if you do it over several days or hours, without it throughout the day.
Like the ship one that DJ shows, where the ship was moored, and you see the changes in the horizon over the full 9-hour period.
The Skunk Bay one?
Not the Skunk Bay one. There's a ship that's parked.
Oh, okay.
And over a 9-hour period, you get to see the miraging effects showing the ship disappearing and then coming back. It looks fantastic. But something like that done in both full color and IR side by side would be spectacular.
Oh, that would be epic. So it's like a Skunk Bay effect, but on a ship.
Oh yeah, but 10 times better than Skunk Bay. Oh, it's awesome. It's better than Skunk Bay.
I gotta ask him for that.
So that the type of refraction that Globers are claiming, when we show them an observation and it's a distinct, clear target in the distance, and they say that's extreme refraction. The definition for that type is this. It says this produces dramatic mirages, especially superior mirages, Fata Morgana or Novaya Zemlya effect, where distant objects appear highly distorted, inverted, stacked, floating, or visible far beyond the normal geometric horizon. And it's not what we're seeing any of those altogether.
You know, come to think of it, that guy who was in here earlier, what was it, his name, Musa or something? You know, he talks about like his friend kind of went like ape shit, or like quote unquote his mental health was kind of compromised type thing. like, like I almost don't blame him for freaking out because this shit gets deep, man, and it, you know, it can drive you nuts, right? So
Well-
I felt for the guy.
If his friend is having a spin out, that's his friend's problem. So
Yeah,
why
I know.
come in here and brand me with the same shit that? Okay, we don't know that his friend may have some kind of mental disorder. I'm not going to put shit on his friend, but how do we know that his friend hasn't already got some kind of background? And all of a sudden now he's looked into FE stuff, and it's like, oh well, now he's FE. Our good friend, the one that was in here talking, he's just associated the FE with all the other stuff. Whereas it could actually be the other way around. His friend might be already fried, and all of it. Yeah, who knows? Just it's easier just to go. Yeah, no, mate. Talk about something else.
I know. So I was gonna tell him, man, like that's a character thing, it's an individual thing. You know, don't like, you know, blanket state that over everybody, and don't, you know, be apprehensive to look into it just because you think that might happen to you. Like if you're not already crazy or unstable, like, you know. But I can see how this type of shit can maybe exacerbate somebody who's already in that state. You know what I mean?
Inside chat, mate. Oh, that's making a lot of noise. Pause. Yeah, inside chat. I just posted up the little video. It goes for like a minute and 44, I think. Something like that.
Let me check it out. Appreciate it.
Yeah, they don't really need that music with it. They could probably dial that back a bit, but yeah, something like that. But both cameras side by side, so split screen, one IR, one standard, both the same lens, both at the same zoom rate, everything else identical. Just one is IR, one is standard. That would be awesome.
Dang, you know, the music actually it's actually kind of epic. Gotta admit.
I just think it's too hot, too loud. It just needs to be backed off a bit. Like it's good. There's nothing wrong with it. It matches, but it's just too bloody loud. Too loud coming from me. Just wait for the backlash from this one. Oh shit.
So the boat never fucking moved, eh?
Nope. That's the cool bit.
Wow. If only he had a map.
Yeah. You know, if that had all the marine.com shit attached with it, and you go, this is the ship. Actually, DJ's got it all. He goes through the whole lot. Marine tracking. This is what the ship actually looks like, because on marine tracking, when you click on it, it shows you what the ship is: name, number, length, height, the whole lot. It's really, really handy for that kind of thing. And yeah, he goes through the whole lot. So I just think it's amazing. Well, Travis has posted it up there. That's what the ship looks like.
Right. In the last photo, it almost looks a little bit flattened. Is that just me, or?
No, that's correct.
What the fuck?
Nice lot of TIR underneath it. Looks like it's hovering.
God damn.
What's wrong, Amir? Don't you understand what's going on?
Yo, that is chippy as fuck.
Yep. But the interesting thing is, if your average person come and seen that at what time? So 9:30, they would go, "Oh look, it's partially hidden behind the curve." If they come and saw that later on, they'd look out and go, "Oh look, it's hidden behind the curve." They'd turn around, they'd get in their car, and they'd go home. But the fact that it's been now videoed showing that it changes throughout the day, depending on temperature, air pressure, and humidity levels, now all of a sudden behind the curve means, oh dear, what curve? All we've got to do is get people to understand, whether they accept it or not, get people to understand that, hey, this ship didn't move, and the effects that you know as hiding behind the curve are right here, just by air temperature changing. So, interesting stuff. Here we go. What's Amir put down for us? The Earth is some sort of spherical shaped object. Congratulations, you've read the brochure. Once you get closer to it, it'll seem flat. Well, the distance from it has no relevance when you measure it. You measure it, there's no curvature. So you could be 10 foot off of it, 20 foot off of it. You could even do a handstand. It's still measured with no curvature. And seriously, Amir, if they'd measured curvature, I reckon probably at least 3/4 of this crowd would go and watch cricket or soccer or football or some other shit. They wouldn't be in here. I know Crick would be, but he's a whole different story. He loves it.
Hang on. Is it just me, or like if you take a look at the third image from the top, right?
Third one from the top, 1, 2, 3, where you just see the couple of bits sticking up. Yeah.
Yeah, you see at the front of the boat, there's like that little rectangular shaped thingy.
Yeah.
Yeah, where the hell is that on the other one? At the bottom. Are we sure it's the same boat? Like the bottom one doesn't have that. Like, what is that, cargo? Did they just move it or something?
No. Look at the very bottom image. Now, see at the front of the boat where it's got the little tower in the middle and it's sitting up on a slight platform?
Okay.
That thing that you're looking up there is what happens when towering kicks in. And if you look at the back, you can see the miraging effect. You can actually see through.
So that
miraging effect That little boxy thing is that slight platform at the front of the ship, and that's towering.
What? It's got like super, like flattened out?
Yep.
No way.
Pretty cool stuff, eh?
That's fucking weird. Holy shit. It almost looks like it looks stretched out widthwise too. Like ever so slightly. Like look at the width on that thing. Look at the width on the third image.
Yep.
And then look at the width on the other one. It almost looks like 50% wider or something. I don't know. Not
Yeah,
the
it's
whole
pretty cool
boat.
stuff.
Just that part. God damn.
But the important thing is the boat didn't move, the camera didn't move, but it looks like it has.
God, it's tabarnak. That's a really good one, man.
Oh, here we go. It's scientifically proven that we rotate around the sun. Hello. Bring forth the scientist. This is going to be great. Get him, Travis. Oh, a volunteer. Are you a flat earther or are you a ball believer? Well, you're pretty quiet now. So Amir is considered a fluent English speaker. Well, in that case, Amir, there's no reason for you to be putting crap in the side chat unless you're posting up citations or something to back up any of your claims. Amir, why is it you believe you live on a spinning ball tard, travelling through the vacuum of space, tilting, wobbling, rotating, 72% covered in water? Not too talkative? Interesting. You claim the rotation bit is scientifically proven. Can you post up the science that backs that? Or not, there's no pressure. The one thing that does happen in here, Emir, that you must take note of, anytime someone makes a claim, they normally get asked to back it. And that's FE also. If someone puts down and they make a crazy claim, they'll get asked to back that claim. So at the moment, you said it's because it is scientifically proven that we rotate around the sun. So Foucault's pendulum for you is proof that we rotate around the sun. So I want you to go through step by step and you tell me how a pendulum proves that the Earth is rotating around the sun. Keep in mind, pendulums don't work if they're on a moving surface. It messes their timing up. So Yeah. Good luck.
Man, this is how retarded. What's his name? Perfect Storm is, right? So we just had a big argument in QOps server, like about a curved line being a horizontal line. Like he's saying that it can be horizontal, right? And I just couldn't get it through to him. I even gave him his definition of level as being, equidistant from the center at all points on the circle, and two circles, one within another, being, it's their lines being equally distant apart at all points, can be considered parallel. I even gave that to him, and he still wouldn't concede that a horizontal line is not curved, right? And this is how retarded it is, right? Because I went to AI, and I'm basically like outlining the whole argument to AI, and it's assumed that I am the glober and that I'm in the right.
That's gold.
Yeah.
Perfect clown show fails again.
Yeah. It's like, would this man happen to be a flat earther by any chance? Like, that's what it said to me. That's how retarded it is, man. It's just like, he just would not concede. He would not let it go, eh? Like, I just couldn't get it through to him that straight lines have no curvature. Horizontal lines are left to right straight. They don't curve. And I'll post what he actually, because he was arguing about the perpendicularity, right? That it can be, all it has to be is perpendicular to vertical and it's horizontal. And I said, show me that with a curved line. Show me where it's perpendicular to a straight line. And this is what he posted. That's what he posted. I said, where's the perpendicularity? And then he posted this. I said, why did you have to introduce a third line? Just show me the perpendicularity between the two blue lines. You don't need a third red line, right? I said, see where your curved blue line intersects with your degree, your little section of degree between the red and the blue, right? And he's like, yeah. I said, that's because there's no angle between those two blue lines, right? You had to introduce a straight line to get perpendicularity. And he went, no, I don't need to. I said, show me. Then don't use your tangent.
That's where you've got to play the definition game again. Oh my god!
I know, right? I tried
define
that
an angle,
him, bro. I tried that with him, man. I tried everything. Well, actually, we didn't even get into angles. But he showed me this. Well, we did get into angles about, no, you can't get an angle between a curved line and a straight line, right?
And yet he still posted that up.
Yeah, and then he's because I argued with him again about it being a curved line, and this is what he posted. He zoomed in on it, and he argued that the pixels are straight. I said, "Is that?" I said, "Right there, is that a curved line or a straight line?" And he says, "It's a straight line." I said, "So not a curve then?" He goes, "It can be." And then I ended up giving him a quote from a mathematics professor that a straight line has zero curvature, right? A straight line has zero curvature. And he said, yeah, I agree with that. He's such an idiot, man. Like, unbelievable. Like, makes me feel so much smarter than what I really am. He's good. He's a good ego boost, man. He's self-esteem down. Like, talk to him, and you will feel instantly like your IQ just shot up 50 points, man.
Hey, don't forget, just because we got an Australian accent, we get 23 points.
Nice.
I love that. Just because we sound like this. Nah, he's a bit of a clown show. Yeah, I'd have gone, oh, sorry, bro, I can't accept that. Definition of an angle. That one's got a curved line. That one's straight, I agree. The vertical one's straight, I'm good with that. But the curvy one, that doesn't create an angle. Sorry. By definition, I'm just going to have to sidestep it. Try again. And then that would force him to bring forth a definition of an angle that has curved lines in it. Best of luck.
Well, to him, right? See that whether he introduced the third red line.
Yeah.
To him, both the blue line and the red line are horizontal.
Yeah.
I mean, you could consider that blue line is oriented horizontally in an arc fashion, right? So it sits between two parallel planes. And I even went with that with him, and he's still nah. I said, but the line itself cannot be classed as being horizontal. It's not a horizontal line.
I'm starting to think with a lot of these anti-FE clowns, they get it. They just don't want to accept it.
I think that's all it was, man, with him. He just didn't want me to be right and him be wrong. It was simple as that.
Yeah, he does rate himself highly. Flat Earthers are wrong syndrome type stuff. Or anything a flat earther says must be wrong. That's crazy.
He cracked me up, like, because he started cracking me up because he started using these really stupid, like, he started inventing words like flatitude.
All right, yeah, trying to be clever.
Like, I think it just slipped out. I mean, I don't even think he was thinking about it. Like, he just said, like, oh, you can consider, like, it's flatitude. It has a certain amount of flatitude to it. I was like, did you just say flatitude? What the fuck is flatitude?
Oh, some other clown show decided to type something. Blah, blah, blah. Curvature of the Earth. Oh, someone else had a dig.
What's this?
Oh, all right. I'm going to go to squash. When I come back, I'll read out the Flat Earth Friends on Idiot book, so you can have a laugh.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yep. There must be another one somewhere. It's got a little thumbs up or some shit. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll read that. I'll read the initial question out, and then I'll read through it so you can have a bit of a chuckle. Anyways, I'll catch you later.
All right, good luck, mate. Cheers.
Hey, I'm only reffing. Busted ankle. This is great. Sit down, yell at people. Just do
John
my thing naturally.
Eat your heart out.
Oh, that'd be great. Go and jump on your hat, boy.
I unmuted you, Mahmood. I don't know why you're muted. But yeah, I'm giving you a second chance. How's that?
Take a chance for what? I can't understand you.
Well, I don't know. You were muted. You were server muted, so I unmuted you.
Okay. I can also. Okay.
I mean, like even you know, like AI even like agreed with me, like on where because I said if this guy is correct, then he's rendered geodesy basically useless in when distinguishing the difference between horizontal and the geodesic, right? Because you need a horizontal tangent plane to a geodesic, right? So what are you're drawing a horizontal plane to a horizontal curve? Like, let's make this horizontal meet this other horizontal, but they don't intersect, right? That doesn't make any sense. It is totally like violates the laws of identity and non-contradiction, even within spherical geometry. So completely insane. He is just so insane and dumb. T 20 cuts should be able to get what I'm talking about.
Yeah, kind of briefly there. Not too sure I followed the whole thing there, but
It's basically this way. If you can consider a curved line to be a horizontal line within geodesy, then when you need to establish a horizontal tangent plane to your geodesic, then what are you going to call that? Both are horizontal?
what the fuck?
Right, right? You have to distinguish the difference. You can call one level and the other horizontal if you want, right? Because level in geodesics is like equidistant from the center, right? All points being the same, right?
Yeah, concentric rings, right?
Right. But you can't call that level horizontal, even though they do contradict themselves sometimes by saying eye level and surface level being curved, eye level being horizontal tangent plane, right? But
Yeah, that's
yeah,
true. I mean, when you put it that way, there has been that term being used interchangeably in both senses in the same sort of argument.
right. But they can't both be. So in their eyes, I even granted him certain definitions, right? I granted him his level, right? His curved level. I said, but you can't call it horizontal. And he says, yes, I can. He just argued with me constantly about it.
Oh, that's stupid.
Yeah, he wouldn't let it go. And his argument was that like, because he went to ChatGPT and ChatGPT told him that yes, a circle can be considered horizontal, right? And then like it said if it's oriented like on a table, like a flat circle, right? Like then it's horizontal, right? But so it didn't say what he wanted it to, so he bugged it again, and it said, well, okay, yeah, in certain like respects, you can treat the curve like it's horizontal. Like that was his argument, man. Like it's locally flat, you know. Like
yeah.
Oh man, it just went on and on. He just wouldn't give up on it.
Doesn't sound very consistent.
Yeah, and then he posted that shit that I reposted in the side chat for your entertainment. Because he said that the two blue lines, right, one curved and one vertical, he said that they're perpendicular to one another. And I said, show me where the perpendicularity is. And he drew the red line. I said, no, do it without introducing a third line. You don't need a tangent plane if those two lines are perpendicular with one another. And then he pointed out the next two. He put 90 degrees between.
Yeah.
See there? And then he argued that the pixels. He argued computer graphic pixels make it legitimate.
Yeah, I get what he's getting at. Okay, they treat it like that in like you were saying before, in a local sense. right? And because the granularity of the pixels is so like not refined, right? The computer just can't generate that level of shallowness in the curve, so it just draws them out flat, right? It's technically not, right? You need that red line, right? Now, in common parlance, they just simplify it, and they use the latter two images, right? Because it's kind of already it's already understood that it's taking with respect to the normal, right? Which is the tangent line. But they don't bother reiterating that. But this guy doesn't seem to understand that there is that necessity to have that step and then just simplify it. But if you guys are arguing base principles, he's overstepping that. He's not, he doesn't seem to be understanding that there is that base principle there, which is the whole argument.
Yeah, exactly. Even within spherical geometry, straight lines serve a purpose, right? Tangent planes, etc. Right?
Yeah. But they're oftentimes abstracted away. Like they're just assumed that the reader already kind of, bodies that in whatever they're talking about.
Right. So in reality, what they'll do is they'll apply the tangent plane property to the actual surface that they're saying that they're drawing the tangent line to. Exactly. Thus, local flatness, local horizontality. Right.
Yeah, and that's totally legitimate. That's totally legitimate. But if they're going to extrapolate out, like they got to factor in all the other details. In which case, a lot of stuff kind of falls over. Did he use MS Paint?
It looks like
looks
it,
like,
doesn't it?
looks like MS Paint.
Yeah, look, I said visually, yeah, like if you, bro, computer pixels on the screen, come on, man. I said, put that into AutoCAD.
Yeah, and zoom in.
I said, do it. Yeah, I said, do it into AutoCAD, which is going to ignore the visuals. It's going to represent the mathematics in a visual on the screen, but its mathematics is not going to allow you to get that 90-degree angle between those two lines. It just won't.
Yeah,
not without the introduction of a tangent plane.
Yeah, if you tell AutoCAD to generate that 90-degree angle with respect to the circle, it'll fail. Yeah. But visually, even with AutoCAD, what'll happen is they'll just have to zoom in probably, multiple times more to get the computer to render out the pixels shallow enough to represent something that looks like a curve, looks like a flat straight line.
Yeah.
Now,
At which point he's not. At which point he's not arguing for a curve anymore. He's arguing for a straight line.
No, but if you take a circle, you draw it in AutoCAD, and you zoom into the top part, right? You zoom in like 2x, right? It looks like it's going to flatten out, but the pixel width or the thickness of the pixel, it's still going to remain, let's say, 1 pixel. My apologies. The thickness of the curve, right, of the perimeter of the circle, right? Let's say he draws it out and tells AutoCAD to print to render it out 1 pixel or 2 pixels thick. No matter how much he zooms in, it's still going to render it out 2 pixels thick, right? But at the scale of the observer, right, it'll be rendering it, over a shorter width and height, or maybe not even height, depends on how he scales it. But you zoom in enough, right? The width is going to the line looks like it's going to flatten out, or the curve it looks like it's going to flatten out, but still be 2 pixels thick, right? Unlike this one, right, where you zoom in and the thing gets thicker and thicker, right? Now he probably can zoom in to the point where it still has a slight curve. Like it might have 1 pixel, worth of curve, like right at the end of it, depending on how much he zooms. But the rest, it looks like it's flat because he's just so far zoomed in, 100x or something like that. It's still not technically flat. It might just have, half or a quarter's worth of pixel, drop to it at the point, where he's zooming in, to the edge of the screen. But the screen just can't render a quarter pixel or a half pixel depth. So
Yeah,
even
exactly.
that can kind of be misleading. So he was saying that this is considered horizontal, this blue curve.
Yeah, because it meets the definition of horizontal as being perpendicular to vertical.
So it's a horizontal point.
Right.
It's like AI, right? It's all I'm gonna level my shelf. Well, it's only giving me level at 1 point, so I'm just gonna draw a dot.
Right. Yeah, it's at an infinitesimal point, right? It's crazy.
Yeah. Then at that point, the argument becomes, one of practicality, right? And I hear their point on that. At the scale that we are, you can level a shelf, and it might be, 1/1 billionth of a degree off of 90 from one shelf to the center to the other side, and we're just like, fuck it, it's level, it's good enough, right?
Theoretically, yeah.
Theoretically, in their worldview, that's what would be happening, and that's fine. I understand that, but if the first principles of that entire argument, that worldview, right, is just theoretical, then it's kind of like the same thing with water, right? Who was it? It was Scott Mackey used to come in all the time. Remember, he's like, "Oh yeah, the water in my bathtub is curving." Like how much? He's like 14 nanometers.
Yeah. It's like Demok too. Demok says, right, I'm going to start with a dot on the wall.
Oh, the dot.
Yeah. I'm going to have a dot. You're going to have a dot underneath it, and then I'm going to put my next dot, right, from a straight line, and you're going to do your next dot for your curved line. They're both going to be exactly the fucking same, right?
Yeah,
like a meter apart or a foot apart,
I have a
right?
hard time visualizing what the fuck he ever meant about that.
Well, his point would be that like where they put their dot like a foot apart from their first dot for their curve, it's going to be the same. It's going to like at least appear the same, right? They wouldn't even be able to measure that 1/billionth of a degree or whatever,
Or wait, what dot? Like what? A dot on a wall or something?
Yeah, he's going to put a dot on the wall, right? And then he's going to put another dot a foot away from that one, but horizontally, so that they represent the flat Earth, right? And then they're going to put a dot underneath that, and to start their globe curvature rate, right? And then put a dot, the next dot that's a foot away from that, where it'll represent itself on the curve of the Earth, right?
Okay, so equidistant. So still equidistant from the so-called, center of the Earth.
Right, but at that scale, right, it's so small, like you said, 1/billionth of a millimeter or whatever, right? Like it's going to be the same, virtually the same, and that's his argument that they can't draw out the curvature line of the Earth on a wall compared to his horizontal, and they not be exactly the freaking same.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
But isn't that acknowledged? Like we're talking about here, right? The scale of the of like the pixels here. It's a perfect or analog to that, right? The scale is just so minute. Like no one argues that the scale is enough.
Right. But he's like pointing out that in reality, in practicality, you're not actually like, you won't be able to measure that 1/100000th of a millimeter to be able to put it. You'll just end up putting it in the exact same place that he's put it, his dot, his next dot.
Yeah.
And it will just look like, if you would have like even had it like 100 feet long, right? And you did 100 dots. They're just going to be the equal distance apart.
Oh man, it's been a while, but I'm just getting flashback. Just going crazy and yelling out dot to dot to dot to dot. What the fuck are you saying?
It takes a while to like sort of like wrap your head around some things that Demok says. Like, I at first I was like, this guy's crazy, man. What is he talking about? Eventually, I started thinking about what he was saying, and I was like, hang on a second, I think I'm understanding what he's getting at now, right? Like,
yeah, I had it.
Does that mean I'm crazy too?
No, I had a sense that he was getting at something, right? But I just couldn't understand it because of his delivery. That's all it was. I was dead every time he started saying.
Right. Yeah. I'm gonna send my balloon up, and you're gonna send your rocket horizontally. We're gonna race to space.
Oh shit! Never heard that one. Oh my god.
Yeah, his challenge is he's going to let a balloon go, right? And they're going to send their rocket horizontally, right? And it's not allowed to like curve. It's got to go in a straight line horizontally. And they're going to we're going to see whose reaches like 100,000 feet first, right? Or whatever, or get to space first, right?
The best one that I remember, again, it was just funny because of his delivery. I forget how he worded it, but he was just going on about how, like, to him something doesn't make sense. How if I take a level line, right, like an abstract line, right, and or a plane or whatever, and I shoot it out, horizontally in both directions. Oh fuck! How do you say it? Something to the effect of like, how the fuck does that thing? How the fuck does that thing go up at some point?
Right.
Because that's right? Because if the ground curves away, like over the surface, it curves. You go down the curve 45 degrees or 90 degrees or whatever. That abstract line is going to go vertical from where you're standing. Parallel to, it's going to be going vertically, parallel to your vertical. Right?
Right.
It was just the way he said it in the Demok way. Like, it just sounded dumb as fuck, but it's true.
Right. It is. I know, right? It's like his giant cube on the water. He wants to sit a giant cube on the water and show that the corners aren't touching the water.
Oh shit! Oh my god! I miss that guy. Oh fuck!
I mean, Scott Mackey cracked me up one day with something similar, right? Because he's like, if hypothetically, if you had like a perfectly straight right? Perfectly straight, no curve. It's perfectly straight, like 10-mile metal rod, and you held it up. You held it up at like at eye level. You're at the beach, and you held it up at eye level out across the surface, and then you lowered it down, slowly lowered it down. It would touch the water at one point 3 miles away, and then beyond that point, it would begin to look like it's curving up into the air. He's literally serious, man. He believes that's what would happen.
Right.
He's
Well,
serious, bro.
that's the what's it called? Fuck. That's the line of sight to the or that's an analog to your line of sight to the horizon. Right?
Yes.
Right on, okay.
Yep. But he's saying that if you could physically do that, that's what would happen. It would touch the water 3 miles away, and then beyond that point, if someone was like looking at that beyond on the other side of that, it would look like that rod is curving, bending up into the air.
Right. Yeah, theoretically, yeah. Absolutely.
And it cracked me up. Just the way he said it, man, it cracked me up the way he said it, because it sounded like something demo could say. You know?
Did it? Okay. But that's the theory. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. But so to a side-on observer, right, it would look like it's just meeting, it's a tangent line meeting the curve at one point, and then just going straight, right? But he said for an observer standing on the Earth, beyond that tangent point on the other side, it would look like it's bending up into the air.
That's dumb, because it would be so shallow that you wouldn't be able to tell. You would have to traverse the entire line, like an amount, to see any apparent inflection. You wouldn't be able to just stand at the pivot point and be like, oh, bending down and bending back up again. You wouldn't notice it. You would probably see it, grazing the water for like a good amount. Yeah, that's dumb, man.
Yeah.
That sounds Demochy enough. I hear that.
But yeah, no, Democ is correct in that concept, because like Overlord describes it as being two reciprocal slopes meeting at a point. So essentially, they are extending from that point going uphill, or if you're looking back from the other end, they're going downhill towards meeting at a point.
Yeah, and vice versa.
Yet it's a 180-degree flat line. So how is a flat line a slope? A horizontal one at least. It's supposed to be a slope of 0, but their horizontals in geodesy are actually slopes. Theoretically, they're slopes, because each increment of distance from the tangent point extending outwards is getting further from the surface, and vertical will no longer be perpendicular to that line.
Yeah.
It'll be a
an
greater
offhang.
and greater. Yeah.
Yeah. Like you take one step and now you're 89.9999999 degrees.
Right, like you said earlier, like it'll end up being parallel with someone else's vertical at 90 degrees, right?
Yeah. Yeah, all this shit, man, it'll make your fucking mind melt, man. I don't know if you were there earlier when that guy came in. He was talking about like, oh, I have a friend who looked into this shit and he went crazy. Were you there for that?
Oh, really? No.
Well, not. I mean, I might be paraphrasing, like not hyperbolically necessarily, but he was talking about like he's coming in here, he was asking questions, and he was kind of like on edge, right? Not on edge, but like skeptical. Fair enough. And he recounted how he knows a guy who was like into conspiracy theories and whatever. He got into flat Earth, and it's like it's like all he talks about, or something to that effect, right? Where he's kind of like overexcited about it or whatever. And the guy was talking about, or he was saying how like to him that the guy's kind of gone a little off the wall with it, right? So he was like tiptoeing around like shit, like I almost don't want to know because I don't want to go crazy. Like that's what it sounded like. It sounded like he was insinuating, right? And I was thinking to myself, it's like like I kind of see his point, right? Like it depends on the character. It depends on who you are. If you're already not predisposed per se, but like if you're already kind of like unstable, like this will throw you off, man. I get that, but like it's not necessarily like a reason to not investigate it, right? It was just funny, but I understand his point, man, because this stuff it'll warp your mind trying to wrap your mind around the other person's argument, especially in the way that we've experienced them. Right? When they come in, they just fucking skate around and mince words and all this shit. Like it'll drive you fucking nuts.
Hey, T-Dub, so how'd that conversation go with Perfect Storm? Did you bang your head in the wall enough? Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing, 20 Copes?
Good. How are you?
Good, man. I literally have a headache, like a physical headache from talking with this clown over in another server.
When did you get in here?
Sorry, man. See, there's the example of what you were just talking about. Sorry, man. I was just a bit busy. Yeah, totally. Like it is enough to drive you insane sometimes. And that's exactly what APOC was experiencing. And I kind of did railroad that conversation. Sorry, APOC.
No, they're right,
yeah,
bro.
that was crazy, man. So,
is
yeah.
this the same guy, Peter?
Yeah, look in the side chat, APOC, at 40 past the hour.
Yeah, 40, 41.
That's what he ended up posting in defense that a curved line can be perpendicular to vertical.
I saw that. I saw when he posted that. Just the amount of like, I don't know, like retardation in that guy. It's amazing. Like I'm not even mad. I'm surprised. Like I'm astonished at this guy. He is hardcore indoctrination over there, dude. It's amazing. He couldn't grasp how circles horizontal laid out on the floor. He could not grasp what you were trying to tell him. He couldn't.
And we were getting into
a hula hoop.
Right.
Oh fuck. And we were getting into it earlier. Like, if you look at that second image at 41 past the hour, or even the third one, right, where he zooms in and shit, his point is kind of like it's valid, but it's invalid at the same time, right? Because he's talking about. It sounds like he's talking about in a practical sense, right? At a local over a local area, things can be perceived to be horizontal, right? And instead, he's trying to demonstrate it with like the pixel width and the pixels are flat, right? But he's technically not right because so the argument is really just about the technicalities and what the implications of those technicalities are over a wider length, or area or whatever.
Right.
You know?
Here's what he doesn't look at. I looked at the photo, right? On the second one where it has a 90 and 90. Here's what
Yeah.
he doesn't get, and I need people to understand this. That second square that's right next to that 90, that is no longer 9 degrees position to the center of the earth because it's a little to the right. And the same thing on the one to the left, it's a little to the left. Those are not from that position, those are not 9 degrees now. Because if you were to draw a straight bar the way the 91 is, that's not to the center of the earth. You're going to have something that's now lateral. It's going across. That they cannot grasp that. It's hilarious.
Yeah, it's
Well,
like
that's
90,
what I argued with
90
him.
yeah, 90.00001 or 89.99999 degrees. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I argued with him. I said, is like in the last one that I posted there, I said, is that straight or curved? And he says it's straight. I said, so not curved then? And he goes, it can be. Right. And I said, I said a straight line cannot be curved. And he goes, prove it. Right. I ended up, I finally found this citation for him where it's from mathematical physics department or mathematical university mathematics department saying that curved line, straight line has zero curvature. Straight lines can't,
What do you
don't
say to
curve.
that?
I haven't been back.
Oh man, that guy is he's lost, man. He's what Crit would call bricked, and you can't fix stupid.
Are you guys able to get him in here?
You don't want him here. You trust me, you don't want him in here. He'll get muted so fast. he what's the word I'm looking for? Incessantly? Yeah. Will just talk over you. He will you can let him even talk for a little bit. The second you start to talk, he'll cut you off again. He's that dude, bro. He does not he doesn't know how to have a conversation back and forth at all. And that's coming from me, who I love to talk over people. He's worse than me.
What's his name?
He goes by Perfect Storm. He has a lot of clouds.
I think he's been in here before. Maybe not here. Maybe over in politics.
Yeah.
I don't know. It sounds familiar.
Yeah, he's that guy's a train wreck, dude. He's so lost. We're talking about evolution. He was. I'm like, okay, you're an ape. We get it. You are an ape. We get it. We're human. You're an ape.
Was he the guy? T-Dub, were you there? I don't know. There was a guy who came in, and he was. He might have been on the fence or something, but he was talking about evolution. He was arguing that something about he would try to make a point, right? And we're like, okay, give us some citation. And then he first started with going on Google AI or something like that and reading out the AI stuff. And it was just nonstop trying to make the point that the AI summary is not a citation, right? You need I forget it was him. It was an argument more about how to form an argument than actually the argument, but he was taking it like we were trying to rebut the argument when we actually haven't. He actually didn't technically officially make one. It was really convoluted. He would
rings a bell.
You know what I'm talking about? Were you there for that?
I think so. Yeah, it rings a bell.
Not the same guy though, eh?
Possibly.
Really?
Could be.
I feel bad though, T-Dub, because I honestly think he might be on that spectrum where he might have a bit of retardation in reality going on, like a mental, literally mentally diagnosed, clinically diagnosed of someone that might be on that, because he sounds like that sometimes when he talks.
Bit
and I
like
feel
Drex and
bad.
Timmy.
Yeah, I feel bad, like barking at him sometimes because I'm like, I feel bad with that guy. Like, he's like just literally messed up in the head, and I'm like arguing with him, and I.
Oh well, he took me calling him retard pretty well. Like, he didn't yell or lose his
Oh,
shit.
he hears it so
or,
many times. That's probably why he just accepted it. Everyone calls him that, so he probably just accepted now. Like, you know what I mean? Funny. It's just sad with that guy, dude. It's just a sad case.
Yeah, I probably would have held my tongue a little bit more if QOP had his streaming bot in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's crazy.
It's tough, man, because we're on, we're in the public square here, right? You never know who you're going to be speaking to, and for all we know, half the people we've been talking to over the years or whatever are like not there.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
not an excuse, and it's no way for any one of us to be able to, to tell that, right? They're not, wearing the sign, they're not wearing the badge. I'm a retard. Be gentle with me. You know what I mean? Like, right?
Right.
Oh, they're putting themselves out there, man. It's an even playing field. If you clue into it, it's another thing. Maybe you got a sense, okay, but it's still no excuse to be a complete dick to somebody. I'm mentally retarded, therefore I can, be rude to everybody and get a pass. It's like, no, not really, right? But it's if you know something ahead of time, I don't know. Maybe you don't react necessarily the same way. Have a little bit of compassion, but the argument still goes on, right? It's just in a different fashion. But you can't know, really. Might be able to guess, but it's only a guess, right?
Yeah, some of these guys are just, oh man, they're insufferable, dude. It's really hard to keep it maintained with some of these guys. They're just sad.
Have you ever spoken to what was his name? I think it was Lost Warriors. Does that name ring a bell?
Lost Warriors. Honestly, I'm not good with names. Dude. We've come across so many people over the the entirety of being on Discord. It's kind of hard.
Yeah. He was in here earlier. He had been here maybe a few weeks back. Also, he was pretty he was something, man. He's I was laughing because like every mid sentence he starts coughing, right? And when a stoner coughs and then they speak afterwards, they're kind of like, a little like droopy. Like, I'm like, is this guy getting, and like,
Yeah.
I asked him at some point, I'm like, dude, like, are you taking bong hits or some shit? He's like, yeah, it helps me think.
That's funny.
And I'm laughing. I'm like, you're fucking stupid, dude. He was making terrible arguments. We were repeating ourselves I think I repeated the question verbatim maybe 5 times, and he couldn't get it, right? And some people were saying, oh, maybe he's doing it on purpose to buy time so he can chat in GPT or something like that. And later in the conversation, like, it was tongue in cheek. We were saying like, fuck, this guy's chat GPTing, and he went along with it, but then tried to play dumb or whatever. So, we weren't sure if he was actually doing it or if he was conceding to having done so, because he flopped and said, oh, you're retarded if you think I'm chat GPTing. I was kidding. It's like, fuck off. It was just really fucking, it was bad, man. It was really,
I bet.
And you're high as fuck. I mean, some people can carry it. I used to, so I get it. But I don't know. And like, no shame, like, no, you hide that, right? Or maybe, I don't know. In an argument, mid-argument, like, that's gonna be, used against you, right? Like, I don't know.
I come across quite a few crazy individuals lately.
New ones or same old, same old?
Same old, same old. Just like it's the argument is now at a point where you're literally arguing with these guys the same conversation that has been had thousands of times over years, and they are just still like incessantly just oh man, the parroting of the indoctrination is just wild. Like, how can you still be saying, like, for instance, earlier today, or well, now yesterday, because it's the next day. Yesterday, NASA shill joined the room. He's like, "What evidence do you have?" And I'm telling him, "You get evidence every single day, and you come back the next day asking for this like evidence again. You're just not accepting what you hear." He's like, "Give me one. Give me one. Every measurement. Give me one measurement. All of them. Every measurement." He's like he just doesn't get it, dude. Like NASA shill's a waste of time. To where I even told Q-Up over in the server, I was like, dude, people like NASA, they've been in this conversation for years. He's asking every day, what evidence do you have for flat Earth? What? It's like you're just a troll, dude. You hear it every single day, and then you reset.
Do you actually go into the details with him?
Oh, there's no point, because when you go into the details, he then just parrots the same exact rebuts that, although those have been debunked, he doesn't accept the evidence, the facts. Like DJ has done a beautiful 30-minute presentation to him. All the proof he needs to know that debunks his globe. The next day, do you have proof? Dude, you just got schooled yesterday. You had your ass handed to you. Like, at this point, you're just a narcissist. No, better than that. You're what's that called when you love pain? You're a pseudo, like a sadist. What is it? Sadist? Masochist?
Well,
Pseudo masochist.
Yes, there's sadists, and masochists. Forget
Yeah.
which one is which.
He's a
giving.
he's
or
a
taking.
masochist. I think it's a masochist. They love pain. I think it is. A sadist gives pain, right? And the masochist takes pain. One or the other. He's something of that. Just crazy. That dude's just.
But was he like in your conversation with him? He asked you, what's the proof? Are you just answering him with the words, all of it, or are you actually like enumerating some of them?
No, at this point, I've been arguing with NASA shill for the past. I mean, with him, when he first went into Nathan Oakley's server, that was probably in like 2017, 2018, maybe even 2019. I've been arguing with that guy for that long, telling him the same exact thing. That's why I'm like, dude, you're just a waste, dude. I don't even want to talk to that guy no more. Everybody in that group should just be like, nah, just leave him on mute, let him listen. He needs to be listening. Like, that's it. He doesn't need to talk anymore. He doesn't get it. After all these years, he still doesn't get it. No point. That's wasting. It's talking to a brick wall.
Okay, so he is aware of the details.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
He knows all of them. He's heard all of them. He knows every argument that can be presented to him, because he said "nuh-uh" to all of them. Like that's that guy. He is stuck on stupid.
Stuck.
Guy's no good, man. You know
Was
that
he?
tree in the Bible, that tree that he said, curse that tree, it gives no fruit. That's that guy. Like, curse him. Like, he gives no good fruit. He's done.
You're mentioning QOP. The only reference that I have to QOP is that that clip or recording that DJ had in maybe in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's
when he was
QOP
on
server.
with McToon, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what does the guy do? He hosts a Discord server, or
Yeah, QOP, he started his server. He was in Earth Awakenings and he was calling out Witsit, and he's like one of those TFE is fake, and he created a YouTube for it, and like he has videos that are like debunking the TFE, and like that's who he is. And then
okay,
he started saying like he has a server called Anti-Truther, and his whole goal is I'm gonna expose Globers and flat earthers who are shills. And he says that he thinks that there's flat earthers that are shills amongst all of us. And he's like, those guys, they're just here just to make us look stupid. They, they allow Globers to, like get away with joining in conversations and throwing out all, but it's kind of like hypocritical because he does the same thing now. Like he has a server and he lets like NASA shill in there. Like, bro, like you can't blame Geo for doing that when you're doing the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, come on, dude.
what did he do for the DJ thing? Like, was he streaming on
Yeah.
Discord or YouTube or?
Yeah, he has a just like you know how there's a 24/7 bot that records it to YouTube. He has
Oh
the
yeah,
same
yeah.
thing. Yeah, he has a YouTube where he streams his conversations in the matter of fact, he was recording when T Dub and myself and all of us were talking to that guy. He has it recorded right now. It's on his YouTube.
Okay, shit.
Yeah,
So
if
what?
you
So,
it's called here, I'll
McToon was
send you
on,
the link. I'll send you the link to his thing.
okay. So McToon was on Discord, chatting with
Yeah.
him
Yeah, yeah,
that time.
he's no, well, he wasn't there yesterday, but McToon goes there, and now he's kind of like going there frequently because there's a lot of flat earthers that are in there that that McToon likes to talk to. So,
So that
nice.
conversation with DJ happened on a Discord server. I was under the impression it was a YouTube live stream or something.
Well, yeah, it was a YouTube live stream recorded from the server, just like here, just like
Okay.
how 24/7 is streamed. Yeah,
Okay.
it's the same
Okay.
thing.
I thought it was like I was under the impression that it was a live, like it was not on Discord being streamed to YouTube. It was a YouTube live stream
Oh, got you.
on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. No, it's
Yeah,
he has
like in the
both.
same fashion that QE has that channel, right? And they stream to YouTube and whatnot. You know what I mean?
Right, right. I sent you the invite to his server and to the YouTube. So you can check it out.
Okay.
You have both of them. See here. Yeah.
Right on.
I was glad when T Dub took over because that dude gave me a headache. And Perfect Storm gave me a huge headache. And then I got a phone call anyway, so I had to bounce. But man, that guy's a headache.
Shit, I can't post anything. I'm being saluted. I'm like, no, I can't say anything.
You have to. So what you do is, if you join the VC and queue up, he makes you subscribe to his YouTube channel, which I sent you. And if you let him know, you're like, hey, I subscribe to your YouTube, then he'll give you text perms.
Oh fuck. Well, I don't have a YouTube account.
Oh, darn. Then you can't post comments.
Man. Shit.
Yeah,
Can I get a
he has to
pass?
set up it. You could ask him. Yeah, you could ask him like, hey, I don't have a YouTube, but I would like to, slide chat. Yeah. He's given passes before. Not everybody has to sign up. He just tries to he's just trying to build his YouTube, I guess.
And that's fine, but I don't have YouTube. So, it's not a win or a lose with me, right?
Right. Any good conversations today?
Nah. Kind of same old there. Same old, same old.
Sent out a couple invites to a couple gentlemen over on TikTok to come over here, Discord. They were talking about how they're kind of getting tired of the caliber of the people that they're arguing against on TikTok. They're like, man, this seems like a lot of these guys are like baby globers. Like, they don't even know their own paradigm. It's like, if I'm having to explain like the dimensions of the earth and you're defending it, they're like, that's not good. Like, you guys don't even know your own paradigm. I'm like, yeah, unfortunately, a lot of guys on TikTok, they haven't been in that argument long enough to even defend it.
I mean, we get a mix of that in here too.
Yeah.
But it's not really that. So I get it. Yeah, TikTok, man. I don't know, dude. I'm sure there's a real. I'm not on TikTok, okay? But I'm sure there's a legitimate reason why the term TikTok brain is a thing.
Yeah. Short attention span. So it is.
Yeah, I appreciate the long form conversations, man. Like that fucking that one from, what was it, a year ago or in the last year with Indio and Blitz, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, as much as the guy is, kind of off the rocker, right? He's got a PhD. He can talk. He can converse. Maybe perhaps like stupidly or whatever, but they can hold the conversation like point blank, right? It's
Right.
almost like a rarity these days.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, have him over, man.
What's your username? 20 cups again? Your proper one?
Huh?
What's your proper
20
name
cups.
again? No, not your nickname. The other one.
Oh, just call me Mike.
Just call me Mike. Okay.
With underscores.
I thought it was milk.
My God, dude, that fuck. That became like a fucking run-on joke, and I ran with it. And then fucking Timbo called me Baguette Boy because I'm in French Canadian, right?
Yeah.
So I put a baguette in my name, and then I moved it over so it was an L. Like I just fucking ran. Fucking stupid. You guys can't read. Like, come on.
You won't come up in the invite section. I'm just gonna have to copy the link and then message you.
Yeah,
For
just
some
hover over.
reason-
Who you messaging? You got another girlfriend? You cheating on me?
No.
Are you so sure?
Is it-
What?
Sure.
I heard.
Yeah.
And what they say?
Just laughing. They're like,
We're,
"Haha,
we're
you're the
laughing.
doghouse."
20 cups is a guy.
Nah.
What?
You're barking because you.
It's like, you messaging a girl? I was like, I don't know. 20 cups, are you a girl?
Are you? Yeah. Sure. I'll let you think. Oh yeah, T-Dub, I got the invite already. I mean,
Oh, awesome. Oh, right. From someone else.
APOC. He just sent me like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, right. Okay. Dang. Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Beat you to it. But I can't say anything because I don't have YouTube, so I can't subscribe to the guy's channel, so I can't get text or VC or whatever.
Yeah, every
Just
now
say
and
you s-
then.
Just say you subscribed.
Yeah, I subscribe. He doesn't know. He doesn't know the difference.
Yeah, if he's in like the millions or whatever, like
No, it's hardly any, but it's
no.
yeah. But yeah, just
Shit.
say you subscribe. Doesn't matter.
How about you, DJ? Did you make any leeway with Perfect Storm?
No, dude, that guy's completely bricked, and
Yeah.
yeah, he's
T-Dub was
ugh,
T-Dub was
Lord.
just recounting. He was just recounting his story.
complete pure insanity. Right? That guy teed up, right? He thinks he's undead. Literally, he literally thinks he's undead. He's not human. He's being controlled by an entity or something like that. He drinks 3 liters of juice a day, smokes about 40 cigarettes a day, drinks 21
That's the
liters of
one?
water, 21 liters of water per day, and he there's some crazy story he tells as well, which I can't even mention on the live stream because it's that freaking insane.
21 liters of water.
Yeah, apparently
No, that was
so.
possible.
I didn't realize that was him.
That's him. Yeah.
So he is a bit special. I feel bad now for calling him names.
I told you. I feel bad because he's on that spectrum, I bet.
Dude, he's the most arrogant asshole you would ever speak to. Don't feel bad. I used to feel bad, but now I just gave up on that. I'm like, screw this clown. This guy's the most arrogant prick ever.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, like I was saying before, man. Online is the fucking Wild West. It's a level playing field, no pun intended. Right? If he chooses to come on here, we're not psychoanalysts, right? We're not doctors. I mean, not everybody. Yeah, we can't diagnose someone like that. Why should you get any better treatment than anybody else, right? I mean, I haven't heard him yet, but I'll take your word for it.
What's the worst? You could go debate with him right now. He's in there waiting for you.
He's just salivating. He's salivating over that.
Drooling.
Can if I can I actually VC without the
Yeah, you could. Yeah,
Yep.
you can see. I'll jump over there with you. I want to go here. I want to listen.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
where?
To the
The VC, the
anti-truther.
main VC. Let's go.
Which room though? Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, VC. Oh, there we go. Wait. All right, let's go.
Where did they go? I missed that.
Over to a different server, Q server.
Whose? Sorry?
I think his name is Q. Q-Op, maybe?
Okay, I don't have that server. Cheers.
Who's asking? I could send you the link.
Yeah, sure. Shaggy.
Okay.
up? Yep.
Hello, what's up?
Hey, dude, what's up?
What are you talking about, guys?
Is it me or are you quiet? What's up, Cat? Goodbye. Seriously.
Happy birthday to you.
So, yeah.
Thanks.
Hello.
What's up?
Got it.
Got it.
More than happily. M7, what's up?
Hello.
Hey, glad you could be here, bud.
Come again?
I am glad that you can be here.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a sphere?
Any? No, I'm new here to listen. Any evidence? I'm
You
still
don't have
serious about this topic, but I
the topic.
what?
The topic is the shape of the Earth. That's the topic.
Yeah, I still research about this topic.
Now,
Your voice not clear. Your voice not clear, sir.
I know it'll come in and out. I'll ask it again. Did your research
I'm sorry.
come from this
I'm sorry.
channel?
I'm sorry. I'm not hear you clearly. Your voice not clear.
I know my voice will not be clear. My other Discord name is of a robot because I robot all the time. My signal will break out often. Am I clear enough to understand?
Yeah, not. I mean your voice. You have a problem in your mic. That's
Correct.
I mean. Okay, continue. What you see?
Okay. Did your research come from this channel, or did your research come from the internet?
Yeah, I still research about this topic, flat Earth. But in my opinion, the results which I get it about this topic and evidence it's proof to me the Earth it's flat, is flat, not at pool. Yeah.
All right, cool. Why is it not a ball?
The same question. Why is it's like ball? All 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 pictures and all videos come to us from NASA. It's not true. So you NASA must or not NASA. A lot of people depend on or says the flat Earth. The Earth is ball. Uh, they must or they should prove this this use opinions. It's right.
Get it?
I think the I think they should prove this opinion, not us.
So you're saying people need to go out and try to prove that the Earth is a ball for themselves?
Yeah.
I agree. Good to have you in the channel.
What?
It is good to have you in the channel.
Okay, that's good.
I'm hoping somebody can come in here so that they can give me the evidence that's required. So far, no one has come in with the evidence required to prove that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah. The claim that Earth is spherical is a modern idea that appeared after the Second World War. It's not old claim. Do you understand me?
Yes.
So that they should or they must uh, they have to prove your opinion.
But a lot
Jimmy,
of
where
people
are
are
you?
not. A lot of
Where are
people
you
are
from?
not going to attempt to try and prove the ball because they've grown up in a system that has taught them that everything is already known and there is nothing new to learn. And so when they're told this is the information that proves everything, then they just blindly accept it because that after that point, they don't have to try and prove anything. There is no effort. So it would actually require them to make effort to try and validate the thing that they have been told is true. And the people are lazy. They don't want to, so they won't. And then they have
Yeah,
been
yeah, you are right. Yeah,
propagandized. They have been propagandized to mock people who don't believe the same thing they do. So those two
yeah, you
things
are right.
together keep them in ignorance.
They can in medical. The old thing is we have it's the right things, but after appearing a new technology, we we uh, we uh, appear we are wrong in the past, so that it's not all all things it's true. We can prove this or use our mind to prove that. Where are you from, Jim?
I don't want to talk about that. I know that whenever I heard that the earth was flat for the first time, it was more or less just something that was an idea because at the time a friend of mine and I were looking at things to, you know, debate about, to spend time because what we were doing was very boring. And after a while, um, I decided to look into it a little bit deeper than what I did originally. And then I think after 4 years, I finally was like, yeah, the earth's flat. And now it's
You you
it's a better conversation to be had, right? I don't know if it's just this channel. I don't know if it's the group of people that usher the conversation, but I go to other channels and I try to listen to the conversations in the other channels, and it's not interesting, right? The people argue either over subjective manners or they don't know how to argue or put a point forward or take a point to its logical conclusion. But it's very difficult listening to other conversations and then trying to be a part of the conversation
yeah
because they don't know how to think. They don't know how to listen to each other.
Yeah. Where are you from, Jim? Give me one.
I'm from Earth.
Earth?
Yes.
That's good. We all from Earth, not from the sun, the Mars,
Right.
Pluto.
Did you
We
know
was
that
born.
first,
We was born here in the Earth, not another place.
do you know Pluto the dog from Disney?
What? Come again?
Do you know who Pluto is? The dog from Disney.
Yeah, Disney.
Okay. Yeah, Disney. Pluto the dog. Mickey Mouse's
Pluto.
dog.
Yes, yes, yes. I know.
Okay. When they first issued the first picture of Pluto, the planet from outer space, the craters on it outlined the shape of Pluto's head.
Come again? I'm sorry.
When they
I'm
issued,
not hearing you.
when they gave us the picture of Pluto, the planet in outer space from a satellite, the craters
Yeah, yeah,
on
yeah,
the
yeah,
planet outlined
yeah, yeah,
the head of Pluto, the dog.
yeah, yeah. It's not true.
Uh-uh.
It's a fake story.
Yep.
Yeah, I know that.
Some people think that shit was true.
No, no, no. Another story like this. I like that. Uh, NASA reach to the moon. It's
Yep.
not true. True. It's fake.
Yep.
I know that. But I mean, I asked you where are you from? Your country.
I am not talking about that
Why? I'm
because
from
I do not
I'm
want
from
to.
Egypt, Middle East. Yani, if you want to know.
I studied to go to Egypt at one point, but it was never given to me as an opportunity.
Okay, I visit you I invite you to visit my country if you want.
I won't.
Okay, you are welcome.
It is unlikely for me to do that.
Okay.
When did you start looking into flat Earth?
Before I started to search uh, from a long time. I about the first time I started to research about this topic from 10 years ago.
Nice.
But I'm not interested to research uh, with with evidence.
Mhm.
I this the first time I heard about this flat Earth. but I'm not interested. I'm not interested to true research. Uh, but I know that I watched a lot of videos about this topic, uh, uh, especially after 12 September in 20, 2001. This is the first I think the first time.
Okay, so
Like,
you heard about it 10 years ago, but you didn't start looking into it until
yeah,
later.
yeah.
I get it. Yeah, I heard about it, and then I started looking into it because at the time I had a lot of nothing to do, and then over time it was interesting how people didn't have answers to the questions that I was giving, or their questions would drive me to look into a why or a what for that question. And yeah, I can understand. I understand you. When you started actually researching, what was the first thing you started looking into? Oh, he's gone.
You gone. Good morning, Yemi.
Or maybe my app is failing. Yeah.
Yo, what's up? Pardon me.
Hello and welcome back to See the Pattern. In today's episode, we are going to be exploring Arp's view of the universe, his ideas around cosmology. About 60 years ago, George Abel started to catalogue the distribution of the clusters of galaxies. The cause of these were predominantly old stellar population E-type galaxies, which were believed to be mostly gas-free and inactive. Later, when we developed X-ray surveys and looked at these objects, it turned out that they were far from inactive, and in fact they were very strong X-ray emitters. Now, in the episode on quasars are not what we think they are, we discussed the fact that Arp became fascinated by quasars. He studied so many that he started to see a pattern. These quasars were always associated with these types of active X-ray emitting galaxies. And the quasars tended to be distributed along and away from the axis of rotation of the galaxy. And if the quasar was further away from the galaxy, the redshift went down. And at the extreme end, so further out that he looked, he no longer saw quasars, but he discovered small prototype and dwarf galaxies. Combining data from the last 32 years of study, the following is Arp's interpretation of the formation of protogalaxies. And it starts with a sequence of quasars emerging from a large active galaxy along its minor axis. That's the axis of rotation. And they start with a high redshift but have low luminosity. And they increase luminosity and decrease in redshift as they move outwards. When they reach a maximum distance of about 500 kiloparsecs, they've started to turn into compact active galaxies. And as they age further into more normal galaxies, they then may fall back towards the parent galaxy. And in that case, they fall back along the same minor axis as they emerge with little or no angular momentum. The standard model of cosmology suggests that companion galaxies are the remains of collisions with other galaxies or were simply captured by the host galaxy. Now, if this was the case, then we would expect to find dwarf galaxies evenly distributed around the host galaxies. But this is not what we find, and they've actually known this for quite a long time. Back in 1969, Erich Holmberg had studied many companion galaxies and found that they seemed to be aligned around the axis of rotation. At the time, he concluded that they must have been formed by gas ejection from the nucleus of the host galaxy. Could these all be part of the same mechanism? Could the active galaxy eject this energetic plasma, forming a quasar which eventually evolved into dwarf galaxies? Now, what theory could help explain how the redshift and the velocity of these objects could change, and how could this matter be created in the first place? In order to do this, we have to look at Einstein's theory of general relativity, and specifically we have to look at his field equation, G mu v is equal to T mu v. Now, in this equation, and this is a simplified form of the equation, the T mu v represents the energy and the momentum of a system of particles, and the G mu v represents the geometric properties of the space that these particles occupy. Now, the solution to this equation tells us how the particles will behave over time. And from this, we can deduce two things. Either initially the energy was large and the particles will continue to expand forever, or that the initial energy was small and the particles will eventually collapse under gravity. Now, this caused Einstein much distress, and it forced him to introduce the cosmological constant to just balance the universe, stopping it from collapsing and stopping it from expanding forever. And later Einstein would actually refer to this cosmological constant as his biggest blunder. In 1922, a Russian mathematician, Alexander Friedmann, put forth a solution to Einstein's equations in which the spatial separation of the particle expanded with time. And this is what Hubble pinned his redshift data to, and reluctantly went with the notion that the galaxies were moving away from each other, and therefore space itself must be expanding. And this idea was later then linked to the idea that all matter once must have occupied the same space, and so the notion of the Big Bang was born. And the Big Bang theory assumed that all matter was created simultaneously approximately 13.8 billion years ago. Now, the problem is that Friedman made an assumption that the mass of the particles doesn't change, and therefore forced the observed effect into the equation, and the solution was that effectively the space itself must be expanding. And this expansion of space-time caused space-time itself to be curved in his equations. In 1977, Nahr-Lekar generalized the equations of general relativity, and in his case, he assumed that the mass would change over time. And in fact, he assumed that the mass would change in an equation where mass was equal to at squared, where t is the time and a is a constant. And that means that redshift will now be related to the time, the age of the object, and not how quickly it moves. And in the Nahr-Lekar solution, the geometrical terms on the left-hand side of the equation lead to a flat space-time. And as far as we know, that's exactly what we observe. Our universe seems to have a flat space-time and is not curved. The solution that he presented is much simpler to solve and does not require any relativity or tensor calculus at all. Space remains fixed and does not expand, and instead the mass of the particles increases with time, and this means that as the particles are ejected, they gain mass and their movement must therefore decelerate in order to conserve momentum. Now, Sir Fred Hoyle had for a long time been a proponent of the steady-state theory, and he worked together with Nahr-Lekar to come up with a theory that they called the variable mass theory. And in this, every particle in the universe derives its inertia from the rest of the particles in the universe. And when an electron is just created, before it has time to see any other particles in its vicinity, it will have zero mass. As time goes on, it gains signals from a volume of space expanding at the speed of light, containing more and more particles. Its mass grows in proportion to the number and the strength of the signals it received. And if the mass of an electron jumping from an excited atomic orbit to a lower level is small, then the energy of that photon of light emitted is smaller as well, appearing to be red-shifted. Burbage then joined Hoyle and Nahr-Lekar to evolve the theory called the quasi-steady-state cosmology, and it's effectively an evolution of the steady-state theory and taking into account the variable mass hypothesis. And in this theory, it would allow mini Big Bang events to occur anywhere in the universe, and these events would bring new matter into the universe at those points. And there would be highly energetic events, and if we take into account the variable mass theory, it would allow for these younger objects to have higher intrinsic redshift. Now, interestingly enough, when Arp went to visit Arthur C. Clarke, and Arthur asked him what's new in astronomy, Arp replied, well, there are these extremely high energetic cosmic rays, gamma rays and X-rays coming from the center of our local cluster. And Arthur then replied, yes, waving his hands in the air, matter creation. And this totally stumped Arp. How on earth could Arthur already know about this when he was only just developing these theories? If we look at another galaxy created more recently, then their clocks would appear to be running slower, and their matter, the ones that would emit light, would appear to be redshifted. And as time goes on, the particle mass in that galaxy would exchange signals with more and more matter outside of itself. So the total mass and their clocks would asymptotically approach the same rate as ours. Now, from the standpoint of the cosmic reference frame, the universe is not expanding, but matter is intermittently materializing into it with clocks that run very slowly at first and then evolve to a more normal rate. Now, other implications are that the universe itself is not expanding. It is indefinitely large, and episodically it unfolds itself from many points within itself. And we can only be sure that we are seeing objects within our local supercluster. The distance to the next one may be very large, and hence we may only see a very small part of our universe. Now, the conservation of mass and energy may apply to the whole, but it is not clear that this applies to the part that we communicate with in light photons. So you may question, okay, that's great. Why are we not using this theory? Well, I guess part of the problem lies in Arp himself, the fact that most of the scientific community, it doesn't matter what he used to produce, they just used to ignore it. For me, looking at it, the fact that it simplifies some of Einstein's equations is very attractive. The fact that you can solve the equations in a much simpler form is very attractive. The problem I have with this is that if the mass continues to increase in an infinitely large universe, then as the sphere expands, then as it goes out further and further, then it would almost be like an exponential increase in the mass as time goes on. So there's no end point to that. So what implications does that have for the rest of the universe if mass continues to go upwards? So I struggle with that bit. I can't see a way that's not elegant, because if mass continues to go up, then there will be parts of the universe that become ever more massive, and you can't keep adding mass, because in its simplest form, mass is energy, if you look at Einstein's equation, and therefore by allowing mass to increase, we are allowing energy to increase. That's not to say that this notion of mass creation isn't something that is worth looking at. Certainly if we look at the idea that these quasars are born out of the galaxies, I find a very attractive solution. The fact that something is happening with these objects that causes the redshift to change is very attractive. Now, mass does explain that in a very simple way, so it is a solution that may work, but for me the problem is that has to be a short-lived event. There has to be something that causes the mass effectively to decrease and then go back to normal, but not to continue to increase. I struggle to see how that would fit into the bigger picture. The problem I have with the quasi-steady state cosmology is it almost takes the simple notion of the steady state model and adds a bit of the Big Bang into it. And for me, there are huge problems with the Big Bang, and introducing that into this theory, I'm not sure that it necessarily works. I think, again, the problem with a lot of these things is that there are little gems that need to be extracted. The whole thing for me doesn't work together, but there are certainly notions and ideas that certainly have a lot of merit, and the idea that these galaxies create the matter that we see around us certainly fits also with the paradigm of an electric universe. If there are these vast Birkeland currents flowing across our universe, and that at certain pinch points they start to form matter, which turns into a galaxy nucleus, whatever that is, and I don't believe that it is a black hole with gas flowing in. I think it's more likely it's some sort of version of a star, but on a much grander scale, and that these eject material both in the minor and major axes, which creates the stars that we see and potentially creates the dwarf galaxies. Again, it's interesting that the dwarf galaxies that we observe fit within this pattern, so the fact that they are along that minor axis and we don't find them elsewhere is particularly interesting, because it does imply that there is the notion that they came from that galaxy. So what are my takeaways from this? For me, the most interesting part, I think, is Arp's theory of the creation of these companion galaxies. The fact that these active galactic nuclei eject material which forms into quasars, which then form into protogalaxies, and which then form into dwarf galaxies. This, for me, strikes an accord with what we see elsewhere. This potentially is how galaxies may be formed, that it is not a star first formation, but it is a galaxy first formation. And in fact, it may well be the Birkeland current flowing across the universe, creating these pinch points and drawing the matter in, creating the ball of plasma, which then goes on to populate the galaxy itself. For me as well, the idea of this mass variation, there is credence in this. There is, again, we need to be able to explain if that theory is correct, the ejection of the quasar forming into the galaxy, how the redshift can be changed, and it's certainly one of the ones that would explain why, as the matter is younger, why it would be more redshifted. And there are certainly other examples that he gives looking at stars and younger parts of the galaxy, which also show this intrinsic redshift. But potentially there's another mechanism that, I mean, I don't have the answer, I haven't uncovered it yet, but I certainly think that in terms of the blocks that he's put together, there are some very interesting ideas which we can take away from this and start to fit into our own mesh of the way that we would see the universe working. For now, I hope you found this an interesting insight into Arp and Hoyle and Narlikar's ideas around the alternatives to the Big Bang Theory, and hopefully it's given you some insight into trying to understand, certainly from Arp's point of view, the ideas behind his explanation for these anomalies that he detected over so many years. As always, be brave, be curious, the truth is waiting for us. Until next time.
Microfocus, creators of visual programming tools for software development, is pleased to provide major funding for the Computer Chronicles, the story of this continuing evolution.
Did he? We knew that was going to happen. Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. Sitting in for Gary Kildall this week is Herb Lechner of SRI. Herb, we think of chess as the ultimate game of skill, a game that requires mental agility, intelligence, if you will. Yet here I am playing a game of chess with a computer, which is analyzing board positions and applying a certain kind of intelligence to figure out what its next move should be. That's the subject of our program today, artificial intelligence. And in some people's minds, AI suggests attempting to duplicate the way a human brain works. Is that what AI is, in fact?
Not in most modern AI research, Stuart. Early research in AI looked at duplicating human thought processes, but current AI research is more concerned with duplicating the end result of intelligence. And computers that act as experts in expert systems, and computers that can communicate with us in our language, understanding some of the context of that language, are two areas that are receiving a lot of attention in artificial intelligence research today.
Okay, we're going to meet two of the world's foremost experts on artificial intelligence, and we'll take a look at two fascinating examples of expert systems. One of the leading experts on expert systems is Dr. Edward Feigenbaum of Stanford University. We asked Professor Feigenbaum about the evolution of artificial intelligence.
The computers, as you know, are general symbol processing devices capable of manipulating any kinds of symbols, of which numbers constitute one important class, but computers are much more general than that. We've known about the generality of computation since at least the time of Turing in the 1930s, and actually I've tracked it back to intuitions that Babbage had that were reported by Ada Lovelace, after whom the Ada programming language is named. In 1842, Ada Lovelace wrote that the analytical engine of Babbage's constituted the link between the mechanical world and the world of the most abstract concepts. That currently, in the modern terminology, is called the physical symbol system hypothesis and is the basis for artificial intelligence work. In artificial intelligence as a science, we talk about the use of computers to process symbolic knowledge using logical inference methods, symbolic inference methods. In other words, we're talking about inference and not calculation in the traditional sense. We're talking about knowledge and not numbers in the traditional sense.
A current application of inferential knowledge engineering is in the field of expert systems. Programs like this Oil Exploration Advisor. Developed to assist drilling rigs in remote areas, the program behaves much like a qualified specialist. It asks questions of its user and then gives advice on how to avoid or correct accidents so common in drilling operations. If at some point in the line of questioning the user becomes confused by the query, he can ask the program to explain itself, simply by entering why. The advisor responds with a specific source behind the question and explains its reasoning up to that point. The symbolic processing behind the human-like talents of this program have found applications in a broad range of fields, from medicine to robotics. Perhaps the most difficult area for AI to master has been natural language, a talent that results in very friendly computers, but that requires enormous processing capacity. The ambiguities of syntax and context have restricted present systems to very limited applications. A simple geographic question, depending on the phrasing, can lead to multiple interpretations. The program will determine the question's most likely meaning only after an exhaustive deconstruction of the sentence, and might even reject an unusual phrasing of the same query. In a parallel development, investing AI programs with linguistic ability has led to an interactive study of graphic communication. In this experiment, the visual dynamics of communication form the foundation for a linguistic expert advisor capable not only of discerning visual patterns, but also acting as a kind of tutor. One interactive application has given persons without normal speech the ability to adapt or construct alternative symbolic languages, a remarkable instance of using a computer program's intelligence to help interpret human intelligence. Joining us now is Jeffrey Perrone. Jeffrey's a management consultant involved in expert systems for micros, and Niels Nielsen, director of the Artificial Intelligence Center at SRI International. Herb.
Niels, could you kind of help us scope the field of artificial intelligence as it exists today?
Well, I'll try, Herb. It's a broad field. If you ask many of different people what constitutes artificial intelligence, I think you'd get a lot of different answers. For me, I think it concerns mainly the putting of knowledge into computer programs, so that the programs then can solve certain problems which humans find somewhat easy, or perhaps intellectual challenges sometimes. And the knowledge that one puts in is knowledge that's represented in a particular sort of way.
So the idea is that it's just not smarter programs that do artificial intelligence programming. It is some difference in techniques that they use relative to what ordinary programmers
Well, there's a part of computer science that artificial intelligence is concerned with that does, in fact, involve a certain body of techniques that are a little different, perhaps, than what goes on in the rest of computer science.
Jeffrey, Niels is involved in the research end of AI, and you're involved in some of the applications. Are we at the point today where we can apply AI?
Absolutely, Stuart.
In what ways?
Well, I feel that artificial intelligence, and specifically expert systems or knowledge-based systems, now are applicable any place that specialized knowledge is used routinely to reach decisions, troubleshooting strategies, diagnoses, those areas. So I kind of think of it as something where we've reached a watershed where it's no longer very expensive or very difficult for individuals with no technical background to build systems and apply them usefully.
And you distribute a system which is an expert system and also helps one build expert systems. Is that correct?
Right. Well, actually, it's a tool for generating particular expert systems applications in virtually any area where there is that routine use of special knowledge.
And it runs on microcomputers.
Right, it runs on the IBM personal computer and a number of other compatible microcomputers.
Do you use the same techniques in this system that Nils was referring to are used in systems that might run on larger equipment?
It uses some of the same ideas, and it has its own unique approach as well. One of the specific areas where this is a different sort of program is that instead of requiring explicit statement of rules to build a system, it only requires examples of previous decisions, previous tasks, previous diagnoses to build the systems. And that's going to break through, I believe, the knowledge engineering bottleneck mentioned by people like Edward Feigenbaum in building these systems.
Jeffrey, you have Expert Ease, your system, up here, and show us the demonstration.
Sure. Okay. Well, this is a particular application generated with this system, and it was generated by an anesthesiologist, Hilary Don, and myself. And what it does is it makes diagnoses for breathing or airway problems. The first question here that it asks the naive user is, when was the onset of the problem? And I'll answer days. It then will ask, what's the quality of the stridor, which is a rasping sound made when one's breathing, kind of a sort of sound. And let's say that the quality is moderate.
Who would use this system, a doctor? Or
this might be used by a physician's assistant to screen patients for perhaps further fine-tuning by someone with more expertise. Is the patient drowsy? Let's say no. Are there any predisposing factors to developing stridor, prior events that might lead to this condition? Let's say yes. And it comes up with, consider the diagnosis of intrathoracic tracheal stenosis. Now, I'm not a physician, so I don't know exactly what that means, but that gives you an idea of how it might lead to a particular diagnosis. Now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to show you a trivial example called Sunday, which actually comes with the manual for the program as a tutorial, essentially. Now, Sunday is a model of deciding what to do on a Sunday afternoon. How are you going to spend your time? And consists of a couple of questions, multiple choice questions like you've just seen, and those would be answered. So now what I'm going to do is run the query system. And it asks, do you have your family with you? Let's say yes. What is the weather like? Is it raining or sunny? Let's say sunny. So it says, why don't you take the family to the beach? Now, the way that you would build one of these models is by starting on something called the attribute screen. The attribute screen is where you sketch out the dimensions of the particular problem or situation. Now here the attributes are weather and family, and there's the advice column, which would be the result of a particular decision.
What size matrix can you do on that?
Okay, you can actually do, in any particular problem, 31 attributes and up to 255 values per attribute. And those can then be chained together, so you can do very large models, just limited by the size of your disk storage, essentially. The values, such as raining and sunny, could be thought of as answers to the question represented by the attribute. Once you've done a preliminary sketch of this sort, you then go to something called the example screen. And on the example screen, you enter in examples of previous decisions. Now, this was developed by Dr. Donald Mickey in Edinburgh, based on the idea that information is communicated by experts or masters to their apprentices in the form of examples or cases. So here you see, horizontally running across the screen, answers to those questions. Raining, yes, we're with the family. The advice would be go to the museum. And the next case would be if it's sunny and I was with the family, then I would go to the beach. And the third case there consists of an I don't care what the weather is like. If there's no family with me, then I'm going to go fishing.
Jeffrey, you described this obviously as a trivial example, this Sunday one, but in general, do you have the capacity within a PC to seriously approach this kind of problem solving?
Yes, you can do quite significant things. As a matter of fact, I've recently been speaking with the Whole Earth Software Review people about doing some systems to recommend software, such as word processing programs or communications hardware, modems, that sort of thing.
Niels, I want to ask you what I hope doesn't sound like a dumb question, but kind of what's the point? Why do we develop something like this kind of system? Is it to replace the doctor, say in the diagnosis situation? What is the end result of this?
Well, I think there'd be a lot of uses of systems like this. I think the present ones actually do have a lot of brittle features that perhaps might limit their utility at the present time. But in the long run, that is 10 years, 20 years, something like that, these kinds of systems I think will be quite generally useful in a wide range of settings. First of all, the knowledge that these systems contain, at least we hope to put in the knowledge of world-class experts, people who know so much about the field that there might only be 5 or 6 of them in the whole world who know that much. Now, there can be some pretty good practicing people who nevertheless aren't quite as good as the world experts in a particular subject. So it helps us spread the knowledge of an expert around a good deal in a way which can be copied quite easily.
Okay, in just a moment, we're going to meet the man who invented the term artificial intelligence, and we'll see a demonstration of knowledge engineering. That's coming up next. Joining us now is Tom Kaler. Tom is Director of Applied Artificial Intelligence at IntelliGenetics. Tom, you've got a complex system here. First of all, tell me how this would be different from the system we saw in the first part of the program.
Well, one way is that it's different is that we can develop a graphics environment which connects to the underlying knowledge bases so that the user really is just fooling around with meters and valves and objects that they're used to. Here, for example, if we look at this levelometer, we can just point to it.
Before you get to that, what's the environment we're looking at here?
Oh, this is the key system, the knowledge engineering environment, and we have knowledge bases hooked up to a control panel right here at the moment, and it's just a little example to show you how we can hear
a control panel of what?
This could be a control panel, say, to a nuclear reactor, or to an instrument, or any other kind of operational device that you would want to work with. And here, for example, we're just changing the value of a meter, and notice that it's generating a strip chart showing the time course behavior. Another thing we can do with these kinds of panels is we can go in and look at valves, and we can affect the valve whether it's open or shut. Now, what's important about this is affecting an underlying knowledge base, which will then apply heuristics and decision-making procedures to the system.
Can you show us that, how you can go to the part? There you go. We solve a problem.
Well, what we see underneath here now is a knowledge base for a nuclear reactor. And we can have a representation of the components of the nuclear reactor, as well as a representation of the decision-making behavior that would be carried out by the expert. And what you will see here is that it's both possible to use rule-based reasoning as well as representation of the underlying knowledge. One of the first things we'll do here is just take a look at how we could test the hypotheses of a particular accident situation. And we just point to test hypotheses and activate it here. And what we see the system doing is going through a decision-making process where it's accessing the underlying knowledge base, looking at the various states of the components. And by the way, the states of these particular components can be accessed directly into the instrument or into the nuclear reactor.
Now, you can actually interrogate the system and ask it what course of logic is it following. Is that correct?
That's right. Right now, it's come up and asked the operator a question. Is it true that the steam generator level is decreasing? So we can say, why is this being asked? And it will explain to us that it's doing it in order to prove that the steam generator inventory is inadequate. We will then give it an answer, and it goes on to reach a conclusion.
Okay, Tom, this system runs in Lisp. Why is Lisp the right language for an AI application?
Well, one of the reasons that Lisp is so important is that you need to have very powerful symbol manipulating capabilities. Decision making is primarily a symbolic activity. Knowledge representation is primarily symbolic, and you need that kind of capability.
Okay, thank you. Herb.
John McCarthy has joined us. John is a professor of computer science at Stanford University and one of the pioneers in the field of artificial intelligence. Among his other accomplishments, he invented Lisp, the language that Stuart just referred to. John, why did you invent Lisp?
Well, for artificial intelligence work, the kind of thing that they are doing here.
What are its characteristics that make it different than some other language as applied to artificial intelligence?
Besides the ones that Tom mentioned, one of its important characteristics is that its programs and data are in the same format as its data, so that it is easy to make programs that produce programs and look at programs.
So it allows us to deal with facts and logic more than numbers.
That's correct.
I guess it's on everyone's mind when we talk about smart machines. How smart can machines become? What are the limits of artificial intelligence?
Well, I see no limit short of human intelligence, and then with faster machines, one could do the equivalent that a human could do in a short time, in a very long time.
Niels, what's your thought on that? How far can we go with this?
Well, I'd separate some of the problems that we're facing in order to make machines more intelligent into about three different varieties. We've heard a lot about how important knowledge is. And one of the important things about knowledge is what knowledge should be represented in a program. And some of the difficulties that we're having in making programs smarter is that we're not sure exactly what it is we want to tell those programs about certain subjects. Another category is, once we figure that out, how do we represent the knowledge in the computer itself? And certain kinds of knowledge is proving a little difficult for us to represent it. The third category has to do with how that knowledge is used. And certainly there's various activities there that have been rather successful, but other things that really have to be done yet.
Is there a frustration level in this field in that there's a lot of hope of what you can do with something like AI, but yet, as you've pointed out, Niels, it seems harder perhaps than one thought to really put this into a practical application? John?
Well, there is a certain level of technology in artificial intelligence today, and many people are making applications based on this technology. On the other hand, something that Niels said earlier rouses a thought in me. He said that we can put in the knowledge of a world-class expert, and that's indeed true. We can put in the knowledge of a world-class expert, provided it fits into the format that the present programs allow, namely of the kind, if this is true, then do that. But more general kinds of knowledge that are used in a sort of vaguer way are sometimes harder to put in.
Say, in the medical diagnosis area, at the beginning of the program, we had a simple example of medical diagnosis. There were several systems developed, and yet there were problems, in fact, in using that. What were those problems?
Well, I'm not sure what were the problems of those specific systems. However, to take a medical example, one can make a definition that a container is sterile if all the bacteria in it are dead. However, this piece of knowledge is not used in a special way to determine whether a container is sterile by examining each of the bacteria. It's used as part of more general facts, like if you heat the container enough, then the bacteria will be all killed, and the fact that if the container is not sterile and you empty it out onto a culture medium, then you'll get colonies of bacteria. And the still further fact is important, that if you leave the bacteria in food, then they will spoil it.
Niels, where do you see the future practically going in AI? What's the biggest potential market, if you will, for these kinds of applications?
Well, it seems to me that expert systems, as they have been going along, probably represents a rather large market, and we'll continue to develop systems that are less brittle over the next 5, 10, 15 years. Another very important application is computer programs that are able to converse with humans in English, everyday ordinary language. And that's going to make computers accessible to a much wider variety of people.
We have just about a minute. I like your phrase, brittle. Explain more what you mean by a brittle system.
Well, it has to do with being able to reason about the context, I think, in which a particular discussion or conversation with the expert system is taking place. If the information that's needed to reach a certain conclusion is there and is there explicitly, then the system is usually able to come up with some reasonable answer. If it has to have what you might call common sense knowledge that all of us learn by the time we're 10 or 15, then it has a good deal more difficulty and, in matter of fact, fails in many of those cases.
So, ironically, common sense is the most difficult thing.
There's very few people who are willing to pay for putting common sense knowledge into a computer, whereas it is interesting and commercially important to put knowledge about a nuclear reactor into a computer.
Okay, gentlemen, we're out of time. Thanks very much for being here. Thank you for joining us on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Microfocus, creators of visual programming tools or software development, is pleased to provide major funding for the Computer Chronicles, the story of this continuing evolution.
Random Access is made possible by a grant from Popular Computing, a McGraw-Hill magazine.
I'm Susan Bimba, sitting in for Stuart Chaffee. In the Random Access file this week, the Commerce Department has made a move to stop the export of technology to countries allied with the Soviet Union, hitting the Digital Equipment Corporation with tough new restrictions on its exporting practices. Now DEC has to get individual export licenses for each sophisticated computer it ships to West Germany, Austria, or Norway. Government officials say in these countries, computers can be easily diverted to the Eastern Bloc countries. Several months ago, one of DEC's computers was intercepted en route to the Soviet Union, but the company was found to be blameless in the incident. Despite a strong lobby by the high-tech industry, President Reagan has given the Pentagon power to advise the Commerce Department on computer and high-tech exports to all foreign countries. The Pentagon already had the right to advise about applications for exports to communist countries. The Pentagon feels its input would help cut down on the number of computers that get diverted from non-communist countries to communist ones. The National Semiconductor Corporation could be banned from making chips for government projects. Early this month, the company admitted that over a 3-year period, it inadequately tested chips that were used on many military projects. Now the Defense Logistic Agency is investigating National Semi, trying to find out exactly who's responsible for lying to the government about the testing. Despite these problems, National Semiconductor is reporting a profit of $15.4 million for the quarter ending March 4th. IBM is reporting big demand for its little computers. The company says this year its shipments of the PC will be triple what it was last year. It's estimated that IBM will ship more than 2 million of its PCs, PC Juniors, and other desktop IBM computers combined. And now that IBM is making its own portable computer, it looks as if Compaq, a maker of IBM-compatible portables, will be lowering its prices. So far, no date has been given for the price cut, but industry insiders say it will probably be around the beginning of April. Right now, the Compaq portable sells for $2,995. That's $200 more than the IBM portable. With a projected $500 cut, the Compaq will sell for $300 less than the IBM portable. Atari Incorporated is making cuts, but it will be employee cuts. The video game maker says it plans to lay off about 300 workers. At the same time, an Atari spokesman says there are plans to expand the sales and engineering staffs by about 100. Last year, the company lost over $500 million, laid off more than 2,000 of its Bay Area workers, and moved part of its operation to Taiwan and Hong Kong. Well, last week we told you the Japanese Trade Ministry may introduce a bill that would reduce protection of U.S. software in Japan. This week, the U.S. government is warning that if Japan's parliament ratifies the bill, the U.S. will retaliate in kind. If approved, the bill would limit copyright protection to U.S.-made software, making it necessary for U.S. software owners to license their programs to Japanese makers. Well, a little closer to home, our software reviewer Paul Schindler has some information for blackjack buffs who don't have money to burn.
If you gamble in Nevada or Atlantic City, that's a familiar sight, the shuffling of blackjack cards, usually accompanied by the sight of your money being swept in by the dealer at the end of the round. Well, if you're tired of losing, there's a computer program for you. It's Ken Houston's Professional Blackjack. Now, it's pretty rare when the writer gets top billing when they name a computer program, but Houston deserves it. He's a former official of the Pacific Stock Exchange, and now he's a